Detroit is close to being a true competitor. Patrick Kane also spoke, saying he was blown away by the fan support for him, especially coming over after spending most of his career with a Maine rival. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Ticket text pouring in on Michigan football. That's right. Talking a little college football today. Ramp up to the season. Michigan, a lot of turnover. How much better? I guess it can't be much better. How competitive will they be this season? Ticket texter says, of course, Walmart Wolverine Jim wants to talk Michigan football in early July.
You're Walmart Wolverine?
It's convenient. When I say nice things about Michigan, I'm a Walmart Wolverine. If I'm, if I say mean things about him, I'm hanging out with the afternoon show too much. It's just whatever, convenient argument people want to use that day. I will note that I was pro-Michigan at a time where they won 3 straight Big Ten titles and a national championship. I think that might just be kind of calling what you see, but...
Don't be so defensive. I've embraced Walmart Wolverine from day one. I am a Walmart Wolverine. There's a drop. I don't care.
But I'm not a Michigan. I don't get the joy when they win. I mean, I liked them as a kid, but then I went to my own school that I am a fan of. So
I went to my own school too, a MAC school.
But you're not a fan of Eastern Michigan.
I never stopped being a Michigan fan. That's where I'm with Karsh. I'm like Karsh. I'm a Michigan fan since I remember. I've stayed that way. I think that's pretty loyal.
I'm not telling people
because I paid a school a bunch of money. I'm supposed to be a fan of them too.
Well, I'm not saying you have to. I would think that you'd have more of an attachment if you spent some formative years at a place. I'm not telling you who to be a fan of. But I don't consider myself.
That's what people who say to Eastern say.
Yeah.
People who go to Eastern say that.
Yeah. Commuter school. 248-539-9797. This one says, hot take. Jonathan Smith outperformed Sharon Moore in year 1. 8 wins for MSU would be better than 10 wins for Michigan based on the books. We haven't brought up MSU.
Well, there's just a lot of more question mark because even though there's been a lot of turnover especially on Michigan's offense, a lot of the guys that they're going with aren't coming from the transfer portal. And for Michigan State, it will be interesting to see how Jonathan Smith does in getting these players to gel and play together. We saw Deion Sanders turn over his roster, and it worked for a little while, but he didn't really have the talent to be able to compete last year, game in, game out. They were exciting to watch at times, and I'm just curious, is this going to be a much more exciting brand for Michigan State to be able to play and for fans to be able to watch, and what will the level of success be? I don't know if it's going to be good, if it's going to be bad, and I don't even know if there is a possibility of bad this year because it's year 1 with a completely revamped roster.
Yeah, I mean, you largely get a pass in your first year.
Yeah.
I mean, the difference being, Sharon Moore was already on the staff. He's inheriting a team that just won a national title.
Oh, there's no passes for Sharon.
Clear advantages there. But for a guy like Smith, who comes into East Lansing, he has to establish an identity. Like, Sharon gets to inherit the identity of tough, physical, offensive line.
Of one that he helped create.
Yes. As opposed to in East Lansing, Mel Tucker, before all the stuff off the field, there were real criticisms of, you're a defensive coach and you guys don't play any defense. You're a secondary coach and you have one of the most porous, easy to throw on secondaries in football. There was no identity in East Lansing for Mel Tucker, and you're starting from ground zero now if you're John Smith. So Jonathan Smith comes in there and he's got to decide what kind of team we're going to be. And I do think the Oregon State teams that he was coaching were physical football teams, which is maybe the appeal to him working in the Big Ten at MSU. But you know what? You can't cheat. Offensive line development. And it's what Deion found out last year at Colorado. Shadur's running for his life. You can't portal your way to an offensive line. Maybe you can get one piece. You can get 5 pieces. Yeah. But yeah, it's continuity. It's player development. You got to get an 18, 19-year-old in the weight room. You got to build their body up. You got to get those guys to play together as one unit. You can't do that in the portal era overnight. So from a Michigan State standpoint, their foundation is largely unsettled, and I think the expectation for them is, I don't know, they're going to win like 4 or 5 games. I'm really just trying to be honest and fair with them because I know what Jonathan Smith is walking into.
But it's also about what he created this year. I mean, could they be a 4 or 5 win team? Sure. Could they be an 8-win team? Yeah, I think that's all on the table. But that's the big question mark is I just don't know. I don't know what the identity of this team is going to be, and how will it even match what the identity of a Jonathan Smith coach team will be in 3 years.
Take a text, 248-539-9797. Why no discussion on MSU? They have a new coach. Do you save that for Valenti? No, we could talk about it, and we mix it in if you'd like. I just think the bigger story right now is the defending national champions and where their football team is headed for the upcoming season.
New coach, new quarterback, new offensive line. There are going to be a lot of questions, and it's a coach that was a part of the staff, was a part of creating that identity, was a part of running the offense. And now, are they going to be more like Alabama? Are they going to be more like the other teams that do lose talent to the NFL, but they reload?
Well, and the question, too, will be, you mentioned quarterback. Should they have used the portal? Most of these other teams are using the portal unless they already have like a Carson Beck or a Quinn Ewers. But most of the teams that are seen as playoff caliber either went and found a guy in the portal or already had a guy with some NFL chops. Michigan is going with likely Alex Orji.
Yeah, I
or
think
Jack Tuttle.
Jack Tuttle, Alex Orji, Davis Warren
Sure.
is a guy that's been in the mix. And so, yeah, you could always sit there and say, yeah, they should have gone to the portal, but maybe they believe in what they have.
Well,
and
that's
didn't think they had to go to the portal.
I can't say they had to go to the portal today. I'm saying the season will determine that. And I do think if it's Orji, the thought will be get the extra blocker in the run game, use the quarterback ground game, limit the times that you put the ball in the air because bad things can happen if you put the ball in the air. It's okay if you have to punt. You can play defense. You should have, you say, a top 5, maybe the best defense in college football. I don't fight you on that. Play the complementary football they've played with J.J. McCarthy. Only lean into the QB run more. That may be the way Michigan gets to that 10 or more wins, finds himself in the college football playoff.
Yeah, and if you add that wrinkle to the offense, what does that mean for Donovan Edwards? And, through 8 games last year, everybody kept wondering, where's Donovan? Where's Donovan? Well, then you saw him in the Penn State game. You saw him against Ohio State. You saw him in the college football playoffs. But he does need to be more consistent. He didn't get as much opportunity to be as consistent because you had RB1 was Blake Corum.
Ticket Texter says, Jansen already talking about Big Ten teams with marquee losses getting in the playoffs over lesser conference. Homer. Ticket text.
Well, I don't think that's necessarily being a homer for the Big Ten. I think it's just clearly logic.
It's going to be subjective.
The SEC and the Big Ten will dominate the teams that are in the college football playoffs. There's no question about it.
So there will be 5 conference champions, right?
Correct. Yeah, the 4 of the Power 5 and then the highest ranked of the non-Power 5.
So yeah, someone from the group of 5.
Yeah.
I guess it's all relative now. We'll get in. That's 5 spots. You figure the runner-up in the Big Ten, the runner-up in the SEC are both in. That gets you to 7. 5 more spots that are unaccounted for. We may see a third team from the Big Ten and a third team from the SEC. Where I would get kind of nauseated is if we're putting in the 4th team from these conferences. Like, you had your chance in the regular season, but if you're not 1, 2, or 3, if you're not gold, silver, bronze, better luck next year. Win more games.
You could be as nauseated as you want, but is the 4th team in the SEC going to be better than?
How do we know?
Well, we won't. But that's why you have the college football playoffs.
That's why we play the games.
Are they going to be better than not just the second team coming out of the Big 12, but are they going to be better than the best team coming out of the Big 12? Now,
we don't know.
The best team coming out of the Big 12 is going to be in the college football playoffs. But that's where you got to sit there and argue because you have Alabama, you have Georgia, you have LSU, you have Oklahoma, you have Texas. And, I mean, what is Oklahoma going to be this year with Brent Venables? I don't know. But you have a stacked SEC. Now you bring Oregon, Ohio State, Michigan, Penn State. You're talking about teams that you stack those up against the best that the Big 12 now has to offer, like Oklahoma State, Kansas State.
Kansas State's been competitive. Utah's competitive. My point is, if those teams win 10, 11, 12 games, and I got to stare at 9-3 Missouri or 9-3 Penn State, I won't even make it your school. You had your chances. You can tell me we're better because of our recruiting rankings and our athletes are bigger, faster, stronger. And if you flip on the tape and no, we keep score. If you lose, you get penalized. And John, if you're the fourth best,
so if you play in a bad conference, you get rewarded.
But these are power conferences in the case of what we're talking about.
Are they? Who's the power team? Florida State, power team in the ACC last year,
Right.
but they got boat raced. Yes,
no.
they had a lot of guys sit out in that game. And yeah, it's criminal to use the results of that bowl game, Georgia, Florida State,
then.
going forward. But what do they have in reserve? Who is their quarterback going to be? How are they going to replace Jared Verse on the defensive side of things? All of those are questions. And if they're unable to, who is the best team coming out of the ACC? North Carolina?
Well, I think Clemson's going to be a team people look to. Miami.
Clemson?
I know, John.
Really?
Miami's a team that was active in the portal. My point is, if you get 2 or 3 teams that win 10-plus games, or
In a bad conference?
Jim, the other conferences were exposed in the playoff era before the expanded playoff. There was no depth. Clemson had pretty much a free pass to the playoff, and the only years Clemson was a legit playoff contenders when they had elite NFL quarterbacks in Watson and Lawrence. I mean, I don't know what you're not seeing here. Me and John are both. I couldn't believe you said yes, John, because it was such an arrogant statement last year. We thought the playoff should have been Michigan, Ohio State, Alabama, and Georgia, because they truly were the 4 best teams.
The point of expanding the playoff, and maybe we just don't agree on this, to me, the point of expanding the playoff is to settle it on the field. Because there's been so many
you want a participation trophy?
No, I want them to
get
play
a chance
one
to
another.
play because you won your conference, and they do get a chance to play because you win your conference. But it doesn't mean number 2 gets a chance.
You earn it on the field with the one guy in. After that, it's subjective.
Right. It's always been subjective.
That's the way the system is built.
Right. And I refuse to just accept that because a conference on paper is better, that they are better.
They've been the elite conferences since the playoff began, and before that,
That's
the
why
SEC and the Big Ten.
Tom, in this scenario, they're heavily represented. I know we got to keep the show on the road here. You're going to get 1, 2, 3, and then a 4th gluttonous team before someone gets 2. You're already being respected with more teams. How many is too many? When do we actually get a reasonable sample of everybody in the sport? Because it's not like college hoops. You don't play 30 games. You don't get a crossover with everybody. So there will always be some subjectiveness to this. If you lose 3 games and don't have any marquee wins and someone else is 11-1, I'm putting them in. You had your chance. Finish 1, 2, or 3 in your conference, or cry about it.
When conference expansion happened, then maybe you should have got yourself in a better conference.
248-539-9797. The smug. You can be smug too. Don't let people fool you that I'm the smart.
I can be
smug
smug, but you're smarm.
A little bit of both. All right, we've got more to get to on the show today, including something we can rally around. Aiden Hutchinson's comments about the Detroit Lions. Coming up next, are you aware of Doug Karsh's situation?
Vaguely, but I want to hear more about it.
Okay, he's in today, but there's quite the journey for him to be in today. We'll get to a little bit of that coming up next. It's 97.1.
Hey, the summer driving season is upon us once again. The combination of increased traffic, big trucks, motorcyclists, and construction, and over the next couple of days, the weather will all contribute to the fact that summertime in Michigan has more accidents than any other season of the year. If you've been injured in an accident, injury attorney David Femininio and his team are ready to help you right now. David will never take a fee until he wins your case. You can speak to David personally right now by calling 855-65-CRASH, or you can go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Quick Doug Karsh update, then we'll get to the phones and the ticket text. So I realized this when I woke up today, that the Doug and Gator 971 Twitter account had been active in the night.
Oh.
Doug tweeted, boarding a Redeye in Seattle. This tweet was sent at 1:45 a.m.
Local time here?
Yes. Boarding a Redeye in Seattle. The plan is to land, shower time permitting, then drive to the office. Tuesday's show will likely qualify as a certified mess. Tune in. Doug is in the building. I did not...
Any updates on the shower?
Did not take a whiff. I don't know.
Yeah, I walked by the cubicle, but I didn't stop in to see if there was an aura.
We will find out in over a half hour. Yeah. Some ticket texters.
Time to cool the room off just to see how he reacts when he comes in. We all know we're a little bit edgy when we're shy on sleep. See if we can light that candle.
What if you're old and started out before Walmart? Am I a Kmart Wolverine? On the ticket text.
Could be.
You could be. This
Blue
one's
light special.
Love the topic. Are you guys going to bring up the fact that the sign stealer guy has not been identified? Michigan needs to face punishment for cheating. Says, of course, you're not going to bring it up because you're a Walmart Wolverine. I'll tell you this much. I'm frustrated as a CMU alum that we haven't gotten an answer from my university on this. Like, I don't want to be the school that's helping other people bend the rules. I don't want to be the school that's cheating and getting away with it. I don't know why we're hiding this stuff and covering this stuff up. Why hasn't CMU produced a report? I'm looking at John like he's got an answer.
Yeah.
Why can't I get an answer from my school? It's because there's no press up there. There's nobody's holding the coach's feet to the fire.
Mount Pleasant.
No, it's team
What's
media.
The paper there?
The Morning Sun. I don't even think they have a beat writer anymore. Nobody's checking them up there. But I'm not happy about it.
It's not called Mount Unpleasant.
Right. Yes, it'd be unfriendly.
Texter says Clemson will be 11-1, maybe 10-2. Their schedule is a joke.
Okay, I mean, tell us something new for college football. Even when they were, win a national championship or competing for a national championship, it was the conversation was the same thing. That's why the ACC, and you could talk about, Stanford going to the ACC. We had the conversation about you taking over a program in your mythical college football, whatever video game.
Still want help on that, by the way.
Like they were 3-9 last year, so they're not adding strength to the conference. That's the big thing is how strong is the ACC? The champ is going to get in. They've got it's bought and paid for. Same with the Big 12. But then you start putting together how good these conferences are and the schedule that they play. You think they're going to get 2 teams in?
Texter says John is already angling to get Michigan in as the 4th best team in the Big 10.
Don't be shocked when there are 9 teams from the SEC and the Big 10 in the college football playoffs. Notre Dame's going to be a wild card because they don't have a seat at the table for the top 4.
So in this scenario, Notre Dame's out. You have the 5 requirements, and then the rest are all from the SEC and the Big 10.
Yeah, it's going to be a possibility. It'll be a conversation, and I can't wait to sit there. I'm not saying that 5 from the Big 10 are going to get in, but when the 5th team gets in from the SEC or the Big 10, your head will literally explode.
It will, because it shouldn't be a birthright. Just because you have a tough schedule isn't the same thing as you beat the teams on your tough schedule. If you finish 4th or, God forbid, 5th, if you're Penn State or Iowa, I don't need to see you in the college football playoff. You can see yourself out. This is still better than the old system, but it's not going to be much better if we're putting in teams that got their teeth kicked in 3 or 4 times and they get in as a birthright? No, I'd rather see a one-loss
because they're playing a tough schedule.
Did they beat anybody on the tough schedule?
Do you think there's going to be anybody in the Big 12 that actually will be undefeated, or the ACC? There's a chance.
Well, if it's as soft a schedule as you think it is.
There's a chance that we don't have any undefeated teams in the college football playoffs this year. I think your best opportunity is probably Georgia out of the SEC and Ohio State out of the Big 10. But there's no guarantee that they are able to traverse their schedules and find a way to go undefeated.
I would rather see 11-1 Clemson over 8-4 Iowa or 9-3 Iowa.
Well,
the 5th team in the Big 10.
I don't think you're going to have a 4-loss team in the college football playoffs.
9-3 soft USC that finishes 5th in the Big 10. Sorry, I don't need to see it. I'd rather put in the one-loss team from the ACC or the one-loss team from the Big 12 and at least play that out on the field because I gave the Big 10 teams ample chances and they didn't finish first, second, or third. I know this is going to be a much more heated discussion in December, but this came up because we're talking Michigan football expectations. To me, 10 wins get you in clean. 9 wins, you're at the mercy of the committee. Nine wins, you might still get in because of the Big 10 and because of the Block M, and that's where the conversation moved. Let's get to Chris in Oxford. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, Heather. I'll say it to you first and then the guys.
Hey, thanks. Good morning.
You guys had no problem. I always hit first to the guys, so the heck with them this time. You guys busted my chops anyways when I called in about Skynes getting the standing ovation in St. Louis, so well-deserved, I guess. But in any case, as a Spartan fan, congratulations, Jim or John, on your national championship.
Thank you.
I think it'll be a while before you get another one because of the Oregon joining the Big Ten. I think they're going to smoke all of us. But that's beside the point. I think Michigan goes 10-2 this year, and the Spartans go 8-4. I can't believe I came up with 8-4 on our schedule, but we'll talk Michigan first. I think you're going to have a hard time with Texas and probably Ohio State. And I think we get blasted by Ohio State, beat by Michigan, beat by Iowa, and then lose. I forget the fourth game, I think. But I can't see us losing to Indiana, or Purdue this year. I think our quarterback. I'm optimistic about the offense. We're very susceptible about our defense because our 3 best players, the 2 D linemen and our safety, all left, which worries me again about having the worst defense in the country, especially against the pass.
Yeah. With Michigan State, 8 wins would be a hell of a first season for Jonathan Smith.
And I think it's very possible. But there's just a lot of question marks on both sides of the ball. Like, what is the identity of the defense going to be? What's the identity? Who are going to be the playmakers? And it's not that they don't have them. It's how can Jonathan Smith get this team to gel?
At 8-4, they'd be 1 win away from the playoff spot.
It's quite possible. But, okay, let's just go back to the final rankings from last year. Your top 12 teams, Michigan, Washington, Texas. Stop me before, when I get to a team that's not in the Big Ten or the SEC.
Yeah.
Michigan, Washington, Texas, Georgia, Alabama, Florida State.
Yep,
there's one. Oregon, Missouri, Ole Miss, Ohio State, Arizona.
Mm-hmm.
There's 2.
They bring back some dudes.
LSU. And then let's go even further. Penn State is at 13. So you're telling me that the final rankings from last year and whatever the mythical top 25 are before we start, I don't even care who's 1, who's 2, who's down the list, because they're going to settle that, at least most of those on the field, because they are SEC and Big Ten teams. Texas and Oklahoma are no longer in the Big 12. They can't prop that conference up any longer.
I'm not disputing that the Big Ten is better, that the SEC is better. You add the schools that they bring in, a USC, an Oregon, a Washington. Yeah, of course that elevates the level of competition.
Simply because they play college football that they should get more than 1 seat at the table.
Not by default. They'd have to win a bunch of college football games, right? I'm not saying just because you're the runner-up. If it's a 9-win runner-up in the ACC, I'm not saying you get in just because you made the ACC title game, but if you're 11-1 and that's your only loss, if you're 10-2 and your losses are reasonable losses and you have a couple marquee wins, unlike a team from the middle of the Big Ten or the middle of the SEC or the upper middle class of those teams. I don't think you need the upper middle class of the SEC and the Big Ten in. I think you put an onus on those teams to win those games in their conference. You treat them like the marquee matchups they are, and there are consequences to winning and losing games. You don't just get credit for scheduling. You get credit when you win, and it counts as a loss when you lose. There have to be stakes to these games. Otherwise, who the hell cares who wins them? You're going to get in anyway. Just put the whole conference in. I don't want to see...
Well, honestly, all the best teams are in the SEC and the Big Ten.
According to
everyone. According to the final polls. Like, okay, when was the last time Clemson won a national championship?
Not that long ago.
Freshman Trevor Lawrence.
Right.
Yeah,
and so what's that, 6-7 years?
No, thinking out loud here just a little bit, I believe of non-ACC or non-Big Ten or SEC schools, the only 2 that have even been in the playoff are Clemson and Florida State.
Oregon made the playoffs early, but now they're a Big Ten team. I know.
TCU.
So they stole the good teams. That's his point here. Now the conferences are even more loaded. So you've taken the teams that have made it other than these 2 ACC teams that each had
So you let them settle it in their conference.
They all had first-round
determine the best teams in their conference, put those teams in, and then let the other teams get filled in around them. The idea that the Big Ten and the SEC should dominate the playoff to the tune of 9 of the.
I think 9's a little aggressive. I can see 8.
Okay, he's still his head's still going to explode.
Well, first of all,
we can make that prediction
Let's
right
just
now.
pick 2 from every one.
No,
Yeah,
And a little independent Notre Dame over here.
And we should say this: math matters. You can't get 9 in to a 12-team playoff if there are 5 conference champion. Well, no, you can because the conference champions.
Yeah,
Okay, it's just the 3 champs and then the elitists. Right, John?
Yeah.
The teams that belong.
All right, we got Heather's news coming up before the show ends. Aiden Hutchinson's thoughts to bring us together about Lions football. It's 97.1. All right, let's get to the phones this morning. Corn in Columbus, you're on 97.1.
All right, fellas, there is no way on the planet that Michigan is winning 10 games. You lost all your talent in the draft, which is good. I mean, obviously, you guys are did okay in recruiting. But when you talk about continuity, Aiden Childs and Jonathan Smith have more continuity than Sharon Moore and Alex Orji do. So the one thing that Michigan State has literally never had is an offensive-minded coach. We've always had great offensive talent at the skill positions. So with us now finally having a coach that can coach that offensive talent, we've had defensive coaches with the worst defenses with decent offenses. Now our offense is going to be legit. So I expect us to be an 8-win team, 9-win team, kind of knocking on the door for the playoffs, and we're definitely going to whoop Michigan's behind this year.
Oh, then we're fighting words. Let's go. I think that's great. I hope that game is back to what it should be, because it was lopsided on Michigan State favor for way too long, a decade or more, and the last couple of years has been obviously on Michigan's side. That game, if that game can be a competitive battle, that is ideal for the Big Ten, and in terms of getting in more teams than 3 or 4 or 5 in the college football playoffs, Michigan State needs to be a part of that equation.
100%. And I think where Jim might have maybe, I don't want to say been mistaken, but when you think about these conferences, there are so many more teams now in the conference. Like when John went through like the last 13 teams last year, I understand what you're saying is like, let the second team and the other conference win. But what you got to think about is once you get down to teams 10, 11, and 12, you're arguing about the margins. So if you're an ACC team that finished second with, 2 or 3 losses, that means that you had a crap schedule to begin with, right, because you're in the ACC and you lost again. So if you only lost 2 games, there's only one good team in your conference and you lost a crap game to another team.
Then I'm with you.
Michigan, let's say, like you talked about going 10-3, if Michigan loses all 3 games, let's say they lose, on a field goal to Ohio State, they, on a bad call to Texas, and they get beat by Oregon by, 8 points. Well, clearly that's still a really good team, depending on how they did the rest of their schedule versus the team that had a soft schedule, lost to a cupcake team, and couldn't beat the one good team on their conference. You know what I'm saying? Like you're arguing within the margins at that point. So it's going to be really tough, man.
Yeah, I'm with you, and I appreciate the phone call, and it's good stuff this morning. I'll address that, but I also I got a kick out of his MSU's going to beat Michigan, and you didn't really feel like that was a threat at all. You just kind of, hey, it'd be nice to.
It's nice that he's got some spirit.
The way too early spread for that game, 21.5 points. Can they keep it within 3 touchdowns in Ann Arbor this season? That's the more reasonable conversation, not the we're going to go in there and we're going to upset them. And
yeah,
dude, you got to build a program.
Win one for the Gipper.
Yeah, right. To his point, if there are flawed ACC teams, I'm not going to take the second best ACC or second best Big 12 team just because they finished second. If they've got 3 losses and they don't have any marquee wins, then yeah, you throw it back to the pool. But my point in this scenario was the 4th best and 5th best Big 10 team might not have any marquee wins either. Whether that's USC, Penn State, Iowa. If they don't have any marquee wins, I have a hard time insisting that they would get in over a team that maybe only has 1 or 2 losses that I do want to see play it out in the playoffs, as opposed to those teams who had their chance in the gauntlet. We kept score, man in the arena, they lost. Better luck next year. That's how sports are supposed to work.
Right. So you want to penalize a team for playing a tough schedule versus rewarding a team that plays a patsy schedule.
I want to keep score.
I think what's happening here is, John, you're including the omission of Texas and Oklahoma in the Big 12 as making the Big 12 not as good of a conference anymore. I don't think Jim necessarily is putting as much weight into that. What we're going to have to watch out for is there an inflated record team in the Big 12 like, Oklahoma State or
Arizona,
Utah?
They're really not that good. They were really never tested against anybody but their like teams in the conference, and that's now minus Texas and Oklahoma.
Listen, I realize the conversation that we're having on July 9th is one that we will probably be having on December 9th.
And well before that, when the initial college football playoff poll comes out.
And every week with Greg Palm during the season, too. So we'll have some good stuff with that. We got to get to Aiden Hutchinson, but first, Heather with the news.
So there is a flood watch in effect from tonight at 11 p.m. until Wednesday at 8 p.m. as the remnants of Tropical Storm Beryl move across the U.S. So the flood watch is in effect pretty much everywhere. Wayne, Oakland, Macomb, Washtenaw, St. Clair, Livingston, and Lapeer counties. 2 to 4 inches of rain are expected. So be prepared. It is on its way.
Check your basements.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, yeah.
A 21-year-old man is accused of sexually assaulting a woman on a flight to Detroit. So officials say Randall Wetzel was sitting next to a woman that he didn't know on a United Airlines flight from Virginia to Detroit on July 1st when he inappropriately touched this woman when the plane took off. So there is a criminal complaint that says this guy was vaping on the plane, and after talking to this woman briefly before the plane took off, he put his hand on her thigh below her shorts when the plane started to leave. Now, the woman said that she actually started watching a movie after her conversation with this guy, and then he asked if he could watch it with her, which is a little strange as well. And then he laid his head on her shoulder and her chest and was rubbing her leg. It goes further from there. He then asked the woman if he could kiss her, and even though she said no, he kissed her for multiple seconds until she pushed him away. He then asked if he could kiss her again, and she ignored him. And he kissed her again and laid his head on her lap while rubbing her leg and thigh. She eventually was able to mouth the word help to the woman behind her in the row behind her. And that woman called the flight crew over, and he was moved to the back of the plane. Police then spoke to him and the woman and the witness once the plane landed. And first he kind of lied, said some things like, oh, no, she wanted the kiss. He then did admit that, no, she said no, but I kissed her anyway. He also admitted that, yes, he did touch her inappropriately.
Ugh.
Oh, creepy.
Dear John.
Yeah. Ooh. A Michigan man thought that the lottery scanner was broken until he actually realized that he had won $4 million on a scratch-off lottery ticket. This Saginaw County man who has chosen to remain anonymous says that he stopped at the gas station to get gas, but decided to buy 2 $4 million ultimate tickets while he was in the store. All he did was scratch the barcodes, right? Took it to the machine. The first ticket kept saying, hey, you need to go file a claim. And he thought, something's wrong. So he tried again. You need to file a claim. Still thought something was wrong. So he scanned the second. Second said, meh, you're a loser. Whatever it said.
Right.
He hadn't won anything. So then he took the tickets to the car. While he was pumping, he decided to actually play the game, right? Scratch the ticket. And that's when he realized he actually won $4 million. Says he couldn't believe it, started screaming. He has already decided to take that one-time lump sum payment. He got $2.7 million, and he plans to purchase some land and invest the rest.
Don't trust those machines, right? Is the moral of the story. I've always wondered, the unclaimed prizes, are they victims of people throwing away tickets that they just scanned and it was like whatever?
Maybe.
Probably.
Could be.
Double check.
Yep. Steelers cornerback Cam Sutton has been suspended 8 games without pay for violating the NFL's personal conduct policy. So the league came to this conclusion based off of his actions from this offseason. And that includes a domestic violence charge. So basically they said, hey, that's a breach of our policy. So he is going to be eligible for reinstatement on October 29th. That's following the Steelers' Week 8 game against the New York Giants. He has waived his right to appeal this ban, so this decision is
penalty,
final.
yeah.
Yes. So there you have that. I kind of forgot about that whole situation where
Same.
he was on the run for a little bit. Didn't, he waited several weeks before he finally turned himself in.
Yeah.
Yep. So finally, Haley Welsh. She is cashing in on her viral fame. You all know who she is, right? If you don't know who she is, you're basically living under a rock at this point. She's that Hawk Tuah girl, right? And she has racked in over $30,000 in appearance fees over the 4th of July weekend. So she was actually at the Hard Rock in Hollywood, Florida, and she was invited to go there to, I guess, judge a bikini contest. And also they were giving her credit for hitting 1 million followers on Instagram. And she was apparently paid $30,000 for that gig. Plus, her payday is about to get even bigger because she's got appearances planned in New York that are supposed to pay big time too. She's basically just doing appearances, right? People can take pictures with her. She'll sign merchandise. And speaking of her merchandise, she sold over $65,000 in merchandise alone. And she is now signed with this management firm, and there's talks of maybe a reality show. This is insane. Anyway, and there's celebrities helping her out. Shaq is giving her advice.
I'm stunned this has gone on as long as it has.
Me too.
It was a 15-minute thing that's gone on now for weeks.
Good for for you, though, girl.
Oh, I mean,
after
cash
you make
in,
this
sure.
comment that's a little embarrassing,
Yeah.
you might as well just get what you can out of it. And it sounds like that's exactly what she's doing.
And that's Heather with the news. Coming up next, the Aiden Hutchinson quote, rally the troops. It's 97.1. All right, real quick. This Aiden Hutchinson quote in ESPN talking about the hype for the season. John, he embraces it. He says, quote, "It's unreal. There's a lot of hype coming into this year, and I think it's well-deserved hype. I think a lot more guys on our team understand what this year is, and we understand what we got, and we're all ready." I'm all on board embracing the expectations of this season. Part of the Lions' breakthrough season is about shedding the misery, the baggage of yesterday. I don't care about the fact that the Lions haven't had back-to-back double-digit win seasons in the Super Bowl era. I don't care. I don't. I care about what this team is, what they're capable of, and what the expectations are. And I love that the players own it, embrace it, use it as fuel, because you don't want to run from it. You don't want to. You want to say, hey, is this rep a Super Bowl rep? Is this getting us ready to win a championship? And hold each other accountable to that standard. I love this from Aiden Hutchinson.
There's a standard at practice. There's a standard in the weight room. There's a standard in the meeting rooms. There's a standard at training table. All of those different things. When you set that standard, and I guarantee you, I would be shocked if there is anybody on this year's team that comes in overweight. I would be shocked if there's anyone on this team that comes in out of shape. Now, maybe there's a late hamstring injury or something of that nature, but not by their own doing. Maybe they've been working too much and there's something that's going on. So they're doing all of the things that they have to do on the field, off the field, at every moment of the day to prepare for this. And it's okay to talk about the confidence that you have, the expectations that you've set for yourself. A lot of people get very uncomfortable when you start talking about championships if you've never even been there. They get very uncomfortable about talking about back-to-back winning seasons, division championships, because you've never done it. Now, they've been to the NFC Championship game. They've won the North, so they can talk about what it takes to get there with the expectations that they have and the things that they learned along the way. And I'm fine with those lessons being parlayed into, this is why we believe we can win the Super Bowl.
Right. There's nothing wrong with it. I think it's a taboo to Lions fans. Some, not all. I don't want to paint with a broad brush, but I think there are some Lions fans who still view the Super Bowl as taboo, or it's uncomfortable to hear them talk about it so openly. Get comfortable with it. This is part of being a first-rate, first-class NFL team, where you draft well, where you develop, where you've got, what was that list, all those great players under 25 years old that came out. You have a foundation here. Get used to it. It's not supposed to be a one-and-done thing. It's going to be years to come where you are in the thick of it. Nothing's promised. Nothing's guaranteed. You might not win any of them, but the expectation is there, and it should fuel you. And you should embrace this. If you've waited your entire life the way I have, the way John has, for the Lions to be this good, I'm not trying to slow play it or whisper. I want to shout it from the mountaintop. My team's good enough to win a Super Bowl. I'm not tiptoeing around any of that.
No, nor should you.
Right.
Because you've set that standard. You've set that precedent. Hey, we can get to this level. Now what are we going to do to get over the top? And they've added some talent defensively. They've addressed their needs. Now, the big question mark is going to be, how will that talent gel in the secondary? Will there be more pass rush? Will the secondary help the edge rushers get home? What will DJ Reader mean? Will they still be a top rush defense? And I think yes. But again, it's all speculation, but it's speculation built on they were up by 17 points at halftime of the NFC Championship game. Should have won, but they didn't. So what are the lessons that they learned from that? All of those things go into, and it started 2 years ago when they started off 1-6, and then they rattle off and they finished 9-8. They come short of the playoffs. But how valuable is a game against Seattle at the beginning of the season?
Yep.
If they were able to win that one, they would have been a playoff team. Those are all lessons learned by a very young team at that time that is now 2 years older. That core is still here. They've been able to add to it. Now those guys are leaders, and they're putting that message in place for guys like Terrion Arnold, Ennis Rakestraw. All of those guys are now a part of that culture that they are expecting to win championships, not hoping to be in the mix.
You've got some people who are unsure of just how good this team can be. I would stress to you, there was nothing fluky about what the Detroit Lions did. It wasn't overnight. It was a year, 2, 3 years worth of building. There's nothing fake about winning the line of scrimmage, right? There's nothing flashy, razzmatazz. They were the best offensive line arguably in football, And the only thing that you would have argued head-to-head would have been the Eagles. Kelsey is now gone from that offensive line. The Lions could argue that they are the best unit up front in football. And their defense was elite at stopping the run. There's nothing fake or phony about being tough at the point of attack and stopping the run. Then you add in DJ Reader. Nothing phony about that. They're not getting by with gadgets and whatever. They were winning up front consistently in the run game. That sets you up with advantageous positions and down and distance. None of that is phony. It's not a guarantee, but it's real, guys. It's real. And if you're having a hard time buying in, I'm glad Aiden Hutchinson isn't. I'm glad Penei Sewell isn't. I'm glad Dan Campbell isn't. They know what's real.
And the fact that you took one of the best offensive lines in the NFL and you made it better.
Right, added a Pro Bowler.
Yeah, added Kevin Zeitler. And Graham Glasgow, he moves over to left guard, but he was a large part of the success of that offensive line last year. And then you talk about the number one, one of the top rushing defenses. DJ Reader is going to be an addition to that defensive line. So they got that better as well.
Gator's in the studio. Gator, do we know if Doug showered today?
I think he did. I mean, he did put, I think, on Twitter that his plan was to get home, shower, and then head right over.
We're just wondering if the timeline played itself out that way.
I think it did. There was no funk. Okay. There was no funk detected.
Okay. You might not notice it until maybe hour 3.
You're sitting and stewing in it for a few hours.
Well, let me say, maybe the word funk is wrong because Doug is funky, but he doesn't smell. I just want to clear that up.
Uh-huh.
My man's funky.
He was on a red-eye flight.
Yeah, but I didn't detect an odor coming from him.
All right.
You'll know in a minute. I'm sure he'll walk.
Well, he's going to come in here and probably crank up the heat, and it might.
It's already warm. What happened, guys?
Hey, this is.
I'm sorry. Hi, Heather.
Good morning.
But if he cranks that heat up in here, the funk is about it could come out in many ways. Yeah,
funky.
What's the plan today?
Well, the plan.
You gonna test him? His mental acuity.
Right.
Poke the bear a little bit. We know we all get a little agitated.
Oh, yeah.
When we're a little low on sleep. Is there any chance that you'd be able to poke the bear today?
It'll be easy right off the bat because we're going to have to come up with the parameters of the hot dog bed. But beyond that.
Get yourself a home run.
I mean, I feel like my job is there's a heavy burden on me to ensure that Doug stays awake for the 4 hours. This is my burden.
You got to be entertaining.
I have to be on my A game.
Yeah.
I'm feeling strong to quite strong.
Sound like
go. Ready to go.
They asked me if
back and refreshed.
John wanted to know if you were going to be funky, and I said, well, Doug's always funky, but I don't expect it to be an odor.
You mean am I going to smell?
Right.
No. Well, some question as to whether you had time to shower
tweet
today.
Was, ideal situation is I land, shower,
come to work.
Yeah.
I did land.
Oh,
TBD.
No. You mind if I turn the air on?
Get some flow in here.
Yeah, that's how we start the agitation. Make it cold in here.
I did. I made it home. I made it home in time to shower.
Yeah, good for you.
Not shaved, but that's okay.
It's radio.
Yeah, I mean he was out west. He was up north. He's got the mountain man going on.
Yeah, but Doug doesn't like the itchy face, so he'll.
No, this ain't lasting long.
Yeah, ASAP.
But didn't have time to shave this morning.
But you got to respect. He got every minute out of his time off he could get.
Mad respect.
Every time.
Mad respect.
Yep.
All right, Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
Doug is back.
You got Doug back.
Don't sound so enthused.
No, I'm good.
Come on, man. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm good.
Start of the week. We had a lot going on last week you weren't here for. You're going to have to comment on that?
I'm going to comment.
Come on, man. We had free agency flying last week.
Did we?
Red Wing free agency. Pistons free agency. We had some trades. We got a new basketball coach.
Yep.
We got a bet that was decided.
We'll get to all that.
Got a lot going on.
We'll get to all that. I do want to clear my name here a little bit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. First of all, for people who aren't aware, I have been gone. Did a little out west vacay, and we will discuss some of what happened on the vacation. But I didn't just not show up to work yesterday.
Oh, I know.
Yeah. I found the email that I sent to Jimmy and Tom.
Yeah.
That specifically said, hey, there's a holiday during my vacation week. I'm going to extend and have the Monday off. We got a family thing we do every 2 years. And I asked Jimmy, do you want me to do a show from the road? Because remember when I did the show from Boston 2 years ago? We had the same thing. But he had me do a show from Boston. That, like us taking more than 5 days in a row off. But because there was a holiday in the middle, he said, you're fine. So anyway, I found the email. I sent it on January 24th.
Let me just say this.
Yeah.
Yesterday, Kang and I started the show discussing, because everybody in the building, with the exception of me, thought that you were going to be back yesterday.
Which led to a whole almighty mess.
Right.
And I felt bad about it.
Well, you shouldn't. We talked about it. We laughed about it. Yeah. We had a good laugh about it. And I said, one of the things is that Doug probably put this request in. Didn't I say probably in January or February? Because Doug gets everything out right away. He's got everything scheduled for the whole summer. That's just how he is.
Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, it was January the 24th when I sent the request in. So I didn't just blow off work. I think it's funny that that's what people thought. But then the other thing is we took the Redeye back last night.
Oh, cross-country flight?
Yep. And we began boarding at 10:15
last night.
Seattle time.
Sure.
So do the math, 11:15, 12:15, 1:15. I was asleep before the plane took off.
There you go.
I was worried I couldn't sleep, but turns out I was fine. I got maybe an hour. And I'm ready to go.
So wait a minute. So all right, so 2:15, but that was but that actually ends up being 5:15 here. Mm-hmm. So you just you got home, took a shower, and came into work.
We got home.
I think that's smart.
Yep.
If you had tried it to get like let me try to get 45 minutes or an hour nap.
Oh, I wouldn't.
Then no, that's atrocious. That's not going to happen.
No, but I'm back. I am refreshed and ready to go.
Yeah, you sound like it.
This is just like me getting up at 4 a.m. to leave up north, trying to squeeze the extra day.
Oh, we know.
Yeah, times like 20. This is not up north. This is cross country.
What? Yeah,
there's jet lag. There's time zone differences.
I woke up yesterday morning in a cabin in Parksville, British Columbia, and we had to drive for an hour to catch a ferry across to Sawasan, which is just outside of Vancouver.
Yeah.
Then we had a 3.5-hour drive from there to Seattle, which included a border crossing. Got to Seattle, stopped near UW to get some dinner at a brew pub. Continued on to SeaTac, and which is an airport under construction.
Is that Seattle Tacoma? Is
yes.
That
yeah. Airport under construction, which means they know it needs upgrading. My God. It's like the worst signage situation I've ever seen. Like, you know how when you don't know where anything is and you're going to rental car return and it says go right up here.
Is this rental car stuff?
You go, it tells you to go right here.
Yeah.
And you go right and you start driving. And you're driving and you're driving. And there's no signs that are confirming you to keep going straight to rental car return. So you start to panic. Did I miss a sign? What happened? And then you realize, like, after 1.5 miles, okay, I got this right. But
like I'm halfway to Bellevue. What's going on?
I thought the rental car return was DTW. Like, am I driving all the way back to Detroit to drop off the rental? But the other thing that was frustrating is you had to get gas in the rental. You know how you don't want to return it. So when I went to get gas in the rental, I found the closest gas station I could to SeaTac Airport. Turns out it was right next to the rental car return. I drove all the way back to the airport to see the signs that then took me back to rental car return, but there were no signs around it when I got the gas. Then you get in, and again, they're under construction, so that tells me they're trying to make it better. Like I had to go to the bathroom, and there were signs that lead you go this way to the bathroom, and I walked there. There's no restroom. There's nothing.
Is there a trough?
I keep walking and walking. No, there's nothing. I keep walking and walking and walking and walking and walking. I finally give up, and I'm like, I know there's a restroom down by baggage claim because there was when we got there. But so they're doing construction. It's going to get better. These are first world problems. Your airport doesn't have enough signage. But let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Because I think I subjected my kids, my family, to the worst of travel. Which for you is worse? A 6 a.m. flight or a red-eye?
Okay, this is an interesting question to pose because a couple of years ago I was kind of put in an interesting situation where originally was scheduled to leave Las Vegas at like 9:45 in the morning, but circumstances changed and I had to take the red-eye out. So we basically left at midnight to come back, and we thought, well, was it really all that bad? Because I would have had to get up for a 9:45 flight. I would have woken up at like 6 o'clock to shower and change and and pack up and get to the airport.
Yep.
So you're really just missing out on a few hours. I know people shriek with, like Heather made the noise about the red eye. Oh, red eye's awful. I didn't mind it. Because it gives you an opportunity. You can sleep. Everybody's supposed to sleep. Nobody wants to talk. I mean, the lights are all out.
Not on this flight.
What?
Well, we'll get into red-eye rules at some point because I think there should be some very standard red-eye known rules, like things that you do and don't do on a red-eye. And one of them is carry on a normal conversation for like half the flight.
People should SDF you.
Yes.
It's a flight.
Anyway, we'll get to that a little bit later on. But for you, you're okay with the 6 a.m.er. Be at the airport before 5. It's better, or you like the red eye?
I don't mind the red eye. I don't mind the red eye. The only problem is that you're losing a night, right? You're losing a night and having fun for one last time. You'll suffer the next day because you're gonna have to get up earlier. But
we split this trip into 2 segments. There was 4 days in Montana and 4 days in British Columbia. Montana, we took the train out. Still love the Amtrak. It's slow. I mean, you got to understand it's going to take a lot of time, but it's great when you get the little roomette and you just sit there and watch the world go by. But we flew from Kalispell, Montana to Seattle. We had a 6 a.m. flight. So it was up at 4, out the door 4:30, get to the airport by 5. First flight, you don't need to be there 2 hours ahead of time. But so the family had to do that, and then they had to do the red eye back. But you're good with the red eye. Kang, what about you? 6 a.m. or red eye?
I'd rather do the red eye.
Would you?
The 6 a.m. is to get up early. Then you're battling whether should I stay up through the night, depending on what time you want to get to the airport. Just give me the red eye. I'll try to sleep on the plane.
Is it better for your kids as young as they are to go red eye or in the morning?
Oh God, it doesn't matter.
Would they be able to sleep through the night on the plane?
That would be the hope. For the red eye? Yeah, because getting them up, I mean, what time are you getting up if you're trying to catch a 6 a.m. flight,
well, you're getting up at like 4.
Yeah, it's terrible. I don't want to put that through my kids through that. I don't want to go through that, let alone, be a kid. I'm going to take everyone at the night flight. Give me the red eye.
You're going to do the red eye. Okay. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, I am back, refreshed, ready to go.
What about a 5 o'clock in the afternoon flight?
Bingo. or not put yourself through that?
Yeah, I mean, that's the easy answer. Where would you rather do?
4 o'clock flight? Was there a reason that you didn't choose to?
Yeah. It was a lot. It took a lot to get from Parksville, British Columbia to SeaTac. And there was like a 6 p.m. flight, a 9 p.m. flight, and then the 10:55 flight. And I didn't want to risk missing it. You don't know what the ferries too. I mean, you're taking a ferry across a bay. It's a 2-hour boat ride.
Sounds like a song.
Does it? Did I just sit down and write a few.
I'm just saying it sounded a little bit like Looking Glass, Brandy.
Oh, yeah.
I heard the word Bay. I got excited for you. I got excited for you.
We had my cousins and I broke down that song, about the sailor and what a good dude he was. Okay. So, I got a hunch.
A hunch?
Yeah, we'll get to that hunch coming up today
hunches.
at 10:20 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. This is the last week of the Euro and Copa American Championship, and Twin Peaks has you covered. Beat the heat and head up to your favorite lodge to catch all the action. Both tournaments have their semifinals starting today with a monster matchup between Spain and France at 3 p.m., followed by Argentina and Canada at 8. Show your support, throw on your favorite kit, and make your way up to Twin Peaks for the best game day experience in the state. Check out all the goals on wall-to-wall TVs throughout the bar, the dining room, along with the game audio. What goes better with sports? How about 29-degree frozen draft beer that's sure to cool you down, and combine that with some scratch-made food like their crispy mini tacos or hand-cut and breaded to order boneless wings, and you're ready for all the action. And I haven't even mentioned the best part. Of course, it's the friendly and beautiful Twin Peaks girls. Those first games are during happy hour, too, so make sure you enjoy all those awesome deals. You get a shot of beer, an appetizer, and some tacos, all for under $20. Ask your Twin Peaks girl for details. I don't know why you go anywhere else. And be sure you're back Sunday for the finals. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. What's that from? Just now? Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right. Gator, I got a hunch.
Love the hunch. The hunch, we on the show
We have
say,
rules.
yeah, when you have a hunch, you're really not held accountable for your hunch.
No, right? I mean, it's a hunch. It's
not a
I don't
prediction.
have to say, well, I'm reading between the lines.
Nope.
Little birdie has told me, anything like that. Are you ready for the hunch?
I'm ready for the hunch.
Big trade is coming.
Yeah? You got a sport?
That's the hunch.
Just you feel
Big
it.
trade.
No, I feel like
Big trade is coming.
Could be Wings, could be Pistons, could be Tigers, could be all three, could be Lions.
Dude, it's way too quiet. It's way too quiet.
Yeah, it's been like hours since we had a transaction here in town.
I said a big trade. Not calling up Javi Baez. Big trade. Is Akil Baddoo up or down now?
He's back up.
Is he back up?
Right now, currently.
Is he becoming the Tigers' Andre Fluellen? Up and down, and up, active and not.
Kind of.
No, look, am I wrong here? The Red Wings, underwhelming. Yzerman has to have something else going on. The Tigers are what they are. The 4-game winning streak is nice. But I also think, I think about Gores, Tom Gores, the owner of the Pistons, and Trajan Langdon. You know he's got a green light to move the needle. Gores isn't afraid to spend money or take on a hefty contract. Something is brewing here, man. It's way too quiet. And I refuse to believe that this is it.
I like where your head's at, okay? And because you've said that, and because we can make a case for all four teams making a move.
Yep.
Should we have people get on board that they agree with the hunch? Because I think it's a safe hunch. There's a trade coming. But you said big.
Something big is brewing, man.
Which team needs the big trade?
So if you could pick which team would make the big trade, would you pick Pistons, Red Wings, or Tigers? I mean, we could do Lions. We could do Lions. I'm not even really thinking. I don't see it with them. The hunch doesn't include them. I will add that addendum.
Okay.
But which team needs it? That's a good question. I'm gonna have to give it some thought. I could spitball some answer. But I guess it would be one of the two teams that's close. It would be the Red Wings and Tigers, right? As I work my way through this, we're workshopping an idea here live on the air. The Pistons, even if they make a big trade, they're still, I'm going to guess, probably going to be pretty bad.
Well, I mean, King, we've talked about Brandon Ingram as a possibility.
It is a possibility.
They still have like $20 million cap space to make something happen. Red Wings, Dreisaitl's agent came out the other day and said he wants a deal done, an extension done with Leon by August because they don't want to negotiate during the season. So, that puts the impetus on Edmonton. It's kind of rudderless ship now because they don't have a GM as of yet with Ken Holland walking away. So that would be a monster trade if something like that were to happen. So the Tigers, obviously, Jack Flaherty makes a start on Thursday. If he shows like he's back to normal, he goes 6 innings, he's up on 1 run or something like that, then feel good about moving forward and fielding calls on Jack Flaherty.
Yeah, man. I mean, I guess the Tigers, it would stand to reason because they're moving in on a trade deadline, but the offseason is a busy time. The Yzerman offseason, it just feels like there has to be more. Like he's got to have something going. And I know that he spoke last week and there was like no indication of that. And people aren't reading in between the lines, but Yzerman is also the best in the business at keeping everything under wraps.
Well, he is. And the thing is that the unknown right now is how much they're going to sign the restricted free agents for. They got 4 restricted free agents they got to come to terms with. And they're big contracts with Raymond and Sider, but you still have Berggren and Veleno as well. But they also have some contracts that I'm sure they're dying to move if they could. They still have maybe an extra defenseman or two. And if they can move along one of those guys, I think that'd be huge for them. If they can move a Stahl or a Mata or a Petrie, one of those 3 contracts. I'm sorry, Justin Hall is what I meant to say, not Stahl. But move one of those 3, that'd be kind of big to do. It's quite possible. I like your hunch.
Something's coming down. Something's coming down. And I feel it in the air, my friend.
That's humidity.
Oh, that's true. 248-539-9797. Antoine in Detroit. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Antoine?
What up, Gator Doug? Listen, Doug, you said it, but then you went away from it. You said the team that needs to make the acquisition is the team that's closest. The team that's closest is the Detroit Lions, and they need another pass rusher on the other side of Aiden Hutchinson. And don't give me this Marcus Davenport because he's been inconsistent. Yeah, he's better than what we had, I think, and James Houston may not be it. But if you got Khalil Mack or Matthew Judon and you got one of those players for a third or a fourth round pick, I believe we are the front runners in the NFC.
And those are names that were brought up last week. Those are names that were brought up last week, I think, in a Sports Illustrated article talking about if the Chargers need to move on because they probably need to move on from Khalil Mack because they're kind of rebuilding. And same thing with Judon and the Patriots, even though Judon only played 4 games last year, but had 4 sacks in the 4 games.
West Bloomfield alumni, familiar with the area. And if we were to get one of those guys, don't tell me the city wouldn't be on fire waiting for. We already on fire waiting for the season to start. Ooh. If you get another 10-sack guy on the other side of Hutchinson, and you got the depth of a Davenport, and you got the depth of a James Houston with DJ Reader and Lee McNeil in the inside, oh my God, we are ready. I will go nuts.
Listen to him.
So at the end of the day, that's the team that I will hope make. Don't get me wrong. Yes, our other clubs need to make acquisitions, but those acquisitions we talking about are going to push our team to maybe the playoffs. That acquisition might push us to the Super Bowl and a parade in Detroit in February.
Wow.
And we're just
Antoine, I mean, look, I was not even thinking Lions. I was thinking the other 3, but you make a compelling case that could be the team about to pull the trigger.
Bro, come on now. Like, if we do that, come on. Like, just think about what the radio's going to sound like the next day after that transaction. Think about how we going to feel inside. Thinking about how our defense is going to play ball and get after Brock Purdy and get after Jalen Hurts and Dak Prescott in those playoff games. The Lions are in a position, and we trust our organization, so we're going to be behind it. It would be bananas. It would be bananas.
I don't disagree with him.
You know, Doug, first of all, we're just outside of 2 weeks from training camp starting. So if maybe something like that happens before training camp. The other thing is, did I detect a little bit of Hatchet in that guy's voice? He sounds like Sonny Hatchet, like Sunnyside Hatchet.
Like Happy Hatchet?
Happy Hatchet.
Yeah.
Had some Hatchet to him.
A little bit.
And he got a little preachy, which is like Hatchet.
Well, he also, I mean, he's right. They are close.
Yeah.
I don't feel like that's the team personally. But we asked, I got this hunch. Something big's about to go down. It's in the air.
If they got Khalil Mack for a 3rd-round pick.
Well, that would be a hell of a deal. And that would fall in line with my old belief that when they get to this time of year, I'm sometimes stunned with how little it takes to get a great player.
It helps that, the player that if it is Khalil Mack, that he's like 33, 34 years old. So
yeah. And they're trying to win the Super Bowl. They know the window's open. It would make sense to make an aggressive move to try and charge through that window, get themselves a Super Bowl. 248-539-9797. Which team do you think's about to pull off the big trade that I sense is coming? It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. I see some of the feedback coming in here. I'll just make the comment that we will get to the parameters of the hot dog bet, all right? It's on the show sheet today, and we will discuss it. Today would probably be an awful day for me to eat a hot dog, given my current physical condition and the 45-minute hour sleep I got on the Redeye back from Seattle. But feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. Trajan showed at the draft that he likes to stay quiet. We may not be hearing from the Pistons, but or that they're involved in marketing deals, but that doesn't mean it's off the table. Gator just mentioned Ingram. Although Laurie would cost more, it's a similar idea. Yep. I wouldn't be shocked if the Pistons were that team. Mm-hmm. Could be involved 3-team deal. The Lions are not going to do much with their $30 million in cap space this year. They will carry it over to next year and have close to $75 million in cap next year. Unnamed texter, my hunch is the Wings make the next trade. That's from an unnamed texter. This is Richard a truck. We're getting Draisaitl. Book it. Look, I mean,
book it.
The thing about the Draisaitl possibility is it doesn't feel like it's in the cards personally for me, but Detroit's name got included in the early discussions of who could land him.
But I wonder if Detroit was included because of Ken Holland and the connection.
Could be.
Look, someone's going to get him.
How did the Wings make that work, though?
I mean, they'd have to give up multiple prospects that are guys are going to play right now. Like, you'd have to give up like Edvinson, Casper, probably
Nate Danielson.
Maybe or maybe a couple first round picks, and if you don't want to give up too many players. But someone's going to make the best deal. I mean, this is like the sweepstakes when Eric Lindros was about to be drafted in the summer of 1991, I think it was when he was drafted, 91 or 92. And teams are jockeying for position to try to get that pick. Quebec at the time would become Colorado. They had the pick. They made 2 deals. Like the NHL had to come in and rule which deal was because they say yes to 2 deals, one from the Rangers and one from the Flyers.
I forgot about that, yeah.
And both deals were insane with how many players and draft picks were flying around. And it ended up being that the NHL said, no, it's the deal with the Flyers that we're going to rule on. That's the one that you guys made on that's going to count. And the rest was history. And of course, he took them to the Stanley Cup and lost to the Red Wings. And then had his career kind of cut short with concussions and other issues. But I mean, that's kind of what this is like when you think about players like that don't come on the trade block too often.
Yeah,
this is highest bidder. If you're an Edmonton fan, it probably sucks to see something like that likely to go. He's a free agent at the end of the year, and they got to pay him. But they still have all these other guys that they're paying. And, oh, by the way, Connor McDavid's contract is up, I think, after a season or two.
But before free agency, we talked about this. But we were like, okay, how do you make this work? The Red Wings have tons of prospects, but it's probably not what Edmonton's after. So you get a third team involved. They send their star player to Edmonton and try and make it work with Connor McDavid. And that newfound star, Draisaitl, goes to Detroit. And Detroit's, cornucopia of prospects goes to the third team,
along with probably some other players that seem like they don't make sense, but it's money that you're trying to attach to it so that you can clear some cap space so that you can sign Draisaitl.
Scott writes in, most Sider will be part of the Draisaitl deal.
Could be.
Plus another regular from our roster, plus prospects. It's going to be painless. I mean, that's probably more real than anything. That's what Edmonton would want coming back.
Can we attach Javi Baez to that? I just want to put that out there for all the ticket text people and the calls.
A big trade?
Yeah. You just attach Javi Baez to it, and
let me just say,
make them take
as people suggested that via the text, and by people I mean thousands.
Just because everyone wants Javi. No, but they want to get rid of his contract, of course.
Yeah,
the
well,
fans do.
You're not going to be able to get rid of his
No,
contract.
you're not.
I think even if you ate like $40 million of that contract, you're still not going to find a trade partner.
The only one that would eat that is Tom Gores.
That's right.
Probably.
Well, you said big trade. Maybe the Pistons going to make it. All right. I do feel Javi last night he made his return to the team.
Yep.
Had a double, ripped the ball, and he had another ball he hit really hard. Unfortunately, it was at the shortstop. And made a couple of really nice plays in the field. And he also grounded it into a double play. And the fans booed him. I was pissed. I'm like, don't boo him for that. I mean, everybody's going to ground into a double play. He already hit a double earlier in the game, and the Tigers couldn't bring him in. And he's made some great plays in the field.
You do realize it's going to have to double like 70 of the next 75 at bats to get the fans to even change their.
I know. I just don't want them to boo him because he, grounded the double play, and you ignore what else he had done in the game prior to that point.
They what they're not ignoring is everything he's done.
Well,
in a Tiger uniform.
they're not blowing off what happened the last 2.5 years.
I'm with you. I'm with you. I understand.
I just don't like it.
No, it's somewhat counterproductive when you kind of hope that the guy can come back and reclaim something useful for the team. Something. I mean, the better he plays, the possibility is you could eat $40 million of the contract and move on from him. If he plays well, I'm not talking about the trade deadline. I don't think he can do anything to change people's opinion by then. But if he has a strong second half of the season, maybe move him in the offseason and eat a ton of the money because nobody's going to take on that awful contract. We always have a contract we're trying to rid ourselves of in Detroit. Period. It doesn't matter sport. There's always
I don't
somebody.
think it's any different than any other major city in the country.
You're probably right. To be cumbersome contract free. But maybe that big deal, I mean, look, I just spent 4 days in Canada with Canadian relatives. And is Bo Bichette, the shortstop from Toronto, he's having a rough year, but seemed like he was off to a good start to his career. Could he be coming to Detroit? Is that a big move? Jazz Chisholm, belief in Miami that he might get dealt, the kid who could play middle infield or outfield. These are kids in their mid-20s. It could be bats coming back in a Jack Flaherty trade or Jack Flaherty and Stuff trade. I don't, bullpen.
Penta Maeda.
Stuff that's useful. But I just, dude, like I said, I got a hunch. There's
a hunch.
Too quiet.
You got a hunch.
Something's going to go down.
If I had to think about between the four teams, which one is going to make the trade, the big trade? You said big trade, and I like that.
Yep.
I feel like the obvious answer is that the Tigers can do it with Flaherty. But I'm not sure if what you get in return would be considered a big trade. I mean, when the Tigers got Hao-Yu Lee in return for Lorenzen last year, nobody was saying, ooh, here we go, right? And yet Hao-Yu Lee's had an amazing season at AA and is poised to get a promotion to AAA at some point. And he's only 21. There's a lot of promise there. I still think I think it's the Pistons.
You think they're the ones that will make the big deal?
I think the Pistons are going to make a big deal. The moves they've already made in the offseason, I think that they look like a professional franchise again. I've bought into Trajan Langdon already.
What do you mean? You're not talking about wins and losses. You're just talking about they don't.
I think they're making smarter moves.
You don't think they're going to be an embarrassment?
No, they're not going to lose 28 games in a row. They're not going to only have 14 wins on the season. This is a team I think that's taken steps in the right direction. I don't know how long it's going to take to turn things around. A lot of that is dependent on the new coach that they hired in JB Bickerstaff, which I think is a good hire. If he can get something out of Duran and Ivy, if they can turn these guys in the right direction again, like they had so much promise as rookies, and then last year was like, what happened? Well, maybe what happened was Monty Williams and just not being the right fit, and then Troy Weaver throwing everything in the sun and against the wall, and putting too many players on this roster for Monty to throw different rosters out there every night. So maybe, just maybe, they can get back in the right direction with those two.
I got a hunch. Big trade is coming. Which team do you think, if I'm right, which team do you want to see make that move? The Red Wings, the Pistons, the Tigers, or Lions? They've all been suggested by callers and texters. It's sort of a cross between what you want to see and what you think is most realistic to see, because it's been eerily quiet. Everything that's happened so far is, stuff has happened. It's not like nothing has happened, but this offseason for specifically the Pistons and the Red Wings, I don't want to call it underwhelming because it's far from over, but it feels, I am whelmed.
You're whelmed.
I'm not underwhelmed, but I'm whelmed 248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback coming up. We will discuss the hot dog parameters, the bet. Everybody's thinks I'm stalling. I'm not stalling. I know I'm going to have to eat a hot dog, okay?
Well, you're supposed to be here yesterday.
That's according to everybody but Gator.
Is that what people thought? People thought I was skip work, so I didn't have to eat the hot dog?
That was brought up.
Yeah, well, I'm a man of my word, and I will eat a hot dog, and we'll go over the parameters. I have one request. That's all I got one request. We'll get to it at 11. 248-539-9797. 97 won the ticket. Hey, congrats to all the Michigan Wolverines drafted into the NFL for 2024. The University of Michigan Credit Union is cheering you on loud and proud. UMCU is a proud partner of Michigan Athletics and the official credit union of the Detroit Lions. One might say they're the leaders and best in financial services. I just suited up with UMCU, and you can too, no matter where you hail from. You're eligible to join, and signing up is easy. I scored one of their cool sports debit cards, the Winged Helmet debit card. You can get a Block M debit card. You can get a Lions debit card, and then you can take those cool debit cards and call plays at millions of stores, hotels, and restaurants worldwide. Need some cash in your pockets? Hit up the thousands of surcharge-free ATMs conveniently spread across Michigan and beyond. Open your account today at umcu.org. Get in the game, and hey, while you're there, check out the resources for student auto and home loans. University of Michigan Credit Union, proudly repping your official Block M debit card. Win with UMCU. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Unnamed texter, I think the Pistons will be the next one to make a big move. Brandon Ingram to Detroit.
I can get down with that.
Yep. Dennis in Allen Park says, I don't care about a big name splash. I want the defense and goaltending solidified. That may include a big name, but it may not. But I don't think we've addressed the D enough. From Dennis.
Well, I think the players they brought in, you can make that argument that they didn't address the defense enough. They brought in Gustafsson and swapped that out for Gostisbehere. Mm-hmm. Gustafsson is way better defensively than Gostisbehere, but Gostisbehere was your power play anchor and was great on the offensive end. But defensively, did they get better with that? Keep in mind they're going to have a full season of Edvinson, which is huge compared to last year. So you're adding Edvinson, Gustafsson, and then a third suite with Johansson, who's going to be on this roster as well. I think the defense is better. I think the goaltending is better with Cam Talbot getting him on this roster. I think that helps the goaltenders out a lot. You can pick the best two, and there's not a whole lot of stress there with having to lean on one guy for too many games, which I think is what happened with Alex Lyon last year. He just played too much. You bring in Cam Talbot, kind of calms things down. A career .913 save percentage, and last year his save percentage was .913. He's older, but I think it's better. So I think as a whole, they're going to let in far fewer goals this upcoming season. The question is, will they be able to score enough? Because they lost 75 goals.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. More feedback to the Carson Anderson inbox. I got a hunch a big deal is coming for the Detroit team because it's just been too quiet. We are not trading Mo Seider. That ticket texter is a clown. Seider is easily a top 5 defenseman in the league, and he's young. He reminds me of Nick Lidstrom in a way.
Well, he doesn't play like Nick Lidstrom.
Yeah, look, he's you don't
He's
want
good. He's real good.
If you're trying to get Draisaitl, okay, if you're committed to getting Draisaitl, then Mo Seider's name would probably have to be included in any realistic trade talk, unless a third team, and go back to the third team possibility. But it feels like the options for that has dwindled because guys are off the market.
We've been told for the last couple of years how good the Red Wings have drafted, how well they've drafted.
Yep.
Right. All these prospects. The number one, I just saw another story last week or the other day that had the Red Wings as the number one team in the NHL in terms of their prospects. A lot of those guys are defensemen. And they used a first-round pick on one a couple of years ago, Sandin Pellikka. And I wonder if it would be easier to part with Seider if you're going to acquire someone like Draisaitl. You've got to give up a lot. Draisaitl is one of the top 3 players in the NHL.
Yep.
3 to 5 players in the NHL. So getting a guy like that who's still in his 20s would be massive. But you have to give up something. Are the Red Wings thinking to themselves, we can give up something like Mo Seider because they've got other guys in the pipeline ready to step in? Now, Seider's great. I really like Mo Seider. But if you're going to get Draisaitl, this is part of the price you're going to have to pay.
Unnamed texter, Seider is a bit overrated and hasn't got much better since his rookie season. If we can get Draisaitl, that would be amazing, and I'll happily give up Seider.
Be careful. I think Kenny's working the phones.
Yeah.
And start talking bad about Mo Seider, we could have a problem.
That's why the person sent a text, maybe?
Maybe.
Didn't have to get through Kenny?
Right, exactly, because you would not get through to Kenny.
The big trade coming is Tarek Skubal. That's from an unnamed texter. Well, you guys dedicated a lot of time to that yesterday.
Yeah, we did. And
that's an obvious, massive move they could make.
It's been a topic of conversation for a couple weeks here and there, but we spent a good portion of the show yesterday talking about it. I saw that Evan Petzold of the Free Press had an article on it today. And, 24 hours later, I got to tell you, I'm more open to the idea of trading him than I was yesterday. And I still don't want to.
Yeah.
But just thinking about it, and they are, it feels like they're so far away from a position player standpoint, and because the free agent market does not look good, and it's really hard to trade for guys like that on other teams, unless you have a piece, and this is your piece to move. I still don't want to do it, but I'm open to it, provided, of course, that deal is out there.
I don't think you were that much open to it yesterday too. So it marinated a little bit.
Yeah.
You kind of just thought it more through, because having 2 years left on his deal is part of this getting a mega return. Whoever you trade him to, if they do trade him to, they got control.
2.5 years.
Yeah.
You got the rest of this season and 2 more seasons before he hits the free agent market. And if, I saw, I think it was in the Petzold article, he was talking about with Scott Boras being his agent, and he just got his guy a deal. It's like a $39 million, 300 and something million deal at age 29 for one of his pitchers. It's like, wow, that's a lot of money. I don't mind paying Skubal money because I think he's deserving of it. But if this is going to drag out for a couple of years before he even gets to that point, the money's going to be crazy. And in the meantime, could you have supplemented that by getting at least 2 everyday players in your lineup? If the deal is there, you got to talk about it.
If Skubal, dreaming of what the return should be is fun. It's fun to start thinking about what you should be able to get in return for Skubal. But it's kind of like Draisaitl. You're not giving him away. You're not sneaking Draisaitl in Detroit where everyone goes, that's all Detroit paid.
Right. No,
and nobody's going to say that's all they had to pay to get Skubal.
Right.
So, we talk about this from 2 different directions. We talk about a Red Wing team trying to go get that star, and we talk about a Tiger team that has the probably the most valued commodity you could have, a great Cy Young caliber young pitcher under club control for 2.5 more years before he hits the open market. You should be able to get the Orioles system.
I was just going to say, I've got the Orioles system right up in front of me here. And if the Orioles came calling and said, okay, we can work something out, we'll give you Jackson Holliday, who's their number 1 prospect in baseball, who plays middle infield.
Yep.
We'll give you Kobe Mayo, who's the number 3 prospect in their organization, who plays corner infield, tall kid, hits the ball a ton, and maybe gives you another top 10 prospect in their organization. You got to think about it. I mean, you'd be plugging holes of desperate need at shortstop and third base with this team.
You'd hope.
If you could make a deal like that. But Baltimore's got to be willing to do it. And if they're not, if they're going to slow play you like Houston did with the Verlander situation and not give up their top prospects, but tantalize you with 3 other guys that, look like they're good players, but not great, then I don't want a part of it. And I'll gladly hang on to Skubal, and I'd like to extend Skubal.
This has nothing to do with anything, but it's just a Jackson Holliday observation. Have you seen him? Because he looks like Max Clark.
He's 20 years old.
Yeah, it's like if Max Clark were here now.
Yeah,
that's what Jackson Holliday is to me. Like in terms of just the look, I mean by that part of that, I mean he looks like a kid.
He does and he physically does, like, facially looks like Max Clark.
Yes.
I mean he's 20 years old. He's had his cup of coffee with the Orioles this year. He's played in 10 games and didn't do much at all, but he's doing just fine down at AAA ball for him, where he's got a 926 OPS.
It's just so like this is how you become a young, exciting team. Is you make a deal like that. Now I don't want to give up on I'd prefer that they sign Skubal personally, but understanding if we're going to talk about the other side of that, this is how you have an influx of young talent and become an exciting team again. Yeah. Is to pry prospects like that. And if Baltimore doesn't want to do it, it's fine. I'll take my Skubal elsewhere.
Yeah, if you're hell-bent on trading him. I'm not hell-bent on trading him. I'm saying if Baltimore calls, then this is the type of return I'm looking for. Give me these 2 guys that, combine, because the other, Kobe Mayo is an OPS over 1,000 down to AAA. But
that's where you understand sort of the other side of this when you're going after Draisaitl. Don't think you're getting him cheap. Just like
exactly.
Like Baltimore shouldn't, or anybody shouldn't think they're going to get Skubal cheap.
That's when I mentioned. I said Edvinson, Casper, and others, and first-round picks.
I hate to say it, but the big trade coming is Skubal to Baltimore or L.A. And then we got this one. I'm totally pulling for Javi Baez. I want him to do well and help the team justify his contract. Well, I want him to do well because they're kind of stuck with him. No matter how much we hate it, the idea of just releasing him, yeah, but you're going to have to pay him anyway. Now, he could get signed, you recoup some of the money, but not much because he wouldn't get much on the open market. You can't trade him without eating a ton of the contract.
Look,
He's never going to live up to the contract. That's just not going to happen. So the question becomes, as long as he is here, what can you milk out of it to help the baseball team on a Tuesday night against the Guardians?
Yeah, it's all about the contract is why he's back up. Because when you look at the numbers, they sent Spencer Torkelson down. He was hitting 201 with a 597 OPS. They sent him down. And it doesn't look like he's coming back anytime soon. Javi Baez, they sent down for like 3 days.
Mm-hmm.
Go down to Orlando or Lakeland at the facility there, get some rehab, get the shot in your back, whatever. Come back up when you're ready to rehab. We'll give you a couple games, and then we'll see. And they just wanted to play back-to-back games. He did, and they brought him up right away. And that's a guy whose OPS is below 500.
All right, Gator. Just looked down at Twitch and I saw the following post on the streaming chat. Twin Peaks read, check. Credit Union read, check. Hot dog eaten, unchecked. If your hot dog is not filtered, you are the filter, Douglas. Be the filter.
Yeah.
So apparently people wanted me to talk about eating a hot dog, which I haven't done in 30 plus years.
You lost a bet.
I did lose a bet. I only have one request, okay? One request. Well, I have a request, and I have two requests. I'm gonna say I lied. I have two requests. I just lied.
Right.
I only have two requests.
Two
Gator.
requests. That's it.
Two requests.
Two demands? Or you said request.
One's
not
a
demand.
request. The other's kind of a demand.
Oh.
We'll get to that today at 11:02 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, if you're a Lions season ticket holder, you're able to grab free passes for training camp starting this morning. If you're not, you're going to have to wait one more week for them to drop next Tuesday, July 16th. The Tigers surging against teams from Ohio, 4 straight wins against the Reds and Guardians now, with 3 more to play against first-place Cleveland. They're hoping that Kenta Maeda can maybe right the ship. After his worst start of the season last week, he gave up 9 earned runs, and Kenta was not thrilled with himself that particular day. And that through his translator. Detroit Bats will face righty Ben Lively, who holds a 3.14 ERA and 8 wins for the Guards. Game time set for 6:40 with Dan Dickerson's call right here on 97.1. Amon-Ra St. Brown was on a Today Show preview this morning to discuss the upcoming release of Netflix's Receiver series, on which he'll be featured. It releases tomorrow on the streaming platform. The Lions star also admitted that the NFC Championship footage they showed was a little tough to watch, much of it from the Niners' perspective as well. He and his brother also confirmed a 3rd season of their YouTube podcast, which is set under the channel name St. Brown Brothers Podcast. Very straightforward. And some good Wimbledon matches on today. All quarterfinals: Medvedev versus Sinner, Alcaraz versus American Tommy Paul, and Emma Navarro of the U.S. taking the court as the final U.S. woman left in the field. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
All right, I'm back from vacation. Took a red-eye back from Seattle. Hour-ish of sleep. But glad to be back. Glad to be back. It's good to be home. All right, so while I was gone, the Nathan's 4th of July hot dog eating contest took place. And I doubted the game. I doubted the integrity of Major League Eating. And thought that perhaps they actually had taken the purity of the sport and decided to gimmick it up with this whole controversy with Joey Chestnut signing with Impossible Dogs to be an endorser and Major League Eating, and Nathan's hot dog eating contest banning him from competing. I thought it was all part of a conspiracy theory. I thought it was a gimmick.
You thought it was a ruse.
And I'm apparently going to pay dearly for that.
That's not dearly. I mean, you just got to eat a hot dog. It's a simple bet. That's
okay.
all.
Do you want to get to the demand or the request?
Let's get to the request first.
Okay. I'm very careful with what I say on the air. I don't like to fly off the handle and say something without giving it any thought. My request is that we go back and we listen to exactly what I said. Exactly what I said.
Nope.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Kang. He's the producer of the show.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Thought you were talking to both of us. I was offering up my opinion right away. I'm a hard no. Kang?
Kang, can we go back and listen to exactly what I said? Isn't it important that I am held accountable for exactly what I said?
You know, I would have to ask, what is the reason why for this request?
You know why. But go ahead, Doug. Why don't you say?
Did I say that Joey Chestnut would not be eating hot dogs at the Nathan's hot dog eating contest? Or did I say that Joey Chestnut would not be eating hot dogs, would be eating hot dogs on the 4th of July?
First of all, I'll let you know, he ate plant-based hot dogs, okay, at that El Paso event that you're referring to, I think. We can go back and listen. Would you like to double down on this before we go back and listen?
No, it's just a request. It's just a request. I'm not trying to get out of anything. I'm just trying
sounds like you're trying to get out of it. What are you talking about?
Here's why.
Oh, we know why.
No, I want to know how careless I was. I just want to make sure that I'm held accountable for being careless. And Kang, that's just simply a request. You have access to what exactly was said?
I will go back and listen to it. I will try to find it.
I mean, it may not even be there.
Well,
This is
I
weeks
probably
old.
podcasted it, so I'm going to go check an old podcast. Don't worry, Gator, I'm confident.
Well,
here.
Gator, you wouldn't want to be held accountable for something you didn't say. You know how much you hate it when people say, I heard you say, and it wasn't you?
I do. I also hate when you try to change the how things go based on a technicality, perhaps. If it was technical, when the whole spirit of the bet was clearly this is not gonna go well for you either way.
What do you mean?
In the court of public opinion or in the real court here when you find out
Public
if Kang is able to
hold
find
on,
it.
let me just stop you. I've accepted the fact that the public really doesn't particularly like me. So I don't have any issue with risking the court of public opinion. They don't like me to begin with. So I just want to make sure. On what I said.
What about what my opinion is of you? I hold you in high esteem.
I think maybe perhaps professionally you do. I don't know if personally you do, but I think professionally.
You're still in my top 10.
Well, 10. It used to be, I think, 5.
I used to be in his top 5.
Was he? You're my top 10?
Yeah.
I'm going to look it up, but yeah, optically, this is not a good look for you, Doug.
What?
Just having us go back and listen to this.
I think it's only fair. I want to make sure I'm being held accountable for exactly what I said.
For me, it's a hard no.
Do you know what in your heart? Do you know in your heart you meant? All right, if you're okay with.
Yeah, what did you mean?
Yeah, what did you mean? You know what you meant when you said it.
I'll get to that later.
Okay.
No, I just want to hear, because I'm not even saying, if we go back and on a technicality, I can get off and not eat the hot dog.
You know what? No. What did you mean? What did you mean?
I'll get to that later.
Why?
I said I'll get to it later.
I
I'm
don't
not
think
going
we
to be
can come to a
bullied.
decision with this.
I've spent my entire career not being bullied into saying things I don't want to say, so I'm not going to be bullied now.
All right. Well, you've lost the bet. What's the demand now? Well, you've got a demand.
The demand is this is a well-cooked hot dog.
Yes, that's fine.
That is my only demand.
No, we're not going to give an undercooked dog.
Yeah, I want this
Nobody
to be
wants
a
undercooked
really
dogs.
well-cooked hot dog.
Yeah, that's fine.
And I want to do it early in the show.
Oh, we want early in the show?
Yes.
Okay.
So do you have to finish the entire hot dog
if
before the show ends? Is that the
I'll
parameter?
finish the hot dog quickly.
Oh, okay.
And it might finish me for the show, but I want it done early in the show.
I don't know about the early in the show part.
No, you already agreed. I'm doing it early in the show. I'm doing it first segment.
Okay.
I'm guessing Friday.
Hang on, because that's an extra demand. I didn't agree to the extra demand. The first, you said one request, one demand. You made a request. I think it's crap we even think about that. Then you made your demand that it be a well-cooked hot dog. That was your demand. I agree to that demand. Anything after that is beyond what we agreed to with the one request, one demand. You're asking for a second demand now, which is to get it done during the beginning of the show.
Okay, well, now I definitely want to go back and listen to it and try and get out of this, because I got to eat a damn hot dog.
You can't get out of it. You know what you did.
Keg, please.
I'm going to go back and listen to it
you.
after the show here. I'm going to try to find
There's nobody in a court that would say, wait, I can appeal? I just want to be sure. I'm gonna throw up.
The whole spirit,
I'm gonna throw up.
You did not make this bet with some sort of idea that you're going to get out on a technicality. If you did, you would have had a smile the whole time on your face. Oh, I got one over these guys, and you didn't. You made a horrible mistake by trusting that the Nathan's hot dog eating competition was going to do the right thing.
Do you know the
for
first
publicity
thing?
And bring him back?
Do you know the first thing about bluffing? You don't smile and give away that you're bluffing.
You do it all the time.
I don't do that. I don't bluff.
And you don't
I don't
gamble.
bluff. I don't bluff very often.
Right, because you don't gamble.
Kang, do you think it'd be easy to find that?
I'm going to try, Doug.
All right, good. I think the people would want to hear it too.
I think you would have, not that you care, just my opinion, you would have been better off just, you know what, I'm going to eat this hot dog. I don't even care what I said because we know the spirit of the bet.
How many times have we said since then that we kept saying about it was Nathan's hot dog eating contest?
Well, Doug's saying, though, did he actually say Nathan's hot dog eating contest? We all kept saying it after, of course.
I'll be so pissed if
if he didn't say Nathan's hot dog eating contest.
No, because of the whole spirit of the whole thing, and then he's gonna change it on some BS technicality.
Oh, he already looks bad, Gator.
I know he already looks bad,
matter.
but now you know what? Like a dad, you can be angry at somebody. But when you're disappointed as a father, it's horrible. You know what? I'd be disappointed in you, Doug. Which might mean something if you had any respect for me.
Are you confusing me with somebody who gives a crap what you think about me?
There it is. And now I'm even more disappointed.
I think the probability of eating this hot dog is pretty high. I just want to go back and hear the
you're
original.
Going to eat the hot
hear
dog.
the original the original, what was said. I just want to hear originally what was said. And if I made the grave mistake that I think that I made.
Doesn't surprise me you're part of the Weasel family.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. Hey, it's the final week for Euro and Copa American, the championships. And Twin Peaks has you covered. Beat the heat and head up to your favorite lodge to catch all the action. Both tournaments have their semifinals starting today with a monster matchup between Spain and France at 3 p.m., followed by Argentina and Canada at 8. Show your support. Throw on your favorite kit and make your way up to Twin Peaks for the best game day experience in the state. Check out all the goals on wall-to-wall TVs throughout the whole bar and dining room along with game audio. What goes better with sports? How about the 29-degree frozen draft beer that's sure to cool you down? And combine that with some scratch-made food like their crispy mini tacos or their hand-cut and breaded-to-order boneless wings, and you're ready for all the action. Haven't even mentioned the best part. It's the beautiful Twin Peaks girls. Those first games are during happy hour, so make sure you enjoy all their awesome deals. You can get a shot of beer, an appetizer, and some tacos for under $20. Ask your Twin Peaks girl for details. I don't know about you, but why would you go anywhere else? I wouldn't. And sure to come back on Sunday for the finals. Twin Peaks, find locations nearest you. Go to twinpeaksrestaurant.com. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, and scenic views. All right, Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. There's a high probability, very high probability that I will eat a hot dog on the air. I don't eat red meat. I do not eat any kind of.
You don't dig on swine.
I don't dig on swine. I don't dig on. Well, I haven't had a hot dog in 30 years. And I have had. I mean, when I was younger, definitely I did eat hot dogs. But there's a couple things about this. And for people who missed the original bet, I doubted that Joey Chestnut and Major League Eating would not come to an amicable conclusion and a resolution.
You didn't just doubt it.
Yeah, I
bet
bet
against
it. I said he will eat in the Nathan's hot dog eating contest. That's what I think I said. But I want to go back and listen to it. I want to go back and listen to exactly what it was. But I will say this, Gator. I have to do it early in the show. I have to. And here's why. If we do it late in the show, nobody cares that I got sick on the way home. We're going to set a record number of people on Twitch. They're going to want to watch me eat this dog. And I'll give you an example. I had to eat a piece of bologna on the air a while back. You remember that?
Vaguely.
Yeah, the texture reminded me of, I felt like I was eating human skin. Like I was so disgusted. But we set record Twitch numbers that day with people watching.
Texture's the same thing as if you were going to eat a turkey sandwich,
and
so, but it's okay.
It was not the police. The piece of bologna I had was awful. But if we're going to do this, people need to see the suffering. So that's why I request we do it early in the show. I'm not trying to hide find anything, but
maybe lunchtime.
Yeah.
Is that early enough?
No, I think we do it earlier than that.
Are you going to make it through the show?
I
think that's Gator's concern, right? If you do it early, he wants you to be able to make it through the show at least.
I don't know how bad this will be. If it's like the time I went to a Piston playoff game and I was starving and the only thing they were serving was pork chops, so I had a pork chop.
I don't like pork chops.
Dude, let me tell you something. That was a violent reaction.
Was it vomit?
Yes.
Okay, well, I mean, vomit, even if you're on the way home. I'm kidding. I think we should compromise and do it at lunchtime because that's just, what it is. It's lunch. If you want to go a little early and make it 11:30, but to do it right out of the gate at 10 o'clock, I don't think that's right.
We'll do it early.
He'll stick around for the show, Gator. He'll be fine. He
There's
has a reversal.
There's a chance that I'll be able to make it through the show.
Oh, stop.
You'll make it through the show.
Here's the other thing, is that you, me, Evan, we're all looking forward to eating hot dogs ourselves that day.
I love a good hot dog.
Right. I don't want to eat hot dogs at 10 o'clock in the morning.
Well, you don't have to.
You don't have to.
Yeah.
But you will.
Carousel going and start to cook it. We're going to have to.
No. We'll cook yours later.
Yeah. First of all, I've seen you eat hot dogs early. You act like you're some kind of, you're uppity all of a sudden.
Don't you turn on me.
Yeah.
Don't you turn on me when this is the weasel who's trying to get out of the bed.
I'm not trying to get out of anything. I want to hear exactly what I said.
You know what you said.
Actually, I don't know what I said. That's why I want to hear it. But with that said, you can eat your hot dog whenever you want, and you don't have to eat one. I'm not making you eat anything.
You're such a wuss.
I'm nothing yet. I might be a wuss.
We know this.
Nothing yet. So anyway, you know what was funny is when I was in Canada, one of the people that used to mock me, the Big Mountie, who married my cousin Colleen, Big Mountie came up to me and said, I got to tell you something. I've really cut back on the red meat. I eat a lot of turkey and fish now. And I'm like, welcome to my side, brother. And he goes, I never thought I'd say it. He used to make something called a bacon weave, that they had this giant, you've seen the bacon weave?
Well, yeah, you just make a lattice out of bacon, yeah.
Yeah. So he was the orchestrator of the bacon weave.
Does he still eat red meat?
Occasionally, but he says not nearly as much. So occasionally.
I don't eat a ton of red meat, but I eat it.
Yeah. Anyway, Kang, let me know when you find the original clip if you could, okay?
Big Mountie hasn't gone to kale, has he?
He's eating a lot more veggies. But you too can...
There's nothing wrong with diversifying what you eat. I think it's a good thing to eat a bunch of stuff so your body doesn't turn into Doug's where it just completely shuts down and eats something.
Rejects everything that's good?
It's funny. Food can be used as fuel.
Yeah, well, that's what people that don't want to eat say, yeah.
Yeah, well, I eat plenty. I'm going to probably eat a hot dog here this week. And
You'll eat a hot dog.
Are you bringing in the roller?
I'm not sure.
We have the machine.
Yeah, we have a machine too in the back, which is a
we have a hot dog machine here.
There's a carousel. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Like the heat lamp, 7-Eleven style, one of those.
But spin it on in
like a carnival.
Yeah, I want that thing really well done.
Yeah.
What do you want? A chard?
Yeah, kind of.
Really?
Yeah, I kind of want it.
We'll see.
Yeah,
we'll have it cooked for you.
It'll be fine.
Yeah, the finest all beef hot dog.
It'll be okay,
have.
Princess. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Do I have any say in what kind of hot dog it is?
There was somebody dropped off some dogs from a local company.
Yeah.
And they look fantastic.
Have they been like refrigerated?
Yes.
Frozen?
No, they've been sitting outside in the heat, already pre-cooked.
Just making sure.
Yeah. We're just going to warm them up a little bit on the grill.
Just making sure. All right. Well, Kang, when you find a clip, let me know. In the meantime, Tigers 1-0 since Javi Baez's return. They've won 4 in a row. Tonight, Gator, they can have their longest win streak of the year that doesn't involve the Chicago White Sox in any way if they win tonight's game. Longest win streak of the year that doesn't involve the White Sox.
Well, how about that?
Yep. How many in a row would this team have to win before people would perk up?
Well, given that they're playing against Cleveland and then the Dodgers,
yep.
If you're going to tell me they're going to sweep Cleveland and then win the first couple against the Dodgers here or something like that, I'd perk up. It would obviously depend on what they're doing to win these games. I mean, last night the offense wasn't there. They missed opportunities.
Stop us if you heard this before.
Right, I know. But Kiter Montero was outstanding in pitching last night. And the bullpen did their job. Holton came on, got out of a little bit of a jam, and then you saw Shelby Miller close things out. It was great. I have so little confidence in the bullpen of this team. The bullpen confidence has gone below the offensive confidence that I have.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know who I trust coming out of the bullpen at this point. And fortunately, last night they got the job done, but over the weekend they go to the bullpen and they're just giving up runs. And yet they still won the games, which is the most important thing. But I also think the offense is starting to show some signs, but it has to. It's like a little stir. You know, is it something that's going to wake you up completely in the middle of the night, or is it something you're just going to roll over on your side, grab the pillow, and here we go, go back to sleep?
It's funny you said that if they sweep the Guardians and then take two from the Dodgers, that would put them at 500. So if they won, that would also be 9 in a row.
Mm-hmm.
So you think if they win 9 in a row, it moves the needle with the people a little bit?
Yeah, I think so.
Get back to 500. I don't know if you knew that made them 500. It's interesting you said sweep the Guardians.
I didn't know. I knew it. I didn't know. I did not know.
Yeah.
But now I'm looking at it. Yes, five more.
The problem is that I've never like the number that's important to me is games back, and they're 7 games out of the last wild card, and even winning the next 5 doesn't feel like it's likely to move that very much. It would have to be coincided with a lot of other teams in front of them losing.
I mean, a couple of days ago, they were 8.5 or 9 games back in the wild card.
Yeah.
So as long as you keep winning, you're going to be gaining, or you'll have a chance to gain. This is not a wild card team, but you're asking what's going to, re-pique my interest. I'm already, because I'm a big baseball fan, I'm going to watch it regardless. But for me to start to think, the voice getting high, yeah, it would take another 5 games because of who they're playing. These are good teams.
We need to explain that. The voice getting high.
We talked a little bit about it last week. It's just your voice gets higher when you start to get a little bit of hope, and you're trying to convince yourself or others about it. Yeah, no, his team. I don't know.
248-539-9797. Yeah, it's one of those deals where I'm like, well, good for them. Good for them that they've won this many in a row. They have fully convinced, I think, the bulk of the Tiger fan base that they are probably pretty authentically not a playoff team. So it feels like a little win streak in the midst of it goes to prove that anybody can win a bunch of games in a row.
Well,
but they got back to the formula. I mean, in terms of scraping out some offense and
there are things with it. There's still important things for this team to accomplish, even in the short term, right? Like Flaherty, who's scheduled to pitch on Thursday, his first outing since missing all these missing a couple of starts because of the back stuff. It's a big start for him. He's got to show that he's there for two reasons. One, for to even have interest in trading for the Tigers to make this team better in the future. And if they're not going to get that trade offer, then how about you just be a good pitcher so that in the offseason, when you sign a free agent deal elsewhere, that the Tigers at very least would get a compensatory pick, which would be between the first and second round. So that's the silver lining if you're unable to trade Jack Flaherty.
So if given your choice, like win the next two, or like tonight and tomorrow, or lose the next two, but Flaherty dominates on Thursday, right? I mean, that's that's the weird place I am. I want to see Flaherty dominate so they can move him for the highest bidder.
Yeah, I'm kind of there as well. And I mean, tonight you got Kenta Maeda going. Not a whole lot of confidence in Kenta Maeda. His numbers are career worst numbers by a lot.
Yep.
It's not like, he had a bad start. Now, he's coming off his worst start, but he's been bad all season, basically. He's had a couple of good outings, but for him to come back to where he was, I'm just not very confident, even if he's going against Blake Lively tonight. Sorry, I checked that. It's Ben Lively, not Blake. Won't be taking on Ryan Reynolds' wife. But that's one of the things.
They'd scrape out more than a run then.
Yeah.
I mean, everyone's been looking to score with Blake Lively.
Everybody's trying. Only Ryan Reynolds has succeeded. But the short term, it's what happens on Thursday, right? That's the short term that you're looking for, and then maybe another test with the Dodgers coming to town. You want to see how they do against them, and just to see if there's just to use as a yardstick of some kind. These are the good teams. Yeah, the Tigers still play really well against their own division. It's not just beating up on the White Sox.
248-539-9797. It's 97.1 the ticket.
Well, I had a great experience recently when I had to buy new garage doors. I knew they were going bad. I had talked to Precision Garage Door well in advance, and we did some things to kind of piece it together for a little bit. But in the end, I knew I was going to have to buy new doors. And when the day came, I called them again and said, let's do something. Let's schedule an appointment. They came out right away, helped me select the perfect doors for my house. We got it installed in no time. John and Jeff and the whole crew, easy to work with, true professionals. It's not easy to find true professionals right now. And these guys are great. Weekends are available at no extra charge. They offer the industry's leading warranty. And all calls are answered 24/7. Plus, you get to schedule your appointment on their website for a time that works for your schedule. But if you want to call in, please do. Call Precision Garage Door today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or visit them online at precisiondoormi.com and schedule that appointment.
Doug Hirsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. 248-539-9797. Got a follow-up question because you got a trip to Vegas coming up, don't you?
I do.
All right. I got a follow-up question about that. Coming up shortly here on 97.1 To Ticket. Back to your phone calls. We go to Dave here next on 97.1. Hi, Dave.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up?
I just got to say that the win streak is over tonight with Miata pitching. I mean, that's a given. But my question on the Tigers, why don't we bring Dillinger up from Toledo? He's 25 years old now. He's not young anymore. He's having a good year. And plug him in every day, not this every other day thing, and see if this guy can be our catcher of the future. I mean, Kelly's hitting a little better. Rogers can't hit. I mean, why not give this kid a chance? I mean, it's time to find out what he can do, and we got to do better than Badu. I mean, there's got to be somebody, if they're playing in the independent league, that can outplay Akil Badu.
Well, Dave, I think what they've done, a couple things. I'll start with the Badu part first, is that they already brought up Wenzel Perez, and he's doing well. They brought up Justin Henry Malloy. That's still kind of a work in progress. So, it's not like Badu is the first guy that needs to get this opportunity. The other guys have already passed him. So I understand maybe a frustration there, but I think they can afford to be a little patient on another outfielder. It would be like their fourth or fifth option. When it comes to Dylan Dingler, I think he deserves to be brought up as well, but maybe that just takes care of itself after the trade deadline, because it's quite possible that Carson Kelly has trade value, and they can move him along, and then they've got the roster spot. Plus, you're asking for players that may or may not be on the 40-man roster, so you're going to have to wait for other players to be moved out. I'd hold off until the trade deadline to be really pissed about Dingler or others, but I understand.
Yeah, Dingler is on the 40-man roster, so they can't call him up. I would suspect that we will see him this year, Dave.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty confident.
I would so when you bring him up, don't do this A.J. Hinch thing of playing every other day or every third day. Let the kid play the rest of the year to see if he can be a big league catcher. We're plugging in McKinstry and Ibanez, and we got guys,
none of those guys are catchers. Like they have other guys that can catch. You're talking about guys that play other positions. I think they're trying to put him in a spot to be successful first, and then see if he can play every day.
Plus, catchers don't play every day.
No,
catchers, the durability issues.
Well, no, don't play every day, but I'll give you a little fact. Look up Bill Freehan. He played 155 games 2 years in a row.
It's also in the 60s. It's a different game. It's a different game. Don't bring up players from that era. It's a different game.
It's not comparable. And starting pitchers threw complete games more often than they didn't.
Did you know Mickey Lolich had multiple seasons of 300 innings?
Yep.
It's a different game.
It is a different game, and the idea that we will. I'm pretty sure we're going to see him, and we're probably going to see him pretty soon. And he's deserving of a chance. And whenever you draft a guy and develop him, he is 25, so it's kind of getting to the point where it's almost now or never for a prospect. I mean, if you haven't really sunk in yet at the major league level, established yourself at the major league level, how much of a prospect are you? If he comes up here and struggles, it's not like they're going to turn around and be able to trade him for much. He's 25. He's 25. Now, there could be some organization that really loves him that would repurpose him and say, God, we really wanted him out of the draft, and now's our chance to get him if he does come up and struggles. But I don't know why you'd I'm not expecting him to struggle, but I don't think you're playing him every day. You're seeing if he can earn it, and many catchers don't do that. So, all right, I said I had a follow-up question. You're going to Vegas next week, correct?
Yes.
Have you sorted out whether or not you're going to the Sphere?
Yes, we have talked about it, and I think the tentative plan right now is to go check it out next week. Yeah.
Okay. Because, Kang, you went last week or 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
And?
It was awesome.
Yeah.
It was spectacular. And I think it would even be more spectacular if you went and saw a show or actually the tour that they do, because they put
we'd be doing a tour.
Yeah.
Where they have some kind of
Space
a movie. Yeah, there's some kind of
water,
videos.
whatever. Yeah.
It's not just going in there, oh, look at this place.
Yeah.
It looks great. There's an actual show that goes with it.
Like the surround sound, I'm sure, is amazing because we got just, Batman. And what the 13th pick?
Did you how'd you enjoy the entire draft experience, being surrounded by hockey guys?
It was different, that's for sure. But when you walk in, Gator, if you do go, and Doug, if you do go, first of all, it feels like you are at an upscale hotel casino. There's carpet on the concourse. It's not your average concourse. This is it's just missing table games and slot machines, to be honest with you. It's got nice art deco and all that stuff around there. It's clean, of course, 'cause it's brand new. You walk in, and then you see all the hockey guys, Doug, around you. And it was a mixture of a bunch of hockey sweaters and dudes that look like execs and agents, suits. It was weird. It was quite the mix. Hockey guy is hilarious. He's fun. I'm not hockey's not my number one sport, so I was able to kind of take everything in.
Yep.
I, like you now, Doug, have seen Celine Dion in Vegas. She announced one of the picks, so we have something in common.
That's right. Just like you.
She announced Montreal's pick. I'm like, oh, Celine Dion.
Hold on. I never announced Montreal's pick.
It was a cool moment, actually, to see her do that.
Yeah.
Well,
it was
she
fun.
had health issues, and for her to get out.
It was.
Legend.
Doug knows all.
Doug
knows.
knows.
Yeah, Doug knows.
So tell me about the ceiling and all that. Did it do it justice? Any description?
It is the greatest screen you will ever see in your life. It's like when you walk into Costco or Best Buy or whatever.
I just did this over the weekend. You get mesmerized by the TVs.
It's like all those TVs, made love to each other, and then came this, beautiful, beautiful screen that's like on steroids. It's absolutely spectacular. You can't believe how realistic it looks. The things they can do, I can't even imagine. Like I said, this was just the draft.
Yeah.
If you went out there and saw U2 or Dana White of the UFC, he said that they're going to have an event there. And he said he saw a clip or two of the NHL draft. He said, listen, that's going to be like kids playing with crayons compared to what we're going to do. So I can imagine they can do so much more. It is something you have to see in person.
Well,
so yes, I'm probably going to go.
Okay. Are you going to go to a Vegas Summer League game?
That's going to be a harder sell with the other people I'm going with, but I have planted some seeds.
Yep.
I'd kind of like to. And then King was telling me, it's like you go and you have like access to all the games that day. So there's like 6 games that go on or whatever, and a couple games go on at the same time. So you can kind of like walk between the courts.
Yeah, there's another court over on a smaller smaller gym. That's actually real intimate and really cool.
So I'm going to have to check the schedule and because I imagine that if the Lakers are there, that's going to draw huge crowds because people are going to want to see Bronny. I just would care more about the Pistons than anything else. And
they play a week from tonight at 6:30 Vegas time against the Bulls.
6:30 Vegas time?
Yep.
Yeah, that's not going to work. Dinner reservation.
Actually, it might not be 6:30 Vegas. It says 6:30. It might be 6:30 our time.
Well, then it would work.
Yeah. I think you should go check them out. I think it'd be awesome.
I'd like to. I really would like to. But there are others on this trip.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. All right. I was out west and got to a national park and experienced something I've never experienced before, Gator. I want to get your thoughts on it. We'll get to that today at 11:46. It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, for years, we've been talking about the Connecticut water softener installed by CGC Water that we have in our house. It has so many benefits. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com and save $1,000 or more when you bundle a Connecticut Premier Softener and a K5 Connecticut K5 drinking water system. Remember this, if you're not filtering your water, you're the filter. Don't be the filter. Save 10% off a Navien tankless water heater when you let CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing take care of your plumbing needs. CGC Water, your authorized independent Connecticut dealer, 855-339-4242. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Do we have the actual audio from when I shot off my mouth and?
We have the audio.
Do we? Okay.
We have the audio.
We'll play it in the noon hour.
Yeah, we'll play in the noon.
Confirming what I believe to be the case, but just want to confirm real quick before I do something I haven't done in 30 plus years, which is down an actual hot dog. But we'll play the bet that I made and perhaps lost coming up in the noon hour. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. In the meantime, Gator. So got a chance to head out to Montana for 4 days and then British Columbia for 4 days.
So you're rocking the area code of the state of Montana.
That is correct.
It's not the region. It's the state.
Yeah, that's
one
the area code.
The one area code state?
It's a one area code state.
Yep. We were in Whitefish, which is where you'll find me when I retire. Hopefully my wife will be with me. But it's...
Was that a more solidified concept after this trip?
Yeah, I mean, her whole thing is, I'm like, I want to retire. And she's like, there's a couple things about it. I do want to go out. I think you visit a place, you fall in love with it, and you say you want to retire there. I think you got to go live there for a minute and find out what happens when the fairy dust wears off, right?
Yeah,
I mean, it's all fun and games when you're on vacation. But, so I'm going to, her thing is, let's just rent. Rent for a while, make sure that we're down with it. She brings up some valid points. But as far as accessibility to everything I kind of love to do, and she loves to do, it really checks a lot of boxes.
You spent like 3 days there this time, 3 or 4 days there this time, and it was still worth it?
Yep, still worth it.
Okay.
There were mistakes made, and we can get to those later. But there were mistakes made.
Yeah, I've made some mistakes lately.
So you have to apply, well, I'm not going to get into that mistake. Talk to me about your faith in the can of bear spray.
I mean, none. Like a can of spray. I mean, unless the Bears playing soccer, I really don't have any faith in a can of spray.
It is amazing that it's really emphasized. There are bears in the area. Bears in the area. We're hiking Glacier National Park. We're hiking outside of Glacier National Park. And there are warning signs everywhere that there are bears in the area. Have bear spray.
I mean, first of all, I probably wouldn't go because of that. Because I just don't want to deal with it. Because
you don't want to deal with the getting eaten by a wild animal?
I don't want to get eaten by a wild, because we were talking about.
Boy, aren't you picky?
I know. We're talking about grizzly bears and brown bears, right? We're not talking about black bears, which, not that the black bears are harmless, but they're easier to scare. They can scare off the black bear.
Yep.
The grizzly bear, not so much. So I probably would limit myself to the opportunities where I'm out in the wild, where the bears are active. If I ever did find myself in an area where bears are active and they recommend a spray, I would be a vat of spray. I would have cans everywhere. I'd be like we're in bandoleros with bear spray canisters over my entire body without question.
So
I'd be carrying a trailer with another case of bear spray.
I felt like we should have practiced too.
Oh, throw one of your children out there and see what happens?
No, just like on an inanimate object, like a tree. See if it's easy to pull the trigger on the can of bear spray and hit the tree. Because I don't want to be inaccurate. I don't want the first time I use the bear spray when the grizzly bear is charging.
Doug, you worried about the kickback or something? Huh? Well, that was stronger than I expected.
But it's funny because everyone's, you got bear spray. And it's like it's a force field around you. And I'm like, no, you have to be able to operate the bear spray and use it effectively. You don't want to say, hold on, bear. Hold on. Let me get out my bear spray. And I got to break the little plastic clip. So now it's live. And everyone emphasized, you got bear spray? You got bear spray? Yeah, I got bear spray. But I felt wildly undertrained when it came to using the bear spray. And I mean, it has to be effective, I assume, if you hit the bear with the actual spray.
I don't know if you have to be that close. Do you have to be that close to it?
I don't know.
I'm watching a demonstration right now.
Yep.
On a video, and it looks like it sprays out like 10 feet in front of you with maybe is it the diaspora?
Is that a large diaspora?
It's like a couple feet maybe.
Yeah. And did it get near the bear and the bear freaked
there's
out?
not a bear, and they're just right now in the video. They're just kind of showing how to use it and how to store it, and then they spray it, but without a bear being in sight. But this is a longer video.
Yep.
So maybe now she's got a rifle. Well, a rifle. Thank you. That would help out.
The spray comes in a rifle?
No, they have a spray and a rifle. Oh, hey, hello, bear. And there's a big bar.
And is she shooting the bear with the rifle or the bear spray?
I'd walk away. It's just kind of hanging out.
Yeah.
But they're getting the spray ready. A couple different canisters of spray that they have.
I mean, you're out there, you're in the middle of the woods, you're in Montana. Now, some of the trails were heavily traversed. There were people everywhere. Others, we got pretty remote at times in Glacier National Park, which 2 thumbs up, man. Glacier's beautiful. But yeah, I was feeling inadequately prepared, even though we had the bear spray. Having the bear spray is one thing. Being able to use the bear spray and its effectiveness is a whole nother deal.
Are you on edge at like all times? Because I feel like that's why I would be.
I'd be
I don't
terrified.
want to be out there. Like, why I can't? I don't want to feel that anxious.
It's
while I'm
funny
trying to
because
relax.
Was I on edge at all times? Probably the first 2 or 3 hikes. Yes. But after that, I kind of settled in.
So you had the bear spray?
We had bear spray, yes. And mostly it was my brother-in-law, Mike, that had the can of bear spray, led the way.
I trust him with. I think
I trust him more than I trust myself.
Yeah,
I mean,
he strikes
believe
me
me.
as the kind of guy that knows how to handle the bear spray.
Yeah, but as we talked it through, I'm like, do you even know what to do with this can of bear spray? He's like, I think.
What?
Like, we think. But I didn't.
Is there like a bear like smoke bomb? You know what I mean? Like you just like
a grenade
yes,
of bear
like
spray.
a bear spray
pull
or grenade.
the pin
Yeah,
and throw it out
I need
there
to be able to miss and still hit.
Exactly. Yeah, that's a good point.
Can I just rent Mark Spindler and bring him with me? Can I do that? Can Spin Dog come out with me and protect me from the bars?
The bears carry Spin Dog spray.
Exactly. Yeah. That's why you need them.
Chris, you on 97 want to take it. Hi, Chris.
Hi, Doug, Gator, love you guys. You're great. But I was actually also just out in Glacier National Park about 3-4 weeks ago, and my friend's aunt that we were out there visiting actually works at the park as a ranger, and she made sure each one of us had cans. But what she told us was, you actually don't want to spray the bear. You want to spray the ground between you and the bear because they don't like the scent at all, so they will stop and turn away from you instead of continuing to charge towards you. That's what she told us.
See, that's a fact that I did not know. And that seems like
it's
relevant
new
information.
learning for me as well, but certainly important information. You know what I mean?
Yeah. When you got out there in the park, did you feel safe with your can of bear spray?
So we were in a larger group and we were on paths that were more populated because there was much snow at the top. Like we couldn't even go through the mountain pass we wanted to because there was 5 feet of snow up there still. So
yep.
The one we were on was very populated. I never saw a bear. Her uncle saw one. We saw kinds of bighorn rams and sheep and that kind of stuff, but I never actually saw a bear while we were there. So.
Says here, it should only be used at close range when the bar is 20 to 30 feet, which is 6 to 10 meters away. Give a 1 to 2 second blast. Aim slightly downward in front of the bear's head. Remember, you have only about 7 to 9 seconds worth of spray in a can.
Yep. We should have been.
I got to wait till the bear's 20 feet away?
We also should have canned up, man. We only had one can.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
For everybody?
Yeah.
One?
Yeah.
Well, that's a huge mistake.
I agree. Rob in Clinton Township. Hi, Rob.
Hey, how you doing? Hey, Doug, I went to school out in Wyoming. I lived out there. You spent a lot of time out in the woods. And the one thing that we used to always carry was ether, which is starting fluid, and a lighter because it blows out like a flamethrower. Because those bears a grizzly bear is a badass bear. You ain't stopping him with that bear spray shit. I mean,
it was coming.
It kind of sensed it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to start a forest fire. This guy wants us to start a forest fire.
I want to do that. I just want to avoid the bears.
Start a forest fire.
You see a bear, light everything on fire.
There's still remnants.
It's like a flamethrower, man. I'm not looking to what?
Bears don't like fire, man. Just light everything on fire.
Neither did Frankenstein's monster, but I don't want to agitate him. Can I just find a bear spray scented candle?
Get a flamethrower.
Well, we're able to bring in all kinds of weapons here.
Yeah. What you need is a helicopter. It'll spray the entire area.
I have a trident. Does that help? You don't want to be low for a while.
Hey, you got to get a lightsaber.
Yeah, you got your crossbow.
I lived out in Wyoming for years, guys.
I feel pretty good about it myself if I had a lightsaber.
Right?
Yeah. Well, because in addition, I'd also be a Jedi, and I could use the mind tricks.
Yeah.
I can move the bear with with the Force.
True.
I mean,
True.
When you go on those hikes, roll one of those old school cannons along with you. And just
right. Hold on, Burr. I gotta light this cannon.
Set it up.
The long wick. Hold on. Just wait.
Guys, you can get it from Acme.
Yeah, I hear. Are you here to tell it's a great company? What's this? Rocket with roller skates?
That works.
Sounds like an awesome
almost all
idea.
the time, yeah.
Go really fast.
Hey,
watch out for the cliff.
Little can of bear spray. I didn't feel safe. I feel safe with a cannon.
Yeah.
All right. Do we actually start to get a sense for this guy's market value, this Detroit athlete's market value? We'll get to that today at 12:05. We're talking Lions next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Well, we did make it back from Montana without being attacked by a bear. Maybe it's just the bear sees the can of spray. Do you think that's what it is? It's a deterrent, the can of bear spray? Because the bears remember that people know how to use that. They don't know that we don't know how to use it.
Don't make me use this.
As you're trembling. Your voice gets high-pitched.
Yeah.
I'd be terrified. I would definitely soil myself.
Well, we did one hike where we went around the lake. We saw no people. There was a sign posted at the beginning that said bear spotted in the area. Be sure you have bear spray. And so we're off hiking, and I've got, I'm there with my family, and I'm thinking maybe this isn't such a great idea. And there's no other cars. You pull up to this hike, there were no other cars in the parking lot. It was just us.
I'm out.
Yeah, no thanks.
I don't need to feel like a buddy of mine just went to Tennessee for a family vacation. And apparently the bears there, they go up to the Airbnbs, they go in town, they go shopping. You know what I mean? Like they're buying T-shirts.
Yeah.
They are not deterred. Yeah, they're not deterred by people at all. They go up to your cars. They know how to open up car doors.
What do you got in there? What is
Yeah.
that? Is that a new V8?
Oh, is that a Tesla? I know how to drive one of these. What that's how comfortable the bears are around. I'm not comfortable around them.
What's that? They get a keyless entry into the trunk. I just wave my paw underneath it.
Right.
I got it. That's pretty cool. That's
They help
a nice
you load
feature.
your groceries.
They park in the pregnant women's spots. Yeah, there's a real
mother.
nuisance out there, man.
Come on.
Yeah,
That's respect.
We didn't have those Tennessee bears, those
No.
soft bears.
Yeah,
we had
right.
authentic West.
Right.
Yeah.
These are like Yellowstone bears.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, these are totally different.
Yeah. Well, we made it.
They get voting rights. Trump's all pissed off about it.
Did you really do that?
All right, it's funny.
But I've already learned more about how to use the bear spray, bringing it up on a sports talk show in Detroit than I did reading the pamphlet at Glacier. So,
Wow, better pamphlet than leaflet. I feel like you get more information.
fair enough. All right, so look, one of the big questions with the Lions moving forward is what's going to happen with Aleem McNeil. ESPN is putting together this list where they talk with coaches, executives. Let me make sure I got it all correct here. These are coaches, executives, and scouts. And they each are asked to rank the top 10 players at a position. Okay, so these are people in the game. And they asked to rank the top 10 defensive tackles. Gator, do you think Aleem McNeil makes the overall top 10?
No.
Okay. There's top 10, then there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 honorable mentions, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 that more that receive votes.
I think he's going to be in the honorable mention category.
Okay. So here are your top 10 defensive tackles. According to these are people in the league, these are coaches, execs, and scouts ranking the position. Chris Jones of Kansas City 1, Quinn Williams of the Jets 2, Dexter Lawrence of the Giants 3, Jeffrey Simmons of the Titans 4, Justin Madubuike from the Ravens 5, Christian Wilkins from the Vegas Raiders is 6. Derek Brown of Carolina Panthers is 7, DeForest Buckner of the Colts is 8, Kenny Clark of the Green Bay Packers is 9, and Javon Hargrave of the 49ers is 10.
Okay. Still some names I didn't hear, but okay.
Here are your honorable mentions. Vita Vea, Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Jonathan Allen, Washington Commanders. Jalen Carter, Philadelphia Eagles.
That was one I was waiting for.
Deron Payne, Washington Commanders.
That was another I was waiting for.
Cameron Hayward, Pittsburgh Steelers. And Christian Barmore, New England Patriots.
Oh, did not make the cut for honorable mention.
Yep.
Did he get a vote?
Others receiving votes. Eric Armstead, Jacksonville Jaguars. Zach Seiler from the Miami Dolphins. Ed Oliver from the Buffalo Bills. Leonard Williams from the Seattle Seahawks. Grady Jarrett, the Atlanta Falcons. And Draymond Jones, Seattle Seahawks. He didn't get a vote.
Wow. DJ Reader didn't get a vote either.
Did I not say his name? I thought I said his name. Did I not say DJ? No, he did not. No, he did not get a vote. I'm not surprised coming off injury. So at first I'm like, yeah, I mean, none of this stuff really matters, these rankings and lists. I'm like, wait a second. This is a guy that is likely to hit he could hit the free agent market.
Mm-hmm.
And does this speak to his actual value in the league at all? Because this isn't ESPN's top football analysts rank the defensive tackles. These are coaches, scouts, and executives. And there's a top 10. There's 6 more honorable mentions. And I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more received votes. And Aleem McNeil didn't get 1 vote. Nobody thinks he's a top 10 player. Now it's not completely stunning, but it is kind of indicative. If he didn't get any mention, and Grady Jarrett got a vote, Draymond Jones got a vote, not 1 vote. Is this perhaps in any way reflective of what the market will think of Aleem McNeil, and that the Lions don't have to sign him to some sort of monster contract? Because these are opinions of people in the league, decision makers.
Well, I'm not sure. I mean, I guess based on that, my initial thought is maybe the cost would be less. But when you put forth another season in a contract year,
mm-hmm.
if he is better than what he was last year, and last year was pretty good, it's confirmation of what maybe you think. You didn't get any votes, right? But maybe people were like, but keep an eye on this guy. But I'm not going to give him a vote. But keep an eye. And then he confirms it by having another good season. Then you're going to be like, okay, he is what we thought he is. It's going to be, his contract will be based on what happens this year, without question.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about it is we got to keep in mind that it almost doesn't matter where you rank, because free agency is supply and demand economics. And if there is not a supply, but you're the best at a position, you can demand a lot. I mean, let's face it. People paid way more for toilet paper during the pandemic than they should have. But that's an example of supply and demand economics. If Aleem McNeil gets to free agency and he's the best defensive tackle out there, even if he is not in the top 20, then he's gonna fetch a high dollar. But I have to admit, I was a little surprised. And actually, the first time I saw one of these lists and thought this might be useful data, it speaks to the market. Now, when he's a free agent, Kenny Clark is a free agent as well. He was ranked number 9 on the list. Cam Hayward is a free agent as well. So he was an honorable mention. So we're talking about a couple of players that might bump McNeil down the list of coveted defensive tackles. I don't know. This seems more important to me than most lists, because I think it might reflect what the Lions have to do to keep him. And I think we'd all like to keep him.
Yeah, I'd like to keep him. I think he's a very good defensive tackle, has the ability to move upfield and get a little bit of a rush on the quarterback as well. And that's what makes the defensive tackle even more special, other than just being a run stuffer or a space eater. And he's kind of transformed his body so he can be more of a pass rusher. I think Aaron Donald kind of reset the whole table on what people expect out of a defensive tackle. Like, this is what you can be. And you see glimpses. We saw glimpses of it with Ndamukong Suh, but Ndamukong Suh, as good as he wasn't Aaron Donald good.
Right.
So this is kind of like the new age defensive tackle. You got to be able to get upfield and penetrate into that backfield to get to the quarterback.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. DJ in Detroit, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, DJ.
What up, dog? My dog. What's happening with you?
Hey, DJ.
Hey, I'm good. So 2 things is going on right now, fellas, and this has happened throughout the history of our organization. It's 2 things. Number one, Aleem McNeil is ascending. He's rising, but he hasn't had a consistency of doing it, and his injuries. So when you look at some of our past guys that became Pro Bowlers and really good, just to throw out a couple of them, Do you remember when DeAndre Levy was playing at a high level, but it took him 2 or 3 years until like 2014 to where they really even acknowledged that he really was that guy because they couldn't do it because of the numbers. Lomas Brown was like that the first couple of years. He was playing at a high level, but because he was with the Lions, it kind of took people to kind of like give him the credit that he actually.
DJ?
You there?
We lost you for a second. What'd you say after Lomas Brown?
I said, really, that's what's really going on. I said, I can remember guys like Lomas and Jerry Ball, guys who were playing at a high level, but they didn't do it for a few years because they were in Lions uniforms. It took the national media and coaches and all this other stuff time to really give them guys the just credit that they deserve because they were in Lions uniforms. Now, the second part of that is, forget all that. The fact of the matter is pro football focused, which I really hold a lot of value in because it just goes by stats most of the time. It goes by what you do on the field. Says he's one of the best. So I'm not even listening to what they're talking about. The numbers say he's one of the best, period.
Thank you for the phone call, DJ. 248-539-9797.
But, I mean, if you think it's a slight against the Lions just because they're the Lions, I don't buy it because every other position group, certainly on offense, there's plenty of love for Penei Sewell, who got it from pretty close to moment one. There's love for Taylor Decker. There's a ton of love for Frank Ragnow. There's love for Zeitler. There's love for Jahmyr Gibbs after his rookie season in the NFL. There's love for Amon-Ra St. Brown. And there's love for Aiden Hutchinson already for these guys. Where there isn't love for, though, is the defensive tackle and for linebackers. Sorry, Doug. And for the secondary, whether it's safety or corner, those are areas, the back seven are areas where they're not getting love nationally. And I don't know if I care.
Nobody here is screaming about it.
No, we're not screaming, but it's interesting to see that everywhere else that people are putting up their top 20 lists and top 10 lists, and they're everywhere except for the back seven.
This one struck me as a little different because of who did the ranking and because of the current contract situation with Lee McNeil. Hey, Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights wants you to make this the summer that you save. Right now, you can get into a new 2024 Chevy Equinox for just $252 a month with $19.99 down. That's a 2-year lease on an Equinox LS front-wheel drive for just $252 a month. Unlock the savings with their GM employee discount or current lease in your household. Equinox is one of the roomiest compact SUVs available, and Sarah has over 70 in stock to shop. Don't forget Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights, your number one volume Chevy dealer in Michigan. Call 87-SAY-SARAH or go to saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. Doug Harsh. You know, I thought I'd catch my second win around noon.
Oh, here we are. It's 12:15. How you feel?
I feel like crap.
Wait a second. I got this thing for you. Hold on.
Do you? Are you going to grab a 5-hour energy? No, I'm good, but thank you. I'm not an energy drink kind of guy. I appreciate
it's not a drink. It's a shot.
No, I'm cool. I should do that the same day if I have to eat this hot dog. Which we're going to play the actual what was said to make sure it's accurate representation that what you think I said is what I said. We'll play it for you today at 12:30. Just want to be sure. 248-539-9797. Yeah, flew back we were in Seattle. Actually woke up yesterday at a cabin in Parkville, British Columbia. Drove to Nanaimo. You familiar with it? Nanaimo?
No.
Took the ferry there across to Sawasan.
Oh, Sawasan.
Yes.
Did you go to the IGA there?
No, I did not.
It's a great IGA.
We did get to Blaine, Washington, which is right on that's where the border, Canada, you cross over.
Mm-hmm.
And their high school stadium was right there. And I looked up and it said home of the Borderites.
The Borderites?
The Blaine, Washington High School Borderites.
What a boring name that is.
Well,
they could have done better.
Probably.
Watermelon Sharks, something.
Because they were playing off the fact that they were on the border.
On the border,
yeah,
sure.
So,
I got it.
Yep. Drove to SeaTac, boarded a plane at 1:15 our time, got a whole 45 minutes to an hour's worth of sleep sitting up in my chair. The only score, the win, was there was nobody in the middle seat next to me.
That's a big score.
It is a big score. That's a big deal.
Was there a family member on the other side of that seat?
Yeah, so no, it was my two kids and my wife made up 3 seats, and then I was across the aisle solo.
Okay.
As it turned out, the seat next to me went unused.
Are you an aisle guy as opposed to the window?
Well, I'm not a middle guy.
I know. Well,
but yes.
If you're a middle guy, something's wrong, man.
Yeah, nobody's a middle guy.
Yeah.
Nobody.
No, but you're an aisle guy over a window?
No.
Okay. Because I'm a window guy, totally.
Yeah, I was, I was going to just sit across, let the family sit together. Mom and Dad were there. My brother-in-law, Mike, were there. They were in the row in front of us.
Did you have to get up at any point in time and use the facilities?
Yes.
Okay.
Late in the flight. And I do have some Redeye etiquette questions that we'll get to later. But 248-539-9797. As far as the hot dog, we will have a final ruling today at 12:30. We got a Mike in Oxford here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Mike.
Hey, good afternoon, guys.
What's up?
I think, well, it makes sense to me. What did they have Reeder ranked ahead of McNeil in this ranking?
I'm sorry, who's ranking?
They didn't have either ranked.
Yeah.
Either ranked. Well, it's crazy, but maybe it's because they were both injured last year. But hey, I'm good with that. Play with a chip on your shoulder. But McNeil's one of the best statistically. The data shows he's one of the best at stopping the run. Am I wrong? I'm correct on that.
No, he has great value, and I was intrigued by this a little bit because it doesn't say how many coaches, executives, and scouts did these rankings.
And think of it this way, too. I mean, you're talking about 32 teams in a league. Not everybody is going to run a 4-3, but there's probably 50 to 60 defensive tackles you're talking about that are in the running for this. And if he doesn't make the top 10, I'm not heartbroken by that. He's not in the top 16 to make it with the 6 guys in the honorable mention category. I guess I'm not terribly surprised by that. Given the names that you mentioned, I was surprised he didn't get a vote.
He didn't get one vote.
I mean, let these guys keep sleeping on him. Maybe we'll get a good deal with McNeil. These other guys don't like him that much. He'll sign here for a pretty good deal, Maybe that'll be a blessing in disguise,
We all love our guys, right? Until we think they're overpaid. And so, in theory, we want all the good players to re-sign in Detroit for as little amount of money as possible. And then
that's true.
And that's what fans think. And of course, the players think just the opposite. It's my window, my opportunity to make a big contract. The reason we brought it up, though, is because this was voted on by scouts, executives, and coaches in the league, and he didn't get a single vote, and 21 other guys did at the defensive tackle spot. No mention of Aleem McNeil. Fine. Maybe he's not going to cost the Lions as much as we thought originally.
and maybe it's because they're both coming off injuries, because they are both coming off injuries. So maybe that's a reason that plays into it.
Could be. Mike, thank you for the phone call. Feedback comes in from an unnamed texter. What is McNeil ranked on Pro Football Focus for defensive tackles? We're not a big PFF show. I think he's ranked really high, to answer your question, but let me go look. I've talked to people in the game that really mock those that grade snap by snap, because if you don't know what goes into the success and failure of every play, if you don't know what a player's responsibility is every snap, how can you grade whether or not it's a win or a loss?
Yeah, exactly. But they'll also be quick to point out if there's praise for the player. Well, he was ranked number 3 on a Pro Football Focus.
I know, and
that's why we take it with a grain of salt.
We use it very judiciously, but I'll see if I can find their defensive tackle rankings. But if I recall correctly, he's ranked very high. Next text: I would have voted that McNeil is a top 10 lineman. That doesn't surprise me one bit. I wouldn't have. I'm sorry. I wouldn't have voted that McNeil's a top 10 lineman. It doesn't surprise me one bit. But he is very close to as good as many of the honorable mention and players that got a vote. If he can stay healthy for 17 games, I think next year he'd get some votes.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised at all. I think he's a really good defensive tackle. I like him a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Are there better out there? Sure there are. But I think he's better than most.
Next text from Frank in The View. Man, if Aleem talks to Amon-Ra St. Brown and gets that checklist going, look out. Amon-Ra could name off
all the wide receivers drafted ahead of him.
Pretty quickly, all the wide receivers drafted ahead of him. I mean, whatever gets the motor humming for a player, whatever motivates you, use it to the best of your ability. And in this particular case, yeah, if Aleem wants to get pissed off. And also, I mean, part of this too might be that, if Aleem looks at this and says, all right, I got to do more. I'll go do more. I'll go prove this list wrong. And it might motivate him to have a great year, which is good for us. But, his agent can, say, hey, you got to be better. If you're going to score the kind of contract you think you're requisite of getting, then go for it. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson streaming live on the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today. AUDACY. Then you can listen to the show anywhere in the United States, including Blaine, Washington. You can also stream through our website, 971theticket.com, and stream with video at twitch.tv.
Home of the Border Rights.
Yep, on youtube.com. It is Home of the Border Rights. I saw this today in the Free. Jeff Seidel did a story which sounded like it was almost piggybacking off of your conversation yesterday about trading Scooble.
Mm-hmm.
And I know you guys got into it, and he mentioned Sports Talk Radio. He did write the following. Interesting, strange tidbit. Okay? This is about signing a player before you have to. Right now, Colt Keith is making $2.8 million, which is more than 3 times as much as Riley Green, $776,000.
I want to apologize because that's an article I had referenced earlier. I thought it was Evan Petzold. It was Jeff Seidel. My apologies.
Yeah. Okay.
But yes, I saw that. That was really, when you look at it, like, that is interesting. They went out and gave weird. But this is, I guess, it's one of the first moves that he can make as a GM or president of this team. And it goes, and Scott Harris has thought that was the priority over Riley Green. I imagine we'll hear about extensions for Riley Green soon.
Yep.
If this is what they want to start doing, is extending the players before they get to free agency, years before they hit it, then okay. I mean, it's going to cost. Riley Green's a really good player, so he's making himself a ton of money right now with getting towards historically great season for a Tigers player. When you talk about extra base hits before the All-Star break, it's getting to be historically best in the Tigers uniform.
Yeah.
So he's earning himself a ton of money.
Okay, we will replay the segment where I'm alleged to have said.
Oh, we know what you said.
And it may lead to me eating a hot dog for the first time in over 30 years on the air live.
More importantly, we know what you meant.
No, it's not. There's
no
way that you would want to be held accountable for something you didn't say.
And you want to interpret. You would not want me to interpret your meaning. Would you?
I would own up to it because I know exactly what was meant.
Well,
I'm a man.
Let's see exactly what I said.
All right.
We'll get to that today at 12:32 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
All right. Moment of truth, Karsh.
I just wanted to be sure. Now,
You weren't sure what you meant when the bet was?
No, I wasn't sure if I was very careful in what I said. I try not to be careless. I try not to shoot off at the mouth. I try not to say things that I don't mean. Joey Chestnut did eat hot dogs on July 4th. And I thought I perhaps made a critical mistake in thinking that competitive eating and the Nathan's hot dog eating contest, I thought they might have been going for a gimmick. I question the integrity of the game, and it may cost me.
Well,
it may.
I mean, if only there was a precedent set before of them banning their star from competition. If only they had done that. Oh, that's right. Kobayashi was escorted away by police because he had already had some deal with a competitive company.
Yeah, he quit though, right? This was them.
No, they took him away. He wanted to do it.
I remember he was physically there, but he was the one that said he wasn't going to eat in the Nathan's hot dog eating contest. That's what started that whole thing. But here you've got Joey Chestnut, and I was thinking that it was perhaps all part of a conspiracy to draw attention to the event. And you're of the belief that I said specifically that he would not eat hot dog. I thought he would eat a hot dog at Nathan's hot dog eating contest. And I just want to make sure I didn't say he would eat a hot dog on 4th of July. That's all. I'm seeking clarification. I would never welch.
This is super weak, Doug, but we will play the audio.
You would do the same.
No, I wouldn't.
Yes, you would.
No.
Yes, you would. Well,
I
there's
love
nothing
hot
you.
dogs.
I mean,
yeah, exactly. That's
what did you mean at the time when we made this bet?
I meant what I said, and let's listen back to it.
This is ridiculous.
Whoo! I am off the hook.
Oh, my
I'm off
goodness.
the hook. I'm off the hook.
I just want. Can we just hear that first part again, real quick?
For a second there, I was worried.
The first 5 seconds of it, 8 seconds, whatever it is. I think I'm not sure. Doug, you may want to listen closer.
Let's listen.
Want
I don't say Nathan's.
There it is. Yeah, that's.
I was worried.
That's pretty cut and dry.
I'm off the hook. I didn't say Nathan's hot dog eating contest, so I'm off the hook. Damn it!
Okay, so Thursday
Thursday we have a short show. We don't want to do it on a short show.
Might be better for you.
Are you sure you don't want to do it on Thursday?
Look, the payoff for the people is that if I have a reversal, I think we do it early in the show on Friday.
You want to head into the weekend like this?
Yep.
Okay.
We'll do it early
Give him
on the
2
show.
days to recover, Gator.
I have not had a hot dog in 30 plus years. I don't eat red meat. I don't eat pork.
The other white meat.
Yeah, don't fall for that, people.
But this is all beef anyway, so.
I'd still say we should do it Thursday.
Why?
Because it is a short show and it's your turn
Hold
to
on.
stick around. And
Are we even here Thursday?
That's great. I haven't seen anything. I don't think the
Yeah,
schedule
but that hasn't stopped them before for telling us the morning of, hey, by the way, the show's at Comerica today. Oh, is it? No, if I think we should do it Friday where there's more of a runway. Because if I eat the hot dog and get sick after the show's over, where's the payoff for the people? That's why I got to do it early.
Fine with me, man. I don't care. As long as you eat the hot dog during the show.
I'll do it.
I'm okay.
I do want it well done.
It'll be well done.
Yeah.
It'll be cooked.
Yeah.
Okay.
They all come cooked.
And you'll have a choice of ketchup and mustard.
Can I do relish?
I think we did give him that
Yeah,
option.
we have relish. Sure.
Some relish.
You have to bring it yourself, but I mean, yeah.
Bring your own relish.
Bring your own relish. Bring your own condiments.
Yeah, I may.
Dude, enjoy this, man. It's good. It's like
So good.
Okay, you've never thought like, oh man, I wish I could eat a hot dog. Well, now's your chance.
So let me start with the first question. The answer is no. I've never thought, man, I wish I could eat a hot dog. So
What am I not thinking that?
And
right.
And based upon the bologna experience.
Oh, this is better.
This is cooked.
I
This
hope
is
so,
fully
because
cooked.
isn't it hot dog? It basically looks like a rolled piece of bologna to me. It's just a rolled up piece of bologna.
Look, you cover it up with mustard, ketchup, and relish. What do you?
Thing is, when I was a kid, I thought bologna was disgusting.
This ain't bologna, man.
I know, but like I said, this reminds me of bologna, and bologna reminded me of eating human skin.
Well, this is human skin in the form of a hot dog.
This is pig skin or beef, depending which we're going to go with. I think you want. Did you want beef, Frank?
Oh, this is gonna suck.
The beef frank is good. It's
Yeah.
better.
What do we have in the fridge down there?
I'm not sure. I have to take a look. I think they're beef franks.
Okay.
I have to ask Cheryl.
As long as it's well done. I will go ahead.
Should we employ Jansen to come in and bring like a grill?
I don't want Jansen anywhere near
You want like
this.
a bacon
No,
wrap
I
dog?
don't want Jansen to have anything to do with this.
Why?
He will make it worse.
How?
He will do something that makes it worse.
Okay. All right, it'll go on the hot dog
Intentionally.
carousel.
Like I'm not. It's nothing against John, but he will.
Oh, it sounds like it's for everything against.
Well, do you
John.
remember when he goes fishing in those slides or flip flops or whatever, and he wore him into the studio the one time, like fish guts all over the bottom of him? He'll like serve it up on a platter with those things, and he'll do something. Knowing John. So,
Okay.
yep.
All right. We'll put it on the hot dog carousel. We'll let it cook for a long, long time.
Tim just put on Twitch, dirty water dog at Comerica Park. Yeah, I don't want one of those hot dog water.
You don't want the boiled dogs?
No.
I love boiled dogs. I like dogs all different kinds of ways, but, you know. Did you want it in
You
the
been
air?
eating dogs for a long time, Gator?
I mean, okay. And lately I've discovered that the air fryer is an amazing way to make a hot dog. You want them in the air fryer?
Maybe. I just want that outside charred.
Yeah, you get that way
Yeah,
with
I
the air
want 'em-
fryer.
We'll do what we can.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah. I'll
You want two?
Oh God.
You might want to. You might say, you know what? That was so good.
Right. I mean, the thing
I really
is,
hope that's what happens.
you
I hope
used
I'm
to-
like that was
it has
good.
a sense memory for you because you used to like them as a kid, or even as a young adult. You used to enjoy them. So it's think of it that way, man. You look forward to having something you haven't had in a while. What happens might be there might be a reaction because your body's not used to it. But you know what? I didn't have a reaction the first time I had lobster.
Well, I will tell you,
You never know.
that the sense memory thing is real because the Burger King Impossible Whopper, and I hadn't had a Whopper in forever. Actually, it was 99-cent Whopper night, which would have been like 1993.
Seriously.
So, like literally, and I got sick after that, and I was pretty much done with red meat after that. Then I had an Impossible Whopper, and all this, like I'm like, this is exactly how I remember it, and I actually kind of liked it. So anyway, and I don't get sick, so maybe something can happen.
Well, I'm glad we were able to set the record straight for your own peace of mind that you were in fact stupid with what you said.
I just got a bet wrong. Have you ever got a bet wrong?
Oh, now it's you just got a bet wrong.
Well, I mean, we don't need to go, oh, you're stupid with what you said.
Well, I mean, you started the show
I
saying,
know how much you love that. This guy.
We started the show with you saying, that
I just
you're
wanna
very
clar-
careful with what you say.
I just wanted to see if I was as careless as I was thinking that I probably
You
was.
prefer I say careless instead of stupid?
I really do, yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's okay.
I mean, careless. Really careless and reckless. Borderline imbecilic. Woo!
I'll bring us a little something special for you, Scott. 248-539-9797. I'm in Friday morning. I'll eat a hot dog on the air live.
Did it just get hot in the studio like by another 5 degrees or something?
97.1 the ticket.
Man, I have to change that in a second. Hey, listen, these days it's really hard to find reliable service. So when you find it, you want to spread the word about it. Let me tell you about the great folks over at Precision Garage Door, right? I had issues with my garage door. They came out immediately and diagnosed what the problem was, gave me some options. We went through it, and it was fantastic. Jeff walked me through all those options. The service was stellar. Daryl and his whole team were so easy to work with, and I'm so glad that I called Precision, that when I had to have the doors replaced, I called them back, and they did that. These guys are amazing. The service time, look, they came out right away. All calls are answered 24/7. They offer the industry's leading warranty. You can schedule your appointment on their website for a time that works for your schedule. That's not easy to do, right? These guys will do that for you. Plus, weekends available at no extra charge. Do what I did. Call Precision Garage Door today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or visit precisiondoormi.com and schedule that appointment.
Doug Carter, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. 248-539-9797. We got open lines. Tigers have won 4 in a row. How about Montero last night?
I did not expect him to be that good. Peter Montero last night was awesome and kept everybody off balance. He moved the ball all over the place. It was a he benefited off some close calls, but the umpire was kind of strange for both teams when it came to pitching. It was a pitcher's duel. It was a really, really well pitched game last night. What impressed me about Montero was that Cleveland's got a couple batters that should strike fear in everybody. First of all, the league's leading hitter by 40 points and I'm saying Major League Baseball, not just the American League. Kwan gets up there and just can't do anything, grounding out weakly to shortstop. And then Jose Ramirez, who's a Tiger killer, and it's just a matter of time. Like he's going to own you, right? First pitch he throws to him right over the heart of the plate. I'm like, you can't get away with that. Second at bat does the same thing, and Ramirez doesn't swing at it. Third time through, I'm like, please God, don't do the same thing, because he will launch this ball, to the Rensen if you send it there. And he didn't. He third time around, I'm going to throw it in a different spot. And I'm like, he's learning. He moved it around, and it was a really great effort from him. I don't know if that's something that's going to be consistent with him, because he hasn't shown that ability in the minors. And it's his third start in the majors, and this one was great. The other two, not so much. But obviously they see something in him. And it's just a mix of pitches, and can he learn how to pitch? Is that it? I don't know. But it's one start, so I can't go crazy on it. But I did put in my notes, is this going to be this year's version of last year's Reese Olson? Because the end of the season, Reese Olson had like 6 starts that were fantastic. We're like, well, where did this come from? Is this the same kind of thing, kind of out of nowhere, where a guy didn't have the track record in the minors, and now he's, boom, look out?
Yeah, clearly it's pretty early to make that kind of. But Reese Olson started to do this, and just because you weren't great at your job doesn't mean you sucked at every aspect of your job. And what I'm getting at here is, what if that is kind of the one thing that Al Avila was kind of good at? Because he was in charge of the organization when they took Kiter Montero as a 16-year-old as an international free agent, signed him as an international free agent when he was 16. And just like that, bang, 8 years later.
Right.
But it's possible, if this turns out to be a thing, I shouldn't say it's possible. It's way too early to make that call. But the Reese Olson thing has worked really, really well for them. And it felt like they were getting a guy, they got in on, a player at a low minor league level that they saw some potential in. And the Avila track record and what happened here in the trades, are just the return on some of the players they gave up is horrendous.
Yeah.
And there's some draft fails in there as well.
Yeah, but there's some draft successes too.
And if this is the one thing that he was actually maybe kind of good at, if Montero turns out to be something, now we're a long way away from him turning out to be something. But
when was the last time we had 2 all-stars that were homegrown talent?
It's a good question. It's been a minute.
So, I agree. Al Avila was horrific when it came to making the trades.
Mm-hmm.
Got nothing in return. You can complain about, hey, you had 2 1-1 picks, and what have we got out of it? One guy's in the minors, and the other guy's rehabbing from a hamstring injury, which is like the 8th injury he's had. I'm over-exaggerating there, but Casey Mize hasn't, lived up to the potential, and neither has Spencer Torkelson to this point. Not counting the careers out yet, but, Tork's got a ways to go to get back, to earn his way back on this team. And, Mize has to show some kind of consistency.
I think the answer to your question is 2011, Justin Verlander and Alex Avila.
Okay, there you go.
Everything else, I'm just doing a quick look here, I believe, is guys they got from other organizations. Other than JV, it was a multiple-time All-Star. Yeah, I think it would be 2011. Prince fielder Miguel Cabrera joined JV in 2012. Yeah, so anyway.
It's been a minute.
Yeah, it's been a while, so good for them. And look.
So I want to give a little credit there. You can take away all the credit you want with everything else, and I understand it.
Okay,
but it's just
the blame.
A nice
the blame
little,
is deserved.
Yeah, but Tarek Skubal is looking like he could have a really great career. We like what Riley Green has turned into. He's only 23. Those are his guys. Colt Keith is his guy. He drafted a lot of these guys that we're going to start to see, because Scott Harris he's had 1 draft, right?
Yep. If the question of Riley Green, getting some national love here is he, was he kind of a secret that he was talented, or is he kind of getting exactly what he deserved?
Well,
now he's getting it now.
He's starting to get it now. I think, you look at the first couple of years when he was in the league, he made some spectacular plays in center field.
Yep.
but also found himself hurt. Unfortunately, was hurt a lot, and I was starting to worry that is Riley Green going to be the next Eric Davis, where he's this great dynamic. What Davis played in the 90s and into the 2000s, but he was a great outfielder with Cincinnati, but was always hurt. Like he'd play 100 games and have these great numbers, and then, well, why didn't he play 150 games? Well, because he was playing all out all the time, and even spent some time here with the Tigers. And I didn't want to see that happen to Riley Green. And this is where it also hurts that you lose Parker Meadows. Parker Meadows is even better defensively than Riley Green is. So Riley Green would go to the left field spot instead of having to play center field, where he's patrolling everything, where there's more propensity to get hurt. Well, unfortunately, the guy who got hurt is the guy who's playing center field, which is Parker Meadows. So it was nice to see Riley not have to play center field. I imagine that they're going to have plenty of games where they're going to put Perez in center or Riley Green in center. They at least they have a couple of options of who they can. Matt Vierling can play center field. That you can manage the wear and tear, a little bit of load management, if you will, to keep him as fresh as he can be so he can stay healthy, because, God, he's been great. But nationally, I feel like this is the first opportunity that he's getting nationally for everybody to see how good he has been. When you look at, players in Major League Baseball that have an OPS over whatever he's at right now, around 850, there aren't many. There's less than 20, and he's one of them. When you look at outfielders specifically, he's in the top 10 there. He's having a good year, despite, we look at years differently now. Average doesn't mean as much. OPS means a lot. And your, home runs and RBIs, that matters. He's having a really, really good season. I mean, he's got close to 40 extra base hits at this point.
Well, it's you put on the show on your show sheet, you call him like a Detroit's best kept secret. And I was like, is he a secret, or is he just starting to kind of play to the level that he's getting what he deserves? And I don't know if there's anything to expand on that, or you just kind of put him in that category.
Well, I mean, this is his bust out year, right? So is there somebody else you feel, whether it's with the Tigers or the Pistons, the Red Wings, the Lions, that they're poised to have a bust out year? You can call your shot early. That they're not getting the national attention. I know there's probably somebody that you feel is going to be there, and it might.
Dude, I think Jack Campbell's going to have a monster season.
There it is. You think Jack's getting any national attention?
Not at all.
Not at all.
Not at all.
But that's your guy.
Nor does he deserve it yet. Like, I'm not mad about it. I don't think he deserves it yet. I do think, if you look at it at the rookie season, he had a kind of rookie season that we would be excited about if there weren't other rookies that had the ball in their hands and did more exciting things. Jahmyr Gibbs had the ball in his hands, did more exciting things. Sam Laporta had the ball in his hands, did more exciting things. Brian Branch had the ball in his hands, and did more exciting things. Jack Campbell just over here very quietly finished the season incredibly strong for a rookie middle linebacker.
Second on the team in tackles last season, and I think poised to take a pretty big jump forward this year.
Yeah, and he's also a former first-round pick, too, just like Riley Green. So it's kind of expected, but people are sleeping on that guy maybe because they haven't quite come through yet. Obviously, really early in Campbell's career. He's only been here a year. I've got a guy who's a first-round pick, former first-round pick, and this may seem weird because he just signed a max contract extension, but Cade Cunningham might be a guy that the national media is sleeping on, just because he's been injured and he hasn't had anyone to work around with him. And if Trajan Langdon's doing his job right and he's surrounding him with guys that can space the floor, knock down shots, veterans who know how to score on their own, and other teams can't just triple team Cade Cunningham. Cade Cunningham could have that this year where he kind of busts out and gets to that national level where he's like, hey, this is one of those young, good core players in the league that has potential to be a superstar. And so I think if Cade stays healthy, all that stuff could happen.
248-539-9797. Who do you think that next breakout player in Detroit is that will get the national attention the way Riley Green has for the season he's having? Tiger All-Star. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
The MLB draft begins Sunday, and the Tigers are set to pick at 11. A lot of national prognosticators have Detroit selecting another high school product. One common name is Cam Caminati. Caminati is currently committed to LSU and played his ball in Arizona. He was a two-way player in high school, but the left-handed pitcher can hit as high as 98 miles an hour on the mound as well. Another name is shortstop and outfielder Connor Griffin from Mississippi. Griffin is one of the highest-rated hitters in his class. The Tigers take on the Guardians for Game 2 of the series tonight. Kenta Maeda heads to the mound. Maeda surrendered 9 earned runs in his last start against the Twins on July 4th. You can hear Game 2 tonight as the Tigers look for 5 wins in a row right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 6:15. After undergoing surgery in April to repair a knee injury, Rod Moore's return to the field is still up in the air, but according to position coach Lamar Morgan, it may not be until the second half of the season. Moore's surgery was performed by the same doctors that mended Cade McNamara's knee a year ago as well. Jaguars star defensive tackle Josh Allen is changing his last name. He'll now be Hines Allen as he pays tribute to the maternal side of the family. The Jags are hosting a jersey exchange for fans. Hines Allen had 17.5 sacks last season, setting a new team record. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Jeremy, just for clarification's sake.
Yes.
His last name is hyphenated.
It's now hyphenated, yes.
Okay, it's not like Hines Ward. He's not changing his name to Hines Allen.
No,
Hines first name. He's just hyphenating the last name.
Correct,
Okay.
yes.
Honoring family members, right?
And is this jersey exchange free? Like, that's kind of cool if that's the case.
I don't know.
That is cool.
So I would be O'Brien Karsh.
Okay.
If I did the hyphenated last name to both pay homage to my mom and dad's side of the family.
I would be Borkowitz Otto. How about that? That's
some of these names are clunky. That flows off the tongue.
It'd be unique, that's for sure. I think people who know who I was.
Borkowitz Otto. Jeremy Borkowitz Otto. Or would it be Otto Borkowitz?
If it's Otto Borkowitz, I'm thinking, oh, who's this guy Otto?
Yeah, exactly. That's why I got the Hines Allen thing. I started wondering. Is this
Right.
Yeah.
I thought you'd be bigger.
You would be
Olsen Anderson.
You couldn't get more Swedish than that.
Well, I mean, the Anderson part's not Swedish, but the Olsen part is.
Sounds.
If we threw an extra S on Anderson, it would.
There you go.
Yeah.
Anderson's the son.
Anderson's.
Don't you got to put like a line through the O or something? Isn't that something
No,
they
we
do
don't
over
do
there?
that.
Yep.
They do
Two
umlauts
dots.
and-
Is there two
umlauts,
dots? Yeah. 2 dots on a line.
Not necessary with Olsen, but yes.
Gotcha. All right. Thanks, sir.
No problem.
Appreciate the clarification.
I have all the name change news for you, yeah.
It's good to know. So story today in The Athletic about Tigers options with Jack Flaherty that, they would like to trade him. They probably can trade him. Question is, can they get a valid return to justify a deal? We went through this last year with Eduardo Rodriguez, and it was a disaster for the Tigers, and it was kind of a check minus for Scott Harris. Even if the reasons were, somebody changed their mind or whatever, you still have to have a backup plan, one would think, and didn't work out. Eduardo Rodriguez finished the year as a Tiger and hit the free agent market. Bang, was gone, and the Tigers got nothing for him. Flaherty, the Tigers could make a qualifying offer if they don't trade him. This is kind of the fallback position they'll have with Flaherty that I guess they didn't have with Rodriguez. They can make a qualifying offer, which would be $20+ million or something. And if he accepted it, then great. You've got him on a 1-year contract, very affordable. If he doesn't, then according to The Athletic, as a revenue sharing recipient, the Tigers selection would be they would get a compensatory pick between the first round and the competitive balance round. As long as Flaherty signed a free agent deal for more than $50 million, if healthy, he should clear that bar easily, entering his age 29 season. So an example of what they've done with a pick like that is last year, the Tigers got Kevin McGonigal with the 37th pick. And the story goes on to talk about how successful he's been for the Tigers.
He's been great.
This doesn't quite move the needle in baseball the way it would in football to get a between the first and second round type of pick for a player that you didn't bring back, which you can't get. The highest compensatory pick you can get in the NFL is the third round.
Right, and I think the reason is because we know so less about the Major League Baseball draft. Everybody pays attention to the football draft.
Yep.
I think then it goes down to the basketball draft. People pay a lot of attention to the basketball draft. Hockey and baseball are a little bit different. In baseball, because it's 20 rounds and it used to be like 50 rounds, but they trimmed it over the years. And COVID was a big part of that. Now it's 20 rounds, and we just don't know enough, right? We just don't pay enough attention to it. The average sports fan just doesn't pay enough attention to it. But where this could be huge is it depends. Every year is different, right? Like you look at the NBA draft. A couple years ago, I had some really high-end players, Wembanyama and others, right?
Yep.
This past year, they said it's a bad draft. It's just not very deep. Last year's Major League Baseball draft, when the Tigers took Max Clark instead of Wyatt Langford, who was the college guy, was considered a very deep draft. And to get McGonigal at 37 last year, who is the running mate of Max Clark in Lakeland right now, both guys are flourishing at Lakeland. McGonigal's hitting like 328. He's done really well there. There were all these people that were reporting at the time about McGonigal saying he's one of the best, if not the best a high school bat in the draft, that he could just hit. Not necessarily for power, but he can flat out hit. And it was thought of as deep. It benefited him. This draft that we got coming up on Sunday, from what I understand, is not as deep. But where this comes into play, if it's big, I haven't heard anything yet about next year's draft, the 2025 draft, where this would take effect for the Tigers if it ends up being a qualifying offer and he signs elsewhere and they get that compensatory pick or whatever. If they get that, if it's a deep draft, it could be massive for them.
Could be.
For their future.
It's like one of those deals. Oh, sweet. They move Flaherty. They'll get something in 2030.
Well, I get that. And nobody wants to wait, and that's going to be it's an ongoing thing because of with Max Clark and Wyatt Langford. People wanted the immediate success, and Wyatt Langford's played very well lately, and Max Clark is 3 years away.
Okay, I want to bring this up because if you're just joining us, I'm back from vacation, and we took a red-eye back from Seattle last night, or should I say this morning. We took off at 1:55 Detroit time, and
perfect. Get 4 hours of sleep. You get ready to go.
Yeah. That's what you're thinking when you make the reservation, and of course, then you go to, in practicality, you get on the plane. And you're in these seats that are upright. And the only good news is nobody sat in the middle seat in the row I was in, which I was very grateful for. And I fell asleep. I got on the plane. It's late, all right? But it's 10:55 Seattle time. So the dude in the row behind that had a lot to say.
Oh, he was talking, was he?
I'm like, okay, it's 10:55. And he was talking, normal flight conversation, but it's a red eye, and I think just about everybody else was shutting it down.
Yeah.
He wasn't acting like somebody was shutting it down.
No.
And I'm like, okay, and I've got the headphones on.
Perfect. You don't have to hear him.
I got my JBL noise cancelers on.
There you go.
I could still hear him pretty loud.
Yeah.
But I was exhausted and fell asleep before we took off. I woke up on takeoff. Still got the headphones on, loud plane noises. He's still talking.
Oh, boy.
We get up in the air.
Yeah.
He's still talking. I fall asleep. I wake up after a period of time. I don't know how long it was. He's still talking and carrying on a conversation. Now, everybody in the row was conversing with him. And I think they were the only people on the plane talking. Isn't there some red-eye etiquette here? That, hey, any flight that's going overnight, we're all just trying to get through this. You gear it down, don't you?
I'd like to think that. I think most people would like to think that, but then there's those people that they're just happy to be around other people and talk. I really hope for their sake that they all knew each other. As opposed to just, hi, you guys come here from out of town?
No, it was, hi, how you doing?
Oh, no. Then you don't engage. You just go back to sleep.
But there's a couple things. I think there were two parties that were willfully engaging.
Oh, no.
They happened to get sat down next to one another.
Okay.
I would say they were still talking pretty loud hour plus into the flight.
How old?
Younger than me.
Come on. Okay, were they talking to women?
Yes.
Were the women attractive?
I didn't turn around to scout them out, but I thought that there might have been some.
Were they working?
I think there might have some macking going on there. Yeah.
I mean, if that's the case,
He was trying to riz up these girls, huh?
I can't fault him for that. If that's
Yes,
if
you
that's the
can.
case.
Gator, it's a red eye, dude.
On
It's
a
like-
red eye.
Well, but if I'm Doug, here's the other thing. You say you got the noise canceling headphones, you can still hear them. Did you put on some music?
Yeah.
And you could still hear them through the music?
Well, I mean, I could turn the music up to really loud, but I was also trying to sleep.
I would imagine it has to be terribly loud, but you can fall asleep to music.
I
can't you?
could still, yes, I can fall asleep to music, but it's not loud music. I could still hear them. Wow. I know.
That's awful. I'm sorry, Doug.
It's okay.
No, it's not.
No,
it's
well, but hold on.
inexcusable.
But let me circle back. Is there not red eye etiquette that is obvious?
There's obvious red eye.
You
etiquette.
can't talk like a
Did
normal
they shut
voice.
Did they shut down the lights too? You know how I mean?
Yes.
Like, yeah,
Oh,
okay.
yeah,
the
it was
lights
dark.
off. See,
You
that mean
you gotta speak at a less than normal
Yes,
tone.
yes.
You gotta try. At least make an attempt to keep it down.
Okay, you know how you were just on a flight, Doug. I was just on a flight a couple weeks ago. Gator, you're going to be on a flight next week. When you get on a plane, there's indicators, right? They light up right above everyone's seat. There's the seatbelt indicator. Oh, ding.
Yeah, right.
Have you noticed our pilot has just turned on the fasten your seatbelt light? Just please stay seated. Make sure your seatbelt's fastened. There should also be a shut up light.
STFU.
Yep. Yeah. Exactly. Everyone, if you notice, our pilot has just turned on the shut up light, so everyone just shut up.
Shut up.
Right? That's exactly how
Pretty
they should tell you.
self-explanatory.
Yes. And we're on a red eye, everyone. Let's just sleep our way.
And on
to
behalf
Please
of-
respect the people around you and shut the hell up.
Yeah. Whether Detroit be your final destination or not, just shut up on the way there.
You back there in 24D, you have no shot with her. Give it up and go to sleep. Or read a book or listen to music, but do not open your mouth.
So it's funny because, you're trying to sleep, you're annoyed, you're tired, you're awake. Somebody gets out some packaging to start opening something up, and you can hear the crinkle of the packaging.
Everything is enhanced at this point.
Yeah, and this was also in the row behind me, but across the aisle. Loud, crinkled packaging, and I finally had to look, and I couldn't see what was being eaten, but I realized it was being shared in the row, so that's
You
why
wanna
the
try
package,
this? Isn't
why
that
the
good?
packaging kept crinkling, and that's a real sign. I mean, the idea that I'm going into an environment like a red-eye flight and I'm getting annoyed by every single solitary sound is I had too high of an expectations of what the environment around me was going to be. However, I think the talking guy, I was like, dude.
The only worse would have been if they were unwrapping fish.
On a plane?
Well, I mean, you came from
Yeah,
Seattle.
you came from the north.
Right.
That's true.
The northwest, my friend.
You want to try this Coho? It's delicious.
Well,
that's awful.
It was.
Nobody said anything, huh?
No. I will say the funny thing is I almost said something to the crinkling guy before I said something to the talking dude.
I think you're allowed to say, guys, I don't mind that you're going to be talking. I get it, but can you keep it down just a little bit? Just speak at a lower voice.
I don't know.
Don't you know who I am?
No, is on the red eye. On the red eye, do you have any rights? I mean, I feel like if you've chosen the red eye, you don't generally choose the red eye because it's the most expensive flight.
No.
And so you're getting what you paid for a little bit, and that is trying to sleep in tight quarters with a bunch of strangers.
But you're asking about etiquette.
Yeah,
and I
that's
think the etiquette part is not that you have to shut up completely, but at least you lower your voice, lower than what normal voice is. And certainly lower than, I'm having a conversation with this. Hey, what do you got? You guys were you from Vegas? You get out here often or no?
Mm-hmm.
I tell you, I love Vegas. They pump that oxygen in those rooms. They keep you up all night. You know what I'm saying?
That's kind of what it was like. I felt like Dell.
Right, from Planes, Trains, and Automobiles?
Yeah, it was sitting behind me.
I'll tell you, right now, where we're going to in Detroit, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. I tell you, I feel like it's 10 o'clock. I'm not affected by this. Isn't it great? Woo! Where are you from?
I got where are you from?
Yeah, I was from the land of Morpheus, where I was dreaming until you woke me up.
Hey, congrats to all the Michigan Wolverines drafted in the NFL for 2024. The University of Michigan Credit Union is cheering you on loud and proud. UMCU is a proud partner of Michigan Athletics and the official credit union of the Detroit Lions. One might say they're the leaders in best in financial services. I just suited up with UMCU, and you can too. No matter where you hail from, you're eligible to join, and signing up is easy. Plus, they have the cool debit cards, the Lions debit card, the Block M debit card, the Winged Helmet debit card. With your UMCU debit card, you call plays at millions of stores, hotels, and restaurants worldwide. Need some cash in your pockets? Hit up the thousands of surcharge-free ATMs conveniently spread across Michigan and beyond. Open your account today at umcu.org and get in the game. And hey, while you're there, check out the resources for student, auto, or home loans. University of Michigan Credit Union proudly repping your official Block M debit card. Win with UMCU. Dave is in Troy, and he's on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Dave.
Hey, Doug. How you doing?
I'm okay.
Yeah, there is definitely etiquette. I'm retired, but I flew 2.5 million miles in my career.
Wow.
And I used to have to go to Europe for business. Every single flight to Europe is a red-eye. That's just the way they do it.
Yep.
But domestics is like you get what you get. So one of the first things I do when I had to fly a West Coast to East Coast red-eye is ask the people next to me, have you ever done this before? So you kind of get a sense for, is this like a first-timer or someone who knows what they're doing? You always get some that don't know what they're doing, like you did. You did the right thing. Put on the noise-canceling earphones, preferably the big ones, not like the AirPods where they can't
I got
tell
the big
if it's
ones.
in your ear. Got the big ones. You put on the
the mask. I don't have one of those things.
The
that
mask.
does- yeah.
Got to get the mask. Get the mask. And then if the guy keeps talking, you reach over and shut off his light over it. And if that doesn't work, here's what works. Order a cup of hot black coffee and accidentally dump it on him.
Oh, wow. Good grief.
Yeah, that works every time.
Yeah,
it takes 5 minutes for all the commotion to settle down. He won't even want to sit near you.
That was really hot. Man, I tell you, I felt like a burning.
Yeah, I wasn't going to do that, but
Yeah, she got a doctor?
I mean, the truth is, in a Redeye, even trying to sleep if everything was perfect conditions is almost impossible. I looked over because Mom and Dad were flying back because it was a family event. Mom and Dad, my dad is in the row in front of me, asleep, completely hunched over, like he was able to do it. And I like leaned back as a cart kept hitting me.
But even then, Doug, your dad may have looked at it like he was able to do it, but it might have been just like for 30 minutes.
It might have been,
like
yep.
your body is those planes. There's just no way. You're tall. I mean, it's probably horrible for you, Doug. Like I can't even imagine.
Well, plus, I mean, you're the aisle seat, so
I get bumped by.
You get bumped by
Yep.
whether it's a cart,
You got to keep your leg
flight
in.
attendant,
Yeah,
right?
It's just
People getting up to use the bathroom all the effing time. That's
Doug,
why
have you thought about using a flamethrower on the guy?
Yeah, we got to start using that as the solution to every problem.
Yeah.
I
Flamethrower.
love the window seat. I also feel like plus with the window seat, there's nothing on one side of you either, because it's just the window, and actually it's going to be louder because
You're
of
only
the jet
dealing with
noise.
180 degrees of
Yes.
distraction as opposed to the full 360 when you're in the aisle.
Have you ever listened to those? I always wondered if this works. Though they're not tapes. I guess they have apps now that you can download on your phone, but it's like the nature sounds or whatever.
Yeah, you can get that stuff on iTunes and
Yeah.
Spotify. Yeah.
You ever listen to that stuff?
No, I mean I've got a cool down. I mean I got my Alexander Zonchek special list where I'm gonna be asleep. Stuff will put me out, and a little smooth jazz, which wasn't this radio station. It was in this building though, wasn't it?
Used to be. Yeah.
Anyway, so yeah, I
Or
got
actually,
this.
I think 14 Mile building.
All right, so I got to make a vow.
Oh, a vow.
I'm making a vow.
Not to throw up on Friday when you eat the hot
I
dog?
will not make that vow.
Oh.
Make a vow that I swear it's not happening this year. I swear I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it this year. You ready for my vow?
I'm ready.
I will not get overly excited watching Pistons Summer League games. I vow this year I will not get overly excited watching Pistons Summer League games.
I'm not sure if it's a strong vow. I'm not sure if there's anything to get excited about with the Pistons Summer League games. I mean, you're talking
Do you
players.
not remember when I thought they had to steal the draft and Henry Ellenson? Do you not remember
This is true.
how Stanley Johnson was a walking triple-double? Do you not remember
And an NBA body.
how many times I have consumed the Kool-Aid watching Summer League basketball, which I will still watch with great intrigue? But I vow not to make any bold proclamations coming out of Summer League basketball. Can
All
you
right.
please help me?
No, I mean it's a vow. When you start to if you start mentioning stuff about the Summer League. Like when's the first game?
Saturday.
Well, I can't help you next week. Kang, you have to be on task to keep Doug in line next week.
Or maybe I just flamethrow it and have him just go nuts.
Yes.
Pour some more gasoline on that fire.
Well, Gator, you might actually go to a Summer League game, so
True.
You know what, Gators?
I dare you to watch one of those games and not come back and saying Bobby Klintman is the truth.
It's the toughest name.
Gator kind of makes this vow with spring training, and he goes back on it all the time.
What are you talking about?
That's totally true.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I know exactly what we're talking about.
There's nothing I say with regards to spring training that goes over the top or we don't do that. There aren't. I mean, it's not like we talk about the crack of the bat, the sound of the ball hitting the mitt. Or anything.
Yeah.
No, that's not. We don't do that. That doesn't happen. Okay.
The ball just sounds different off his bat is my all-time favorite.
We weren't talking about Ryan Kreidler and his spring training this year. It's
because we weren't there. We haven't done this since as much.
If we were, we would have because he really hit the ball well in the spring training.
But I'm making the vow because Ron Holland's going to go out there and average 21 a game.
No, he's not.
And Bobby Klintman is going to be averaging high teens, knocking down threes from all over the place.
Marcus Sasser on this roster, okay, for the Summer League?
Is.
I haven't checked out the Summer League roster. He probably is. He should be. Oh, is Sasser the guy we're going to be
is that
raving about? He should start!
Right? Somebody said that yesterday. We had somebody call in and say that he should start.
Well, Pistons Summer League roster does not apparently include Marcus Sasser. Oh, wait. Is this Detroit's?
It would help if you look at Detroit's.
Yeah, it would.
Wait, that's the Jazz.
I do not see him on that list. Although I'm asking myself the same question. Wait, is that Detroit? After I clicked on Detroit.
I clicked on Detroit, and I don't recognize anybody.
No, these aren't. That's last I checked, Michael Malone is not the coach.
What year are you guys looking at?
It says 2024. Oh, this is.
Oh, that's okay. Hold on.
I hate the NBA's website. I know nobody cares about our complaints. The NBA's website is terrible compared to the other leagues.
That's an epic fail by the NBA, right?
Well, it's an epic fail by you and me because we have now brought it to the air, and we should have been prepared. But
well,
I didn't.
More you than me, I think.
Yeah, probably. But it's not going to get overly excited. I'm not going to get too fired up. I vow this year it's not happening. Kang, will you help me stick to this?
10 texts on who Doug will fall in love with from Pistons Summer League.
That's probably going to happen. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. You'd have been proud of me, Gator.
Yeah?
Yeah, so look, I'm go to a national park, hike every trail from sunup to sundown, and I try to get the kids up for the sunrise. I think the sunrise is awesome. I think you got to put some effort in, you got to work, and you get rewarded. Like you get let in on this great secret, how awesome it is watching the sun come up over a national park. The kids have hated it forever, so I don't make them do it anymore.
Thank God.
But I got to tell you, one of them's coming around to the whole concept. My little guy loved all the hikes. He's not taller than me, but he loved all the hikes. He was taking pictures. He was in awe of Glacier National Park, the Going to the Sun Road. And I'm like, I'm breaking through. I'm breaking through to one of them. One of them is starting to dig this stuff. So,
all right.
Yeah.
Good for him.
But you would have been proud of me because my wife, we were talking about one of the days we were in British Columbia, we were like on the water, but it wasn't the kind of beach that I would go to. Like where's the surf? Like, let's go surf. Let's boogie board. Let's
avoid sharks.
Yeah. I mean, look, that's part of the challenge
thrill.
These days. Yeah. No,
you already got bear spray for crying out loud.
so we went to the beach and there's no surf. Water's calm. In fact, the tide was out. It was a bit of a hike to even get there. It wasn't a sandy beach. It was a lot of rocks.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, so this is what we're going to do, huh? We're just going to sit here. She's like, yep. All right. After about 2 minutes, I turned to her and said, now what? But I did it. I ended up sticking out for like 5 hours down on the beach.
Did you bring a book, music, beer?
We brought
sandwiches.
We brought music and we brought beer and eventually got into the beer. I did go out and we did have a soccer game on the mud flats when the water recedes and you just got mud kind of in front of you. And we put a soccer ball down, made a little field, played some 4-on-4 soccer. I got in the net. I was a keeper. So, but for the most part, just relaxed for the most part. And I'm not used to that on vacation.
Did you enjoy the relaxing?
It was all right. It wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. I enjoyed the people we were with, so that made it work. But I thought this is funny because this is just not my jam. But I did it anyway. It worked. It was okay.
He scheduled the relaxing.
I did.
Gator.
That's what it felt like. Scheduled relaxing time.
It was like the thumb?
Yeah. It was better than the thumb. I was on a beach.
Ish.
With all respect to it wasn't like the...
And that was in Montana?
No, that was in
that was
British Columbia.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
In D.C.
Yep.
Scenery might be pretty good out there.
It was unbelievable. Like when you're that was the one thing. We were on a beach looking across at snow-capped peaks.
I mean,
on the other side of the
amazing.
inlet in the waterway. So it was pretty.
Did you do any kayaking?
Did not get into
canoeing
kayaks.
or any kind of boating to like whale watching or anything like that?
No, we didn't do any of that. But kids played in the water when they could get to it. It took at one point the tide rolls out so far. It took 9.5 minutes to walk from the beach to the water.
Wow.
Yeah, it's crazy.
That is kind of crazy.
All right, we got some feedback on the next guy. Riley Green is, the up and comer that's now getting the national recognition. Who is the next? And we got some interesting answers here. James in Toledo writes in, mark it down. Michael Rasmussen will have a big year. He showed a lot at times last year that he's able to use his size along the boards and in the corners. That may not make him an all-star, but I do expect 50-plus points out of him this coming season.
That's lofty.
Mm-hmm.
I like Rasmussen. I think he's got a lot of value to this team, but I don't look at. I look at him as being this role player. He had 33 points last year, and along with 13 goals in 75 games before he got hurt. That's a big jump. It's a monster jump. But does he have potential to do more? Absolutely. I mean, he is exactly what the texter said. He's a big body. He can stand in front of the net, and they missed that presence when he was out.
Next text from an unnamed texter. I think Asar Thompson is being slept on. He's already a triple-double threat every night, and now imagine if he gets his shot perfected.
Is he a triple-double threat every night?
Yeah, and imagine if he gets his shot perfected. Wouldn't that be true of every player in the league? If you get your shot perfected, that's a big deal. It's not something that all you got to do is learn how to shoot.
Is that it? Is that all that has to happen?
Lucas Raymond is poised to have a Riley Green-esque year. I feel he'll surpass Larkin this or next season. That's from Scott and Carlton. He did play like a superstar down the stretch.
He did.
He was awesome down the stretch. And a homegrown talent and a guy that I'm assuming is going to have a new contract here really soon. And they were playing must-win games, and he was scoring must-have goals. He was awesome.
You know how many triple doubles Asar Thompson had last year?
I'll set the over-under at 2.5, and I'll go under.
He had none.
Did he? Yeah.
You know how many times Asar Thompson had a double-double with rebounds and assists?
How many? None?
None times. Yeah. Now I'm just looking for flat-out double-doubles. I think he had a couple double-doubles. I see at least 2. But, hey, triple-double waiting to happen.
He's a triple-double threat
he said
every
waiting to happen.
He said threat.
A threat?
Triple-double threat every night.
I suppose any player that steps on the court is a threat to have a triple-double.
Anthony in Waterford. I think the one that busts out on nationally and get national attention is Iffy. He was really good down the stretch. Fatu Melifamu, he did come on.
Yeah, nice second half of that season. Yeah. And I think a lot of people are sleeping on him. I'm waiting to see. I'm not anointing him as anything yet. I'm still in the camp. Let's go get another safety. Free agency, the guys are still out there.
Guys, have you seen Ron Holland's jumper in summer league practices? The ball just sounds different going through the net. I'm not doing it this year. I'm not.
Are you sure?
No. That's what I'm trying to make a public vow.
Bobby Klintman knocking him down.
Trying to make a public
shot
vow.
After shot.
All right, every once in a while I look down at your show sheet and you'll write something. I'm going to go, what the hell made you write that?
I'm curious to hear what that is from this one.
Under the category stuff, Gator asked, were you forced into watching The Bachelorette?
I noticed it was on last night when I was going through channels on the grid. I didn't stop on it because I don't watch that crap, but I know you do. And obviously you didn't last night because you were, unfortunately for you, you were on a flight. I know you're probably devastated by it. But we bring this up. I think it was the first episode of The Bachelorette last night.
Was it?
I think.
By forced, you mean like your significant other make you
like
watch
she takes
it?
over the big TV.
Okay.
Like the big TV is now no longer in your possession.
Mm-hmm. You don't have to control the sphere?
You do not have the ninja, the control of the sphere, whatever. You do not have that.
Did you have to watch it, Kang?
No.
Yeah.
I did not know any.
His wife doesn't watch it?
No, thank God.
Yeah.
There's so many of them now, right? I don't even know what season they're on. Like, what is it?
Yeah.
802? Yeah, exactly. I don't even know when
Bachelor, Bachelorette.
Do they ever
Bachelor
end?
in Paradise,
Like
Bachelorette in Paradise.
They just keep going.
Paradise in Paradise, Host in Paradise.
It's just Bachelor in Paradise. They bring the men and women out there together, even number.
Do they?
And then they make it a little
Why isn't it
odd.
Bachelorette in Paradise?
Well, that's a great question, Doug. Let's talk to ABC. Get them on the horn, King. That's one I actually watch occasionally.
Why?
Because they're all on the beach the whole time. They're scantily clad. That's it. And if I look at the cast, if I'm attracted, I'll keep watching. If not,
They're all attractive all the time.
All the people on these shows are
not all the time. And then plus when they open their mouths and they start talking,
Well, do they not talk in any of the episodes?
What they say, it's all just, not people I want to hang out with. But drama is key. The drama is unbelievable in Bachelor in Paradise. It's great.
It sounds like no one has to force you to watch anything.
Well, that's not for Bachelor in Paradise. I'll watch it. It's not. I don't record the show, and if it's on, and I remember it's on, I'll check in and watch one. But I never watch The Bachelor, and I don't watch Bachelorette.
Fine, Lois, I'll watch.
Did you
exactly?
Did you see ratings? Kang's always big on finding the ratings. Have you seen any ratings on The Bachelorette?
No, I have not. Dude, I just put on the stuff portion of my.
I know. I'm asking Kang if he saw any ratings.
I have not, but clearly the show has not run its course. I mean, they keep parading it out there, right?
As long as there are roses to be handed out.
ABC will keep parading out The Bachelor.
I mean, ABC's just determined to find the perfect match, guys. They just, they won't stop until they do.
They went with the Silver Bachelor, the senior. What was the one? Golden Bachelor? Was that it? The senior.
Will you accept this blue pill?
But they did that, right? And the guy got married at the end, and it lasted like 3 months. No way. No way.
Did they actually get married?
I thought they got married.
Do you think they're ever going to do that again?
Yes.
Old Bachelor. Old Bachelorette.
Yeah, here, Heather Locklear. I'm watching.
Weathered Bachelorette.
Oh. Come on.
97.1 the ticket. Hey, Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights wants this to be your summer of savings. Right now, you can lease a new Chevy Silverado for just $276 a month with only $19.99 down. You heard it right, $276 a month for 24 months on a 1500 crew cab 4x4 LT. Unlock the savings with a GM employee discount, Costco, and Chevy lease in your household. Don't forget Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights is your number one volume Chevy dealer in Michigan. 17.5 Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. Make this your summer to save and say Sarah. Call 87-SAY-SARAH or go to saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. On the Red Wing front, and today's Red Wing news is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator. Find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. Gator, the Red Wing front, Kane and Tarasenko speak. Any thoughts?
Yeah, actually, not that we should make too much out of this, and I'm not going to make too much out of it, but at least my mood will change a little bit, and I get more encouraged when you hear players talk about how much they love it here. When Patrick Kane says that, like, I love it here. I wanted to be here. It was, a priority and all that, and it sounds great. Like it sounds like he's got so much left in the tank, even though it's a 1-year contract. And maybe this is the plan. Hey, we'll go year by year with you, Patrick. As long as you're still producing and we think that we can pay you a certain amount, we'll keep it going. All right, well, the re-up for a year, and that sounds great. And then Tarasenko was waiting on the line, I think he went first before Patrick Kane, and he's like joking around, hey, let's get this over. I don't want Patrick to be angry, if we're going to get to him late, and he was joking about it. But apparently his wife had contacted Kane's girlfriend and asked about, what's it like in Detroit, and because he had started to inquire about it before the Red Wings got in touch with Tarasenko. And then Yzerman, I guess, had talked to Patrick Kane about Tarasenko because the two played briefly together with the Rangers. But all in all, Tarasenko was like, yeah, this is where I want to be here too. And I don't play this game to not to win. I play this game to win. And he was speaking in glowing terms of Kane. And it got me thinking, like, these two guys, and Kane said the same things about Tarasenko. If these two guys play together, I mean, that could be a really interesting line. Kane and Tarasenko on the wings with whomever at center. That could be really interesting. Because Tarasenko is a multi-30 goal scorer. He scored 40 in this league. He's a couple of years removed from having a 30-goal season. Last 2 years, he split times with different teams because he got traded and may have upset things a little bit, but he's still, what do you have, 28 goals last year, 23 goals last year, whatever the number was. Patrick Kane looks fantastic on the ice and passing the puck. He needs a guy who's going to shoot on the other wing or at center, playing along with him. And Tarasenko can be that guy. These two guys combined, I mean, can they, if they're on the same line, is it possible to get 60 goals between them?
So it's interesting because Max Bultman of the Athletic took his first crack at the line combinations, and it looks so different than last year. Like, it feels like they've kind of spun their wheels a little bit. But the first two lines, the first top line is DeBrincat, Larkin, and Raymond. The second line is Tarasenko, Compher, and Kane. Rasmussen, Kopp, and Christian Fischer. The third line, Bergeron, Veleno, and Mott. The fourth line. Who knows how these things shake out and which youngsters might crack the roster. But those top two lines look like they'll be able to put the puck in the net.
Yeah, and you look at that as the weak link. Is it Compher? Well, Compher certainly has more to give than we've seen, but
He's back here.
Yeah. But I'm encouraged.
Yep. Now, there's also some discussion about whether or not Nate Danielson gets a shot.
Danielson or Casper, yeah.
Yep. Carter Mazur.
Carter Mazur's another one.
Could get a shot. When those guys, go and go to Traverse City and earn a spot, I remember the excitement that Lucas Raymond brought to the table when he did. It would certainly be awesome if Danielson, Casper, or Mazur got that opportunity.
Yeah, and don't sleep on Soderblom. Remember, he made that his mark in training camp and in the preseason and was playing on the team to start the season. And, he's still around. He hasn't gone anywhere, and still big guy. But I feel like they're with guys like Fischer and Mott, definitely role players, right?
Mm-hmm.
But those are players that can be interchanged, and with bringing somebody else in. Although it feels like if you're going to bring in Casper or Danielson, that you're bringing them in to play full-time minutes, that you're not bringing them into, on the roster to be a scratch every other game or whatever. But I feel like I don't know if the offensive roster of this team is better. But I feel better about it today than I did a day ago when I'm thinking about the combination of Tarasenko and Kane. These guys sound like they want to play together. And if you think about it, take a step back, they could play really well together. Having Patrick Kane with anybody that can finish is going to work out, you would think.
Well, in the regular season last year, the Red Wings were top 10 in goals game. And, it was a pretty decent offensive team. If they're better,
I don't know if they're going to score more.
Yeah.
They have to make up 75 goals from the players that they've lost. And that's a lot. And 22 of them come from the blue line between Wallman and Gostisbehere. So that's going to be hard to make up on the blue line. But offensively, there are guys that can give more. Like if you expect Raymond to step up his game another notch, which I don't think there's anything wrong with that. He had 31 goals last year. Can he score more? Sure. Larkin only played 68 games last year, and he had 33 goals. Is Larkin going to score more if he's going to be healthy for 80 games or 75 games? Yeah. DeBrincat scored 27 last year, played all 82 games. That was a disappointing year, I think, for Alex DeBrincat to score only 27. We expect him to be in the 30 range. So right away, your top 3 scorers from last year, I would expect more goal scoring from those guys. How much more is Kane going to score? How much more is Tarasenko going to add to this team? Those are the 2 big names.
I'll be watching the goalies too.
Absolutely.
Yep. The total changeover with the big club, but also do any of the kids, specifically Kosa. Does he warrant an opportunity?
Yeah, I wouldn't expect it this year, but
I don't really either.
And that would be really throwing a monkey wrench in the mix there because they've already got like 17 goaltenders they've brought in. But I think if you look at the contract they gave Cam Talbot being 2 years, that might tell you when you expect to see Kosa competing for the job. If Alex Lyon isn't signed past this season, then going into the following season, you'd have Cam Talbot and probably Kosa.
All right, here's Rico Beard. Made his way in studio. Rico, you fly a lot. How do you do with the Redeye?
Sleep.
You're good at it?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's my preferred flight.
You choose the Redeye.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, if you are good at sleeping in a chair, then I could see why.
Yeah, and nobody talks to you.
So that was the issue I had.
Everybody gets on the plane and, yeah.
I had talker guy. Well, it was mostly talker guy, but there was willful talkers in the row behind me last night for a good portion of the flight.
Not conversing with Doug, but conversing loud enough behind Doug.
I could hear him through the JBLs.
You don't have good noise canceling?
I do, but they were loud. Yeah. But they went like, I'm like, Redeye etiquette, but I almost feel like with the Redeye, you are choosing that flight. It's typically the least expensive flight, and the ask of trying to sleep in close quarters with a bunch of strangers is too much to even ask for. So,
well, I mean, they even tell you, we're dimming the lights.
Yep.
There will be limited service. If you need us, call us. Don't call us.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, take your butt to sleep.
Yep,
is what they're saying. So
I thought it was
at that
pretty
point,
obviously implied, but
I invested in some great noise canceling headphones because just for that, where it just deadens everything around me. You literally can be screaming at me and I will not hear it because I don't want to hear your conversation. I don't care.
I understand.
I turn into Gator. I just want 3 hours.
Yep.
That's it.
That's
all I ask.
Just don't talk to me for 3 hours. Leave me alone. Don't bother me. Don't bump into me.
I think we all got a little inner Gator in us.
Don't offer me a beverage because I'm not going to. Don't wake me up and say, oh, would you like a snack? I don't.
Hey, I just thought maybe you were thirsty. No, I was asleep.
Stop thinking and leave me alone.
So, yeah, I don't. Yeah, the 6 a.m. flight is the worst because you got to get up at like 4.
Oh, yeah.
Then you got to go through all
we did on this trip. We did both the 6 a.m. and the Redeye.
Yeah, if I the power ranking, that is the last flight that I want.
The 6 a.m.
6 a.m.
Us kids, which they hated more. All right, what do you got planned coming up next?
Bunch of things. I don't know if this is gonna be a real topic or not, so I'll save that. But with the Tigers now on a 4-game winning streak, 2 All-Stars. You know, is this joy? Is this spite? Or is this apathy for the fans? Like, where are you in this past couple of days? Because
has the needle moved at all?
Right. It's just like,
2
are you
All-Stars,
enjoying
homegrown.
this? Or is it just like, son of a, really? Now you want to do this?
I asked Gator today how many in a row they'd have to win to really move the needle. He actually quickly came up with the number 9, and if they win 9 in a row, they will get back to 500, is what it would lead to. He didn't know that when he said it.
No, I said finish off the Gribe, the Guardians, and then take the first 2 against the Dodgers, and then my interest to be piqued again and thinking, well, okay, maybe just, but I don't expect it to happen.
So it's just, with all this good fortune, you want to run 1-run game. Does this move are you enjoying this, or is it a little bit of spite, or you just hit apathy and you just like,
I'm tuned out.
Yeah.
Bally's ain't helping that case. Hey, have a great show. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. Good night. 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Doors of Southeast Michigan. This is in former Pistons first-round pick Cade Cunningham officially has his deal. It's for 5 years worth $224 million with the opportunity to earn up to $269 million with incentives, according to Woj, sourced by Cunningham's agent as well.
Like a playoff win, victory, championship. Yeah, he's not getting that.
In the Athletics' latest MLB trade deadline article, Jack Flaherty's name is dropped again, mentioning that he's one of the youngest starters expected to be on the block. Jack is scheduled to return to the rotation in the series finale against the Guardians on Thursday. The article writes, quote, as long as he demonstrates he's healthy, he could be one of the most coveted starters leading into the deadline. But if the Tigers do not get an offer they deem acceptable, they can keep Flaherty, making him a qualifying offer at the end of the season and potentially receive a draft pick at the end of the first round as compensation. A trade is more likely, of course, end quote. The Tigers ride a 4-game winning streak into Game 2 at Cleveland tonight. First pitch at 6:40, right here on 97.1 The Ticket as Kenta Maeda faces Ben Lively. Lions star Amon-Ra St. Brown is set to appear on the brand new docuseries Receiver on Netflix. The NFC Championship game is showcased both from the Lions and Niners perspective. St. Brown shares his thoughts. That in his conversation with the Today Show earlier. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Ready to roll on a Tuesday. What, Rico? You're smiling to start the day. What?
No, certain things are always going to be funny. Second Deck and that song.
Noted.
Always just going to be funny.
So if you missed yesterday's show, I want you to understand, we are in just a non-confrontational July. Why? It's too nice out to bother with some of you. You're not going to kill our vibes.
Brother,
It's
you're
summer.
already at the horse track.
Right. Rico's world tour is coming up. I have my annual pilgrimage coming up. And you know what? I'm not going to let some nonsense baseball team or some endless rebuild in hockey upset summer. We're not going to be upset. You're not going to be upset. So what I said to you yesterday was, and by the way, factually speaking, at 2:03 in the afternoon, weeks have gone by. We haven't done a whole lot of Scooble radio. I'm just not interested. They're not trading him. Me saying I'd listen to phone calls isn't me demanding he's going to be traded. So here's what we can do. I'm going to make you an offer. We're settling all family business today. And I'm going to make you an offer as a part of our peaceful summer series known as July Radio. And I want to know if this power stat settles, to me, the most annoying debate of the summer, which has not been Scooble. I actually understand the case for keeping Scooble. I don't necessarily agree with it, but I understand it. I will never understand this other thing. So I would like to, and David and I sat and we did some spiritual counseling, and David pointed me towards Philippines 4-2. Did I say that right?
Philippians, but yeah. Philippines, Cambodian.
Tomato. It is about compromise. Now, last night, the Tigers won 1-0. That was, look, you got to be some kind of baseball fan to get enjoyment out of that game last night, but whatever.
The pitcher's duel.
It was awful. So they win 4 in a row. They're 7 games out of the wild card. They're 14 out in the division. That's not the most relevant part. But when you watch the game, what has been the number one thing this summer that's got all of us just annoyed and upset and downright sad? It's the offense. They can pitch, man. But a power stat has revealed itself. And I think, if I'm allowed to present this to you, I think this should end a debate. There shouldn't even be discourse about it. I think we should all, in the name of peace, walk hand in hand down the aisle. Okay, so here we go. No yelling. I just am asking a question. If you disagree with what I'm saying, the only rules, you got to have reasons. You can't just make fun of it and not have reasons. That's silly. That's what children do. So here we go. Power stat, courtesy, Jim Costa Research Lab, because Jim texted me 8 million times last night during the Tiger game. What is the Tigers' record, people, when the Tigers simply score one singular run? One. Just score at least one run. Do not get shut out. Just at least one run. 43-39. Do you know what the Tigers' record is if you can just get to 2 runs? 2 or more.
Right. I do. So
okay. 41-26. That is a 99 win pace. That power stat, along with the data I'm going to present to you, to me, peaceful, Summer Mike, it should end what I think has been one of the most nonsense debates of this season. Quote, the Tigers didn't need Matt Chapman or didn't need bat. The Tigers didn't make a mistake passing on Wyatt Langford. You're going to say Max Clark McGonigal. You have every right to say it. Here's your problem. Wyatt Langford hit another home run last night and another double. His OPS on the season is now approaching 750. His OPS plus is north of 110. His OPS the last 30 games since coming off the DL, over 1,000. It's the equivalent of having another Riley Green. Now. Not 2025, not 2026, not 2027. Now. Matt Chapman has right now a WAR of about 3.5. He's doing what Matt Chapman does. He's an above average league hitter. He's positive in OPS plus. He's got the power numbers. He's going to be about a 6 WAR player by the end of the year. But right now, here, today, with a team that if they can just score 2 runs or more are 41-26. If I take out Gio Urshela and I take out Mark Canha, who, by the way, you're paying $12.5 million to. $12.5 million. Mark Canha and Gio Urshela combine for a negative .2 WAR. Chapman and Wyatt Langford combined today, 5.3. 5 wins better today. And if you like projecting WAR out, you can. Dangerous. You could short sell or you could overestimate. Langford and Chapman, a WAR of 10. Canha and Gio, 1.5. Can we, as a community, come together on this one point? Look, it's all been a frustrating ride for all of us. I don't know anybody who doesn't want this team to win. I don't. This team winning is great for business. This team winning has people in a better mood. This team winning would give us, in my opinion, one of the most thrilling things in all of sports, which is a true pennant chase / wildcard chase. Can we put what I deem to be just this humble radio man, Rico? Can we put this particular debate to bed that today, if you had signed Chapman instead of scoffing at it, and if you had drafted Langford instead of taking the long run, Rico, I think the Tigers are a playoff team.
Not only that, Mike, but they would be a playoff team in spite of all their warts, in spite of, Javi and everything that is just going bad and bringing Akil Baddoo up and back down and back up and back down and Meadows and everything that is bad that has happened to this team. You still would be in the run for a wild card spot, a legitimate run, and not where you are now, because I really don't count this where you are now. So, yes, it's something that should have happened. It was the offseason that I wanted to happen.
Can you settle the debate that, look, I think the Scooble debate is fun. I don't know why people get so bent out of shape. If you want to keep him, I'm not angry. I would prefer signing him. If you want to trade him, my ground rules are we have to get a haul. I don't know why that upsets people, but I've let it go. I don't care. I'll buy you a Scooble teddy bear, whatever you like. But this debate right here, can we at least put this debate to bed? That Scott, do you realize Scott Harris lit $25 million on fire in Mark Canna and Miami?
Yeah. Mike.
Why does no one discuss that?
Mike, that's why I said he's at strike two to me. That's why this trade deadline is essential for him because, yes, you blew an opportunity in the offseason to go out there and really improve this team. You didn't have to break the bank. You didn't have to get some superstars. You just had to get functional people who could hit the ball.
So much like at church, when they do the whole peace routine, I'm turning around in the pew and I'm offering you a sign of peace. Take my strong hand. Will you take my hand in peace? Can we? All other debates are up for whatever you like. Can we stop? Can we just as a community come together and say in one voice, like we are the world, we are the children, that Scott Harris really effed up the offseason? Because imagine today, had he signed Chapman and drafted Wyatt Langford. Look at what the top of your order looks like. Mix and match any way you like. Riley leading off, Colt Keith second, Langford third, Chapman fourth. How much closer to feeling like, wow, we have a core? Like it's here. We have a core. How much closer would you be? And think about it. If this team were 5 or 6 games better, I don't think the Scooble thing ever happens. The debate never takes place. Mm-hmm. The Flaherty stuff, we're not talking about trading Jack. We're talking about maybe adding it to that.
I was about to say, you realize you may be talking about adding some pieces.
And it's a question. Now, my one rule, I'm not going to get angry. You can disagree. I am trying to gain an understanding of my audience. Because I don't get the people that are on the side of, no, we didn't need it. We didn't want to block insert name I don't care about or who isn't here or won't be here. I'm still looking at the McKinstries. I'm still looking at the Badus. I'm still looking at Canna and Urshela. And it's nonsense. And again, I'll take a 1-0 win that's hideous over an 11-10 loss that's fun. But that's just not a product I can get behind. Rico, if they score at least 2 runs, they are on a 99 win pace. So can we end the debate and the defense of Scott Harris's offseason and just admit mistakes were made? And guess what? He can fix them. That doesn't make me less angry. But guys, think about it. If I have 2 players here that right now are the better part of a 6 WAR share, and you're trotting out guys that are a -0.2, that's before I get the bias.
Mm-hmm. Right, that's what I'm saying. You would have probably won a lot more games, and you would be a playoff team or considered like just maybe out of the playoffs, but enough to trigger a response of being buyers, of going out there and getting another bat, going out there and maybe acquiring another relief pitcher.
Can we put this one thing to bed? 248-539-9797. Now, all opinions are welcome. Remember the ground rule. If you're going to say we can't put it to bed, can I just have reasons? Because I feel that's the one thing lacking here. People will just blurt things out of, I wouldn't have helped. Well, why? Why, when you see the stats that if they can just get up off the floor and get to at least 2 runs, and I show you what they are on a wins above replacement level, and then you just, again, every night I'm watching Wyatt Langford since he came back from being hurt. Rico, he's got over a month of data. He's got an OPS over 1,000. Extra base power, home run power, steals, speed, impact bat. Mm-hmm. Kind of what I was saying leading up to the draft last year. 248-539-9797. Olive Branch, take my strong hand. Can we put this one debate to bed? Or do you want to rage on? You guys tell me. We'll get to David Kenny, more of Rico as well, 97.1. All right, guys, it's summer road trip season. Before you get ready to roll, Moran Buick GMC has got the best experience for you any dealer can offer. 24 GMC Sierra 1500, only $247 a month. The 24 Buick Encore GX Preferred, $253 a month. 39 months. And you need certified service, they got you. MoranExpress.com. You get the free loaner. Go about your day. Do what you got to do. It's always fast, always easy. Moran Buick GMC, where you always get that best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. Oh, you just hate to see it. Opening week this week. Sorry, had to do that.
I demand a recount.
That's right. We rerun the race. Keep those machines back on. We are here as agents of peace. I would like to know. Look, Tigers won 4 in a row, 6 out of 8. I mean, there's still a zillion miles out of anything relevant. But baseball's a funny game. If you think, hey, it's for real, then I want you to chew on this. Last night they won a game 1-0. They got a knack for doing it. Why? Their pitching's really good.
Yeah. Sold out crowd too.
Maybe 5,000 people. The point is, if they can get to at least 2 runs or more, they're 41-26 this season. That, to me, in a sports sense, not legal, in a sports sense, is criminal. For you not to supply this team with the offense necessary because, guys, they could be in a race, which all of us want.
Mm-hmm.
So how could they have done it? Simple. Drafted the guy I wanted, Wyatt Langford, a college bat, not the we'll see Max Clark in 3 years, and get McGonigal to do the cutesy 2-for-1. Straight up. Wyatt Langford's OPS over the last 30 games over 1,000. He's showing you what people thought he was going to be out of Florida. And he's doing it for the World Series champs. And you sign Matt Chapman. And by the way, well, Chapman wouldn't have taken 18 to come here. Would he have taken 20? Would he have taken 21? 22? You're still saving money from the 2 dead bodies Scott Harris provided us in Maeda and Canna for a combined $25 million. So, with love in my heart, will you take this olive branch? Does this settle this debate? That the power stat says it does, that the numbers of the 2 players in question says it does, and that can we just at least as a fan base come to a conclusion they absolutely screwed the pooch this offseason? Or do you want to fight on? Because I'm not getting angry this summer. Not with vacation on the horizon. David, Kenny, join the conversation. Please tell me, if you don't think it settles the debate, tell me why. That's my one rule.
Yeah, the debate should be settled according to Costa Rica 6-9.
Corinthians.
Philippians.
It was Philippines 43.
Oh, my gosh. Yes, but the debate should be over, okay? The Detroit Tigers.
They could be in this, David.
They could be in this.
Doesn't that data tell you they could be in it?
Well, and that's what I was going to say. They screwed the pooch in my mind by not going out and getting bats in the offseason, by not signing Chapman. That they messed things up. And if they would have done that, then that stat would even be a bigger stat in my mind because they would be winning and they would be on the pathway of winning and trying to make a playoff.
See,
That's
interesting.
Important.
But the part you're leaving out, you know, Rieger did a topic on this on one of his shows, and he did one of these straw polls. I was really surprised when Rieger told me, he goes, a vast majority of people are like, no, I'd rather have Max Clark than Wyatt Langford.
Why?
I'm like, why? What is that based on? Now, if you tell me I'd rather have 2 lottery tickets in Clark and McGonigal, and they're both top 100 prospects, you have a right to that. I'm not mad at you. What I would caution you is they're doing what they're doing in single A. Wyatt Langford's doing it in the big show. Now, here, today. Now.
It's hope. It's the future. It's undefeated, Mike, because you haven't failed yet. So you could always say, we have this guy in the minors who are going to come up here and he's going to revolutionize baseball.
How many times have we said that in
David,
his organization,
we always
though?
say
But
that.
David, it's baseball. Remember, like that's my one beef with this. It's part of the reason, and we're not doing this, because July is a month of peace. But when people do want to trade Scooble, I understand it's about quantity. They want to just have so many lottery chips. They can become a little bit more like Baltimore, and they can have misses, and it won't be crippling. See, it's so faulty to me. And I've heard callers do it, hosts do it. Oh, well, if it's Torkelson's fault. If he had hit, it would all be different. If your plan is based around one player, that's faulty. The idea that I still have to look at the players I looked at in that lineup last night. Oh, well, they have injuries. Everyone has injuries. Hello.
The fact that you can't call anybody up, that's not Akil Baddoo.
Right. The fact
You're
that
in trouble.
How about the fact Baez is still here? So, no, I just wanted to know if numbers.
But he had a double last night.
Congrats. I wanted to know if numbers and data, if we could put this one to bed. Because I'll be honest, you're tired of it. I'm tired of it. Kenny's mom is tired of it. We're all sick of it. Kenny's mom just wants to relax at the koi pond. That's all. She doesn't want to hear about the Tigers' offense anymore. David, what do the ticket texters have to say? Let's talk.
Someone says, I am concerned Scuba will walk if he doesn't get some off.
No, stop. I'm not doing that.
I'm sorry.
July is a month of peace.
That was signed David Hall.
Yeah,
I'm so sorry about that one.
You can keep Scooble. You can trade Scooble. You can do whatever you like with Scooble.
Right.
I no longer care.
And that's according to Taiwan 1432.
Love the take, Mike, but we can't sign a good bat for 2 years because we will block Max Clark. Al from Jackson. Another one says, I'm with you, Mike. Harris needs to try to fix this offense, and he didn't do it. Does that mean adding a bat at the deadline? Don't tease me now.
No, because here's the difference. If I flip your record around, if you're sitting at 48 and 42 instead of 42 and 48, it's a different conversation. But you can't. Guys, you're 7 games out. And I know about, well, that's not 15, but you have what? 4 or 5 teams in front of you It's just no. The answer is no.
If the Tigers had drafted Langford, signed Chapman, I wonder if Torkelson would still be up with this club and doing better with the protection he would have had around him.
Can't speak to it.
Yeah.
But my argument for signing a bat and my argument for Langford was about insulating the young players and the development. I mean, I think about what it would look like rolling out Riley in leadoff, Keats second, Langford third, Chapman fourth. And then you start to think longer term about guys like Jace Young, guys coming up here and helping you. And you go, wow, maybe I'm one piece away where now I've stretched this lineup. I just have never figured out why there has been such pushback on this take. That I can't figure out. Go ahead, David. Sorry.
Mike and Hamtramck says, I'm convinced Scott Harris doesn't know what he's doing, just a theoretical analytic guy who gave us Mark Canha 1 home run in 9 weeks, Maeda, and no Wyatt Langford.
No, I don't think you can say the man doesn't know what he's doing. I don't think that's fair. I can have a disagreement with the guy. I'm not telling you Scott Harris doesn't know what he's doing. I disagree with how he's doing it. Mm-hmm. And I said from the beginning, I'm not interested in building a San Francisco Giants try-hard group. I like analytics, and they are they are the spinal column of the sport. But you need difference makers. You need stars. What the Giants did back in 2021, and they had this magical season that resulted in nothing, by the way. I'm not interested. I don't think that's reliable. I don't think that's bankable. I don't think that's something that gets David to take his kids to the park or listeners to want to talk about it on the radio. Mm-hmm. I'm in the business. I want to win and I want to be interesting. And that's just not, hey, look, get ready because every mock draft I see for the Tigers coming up, high school bat. Coming summer of 28. So just be ready. It seems to be the way they're going to do things. And I'm sorry, it's not North Korea. I don't have to say I like it. Sorry.
No. I mean, had you gone out there and bought in the bats now, you'd be buyers right now. You'd be picking up yet another bat to put this team over the top to solidify their role in a playoff chase.
Maybe.
Didn't.
Maybe. But
no, I think that they would, Mike, because with the stat, if you can score 2 runs
or more,
you're on pace to win 99 games.
Correct.
And your offense is horrible when you're automatically giving up when it's Javi and Akil Baddoo back to back. That's just, to me,
add Canha to that list.
Yeah, that's 12 outs.
Well, think about this too. For the people who complain about how expensive these free agents were,
I mean, you might as well have the pitcher batting at this point.
So are you absolving Scott Harris of burning $25 million into thin air? Maeda and Canha was $25 million. Look, I just would like to see some level of accountability where we can talk about these people, the decisions they make and don't make, in an honest manner. That's all. It's sports, guys. It's not curing cancer. It's just not that real to me. Go ahead, David.
And when he traded for Canha, I just assumed, okay, this is just the beginning here. You're going to do more.
Gio Urshela.
And he didn't. Well, again, I thought he was going to do more, and it just did not happen.
David will be fine. We'll have a 3-headed monster at third base. It'll work itself out. Somebody will take the job. Somebody always does. Exactly.
We'll get to the calls. And guys, I'd love to see some more calls. It's a non-confrontational July. It's peaceful. I'm just trying to settle the debate. I'm going to fix the whole thing in the Middle East and Ukraine next. Just let me fix this first. 248-539-9797. I've given you the data. I've given you the numbers. Next, you get the main stage. We go to the phones. 97.1. All right, being number one is not easy. It takes years of experience, dedication, determination, and the number one mattress. Produced? How about purchased by millions every year is Serta. They have the experience, 111 years of it, making the most comfortable mattresses, and they're made right here in Michigan. Right now, 4th of July summer sale, save up to $900 off an iComfort adjustable mattress. Go to Serta.com, find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com. All right, straight to the people. What are we talking about? Simple. It's part of our July program. I'm done fighting with y'all. A team that's 14 out and 7 out respectively isn't worth it. Not going to fight with you. I'm going to offer you something. You tell me if it settles the debate. And if you say no, there's no yelling, there's no anger. But you got to have reasons. You don't get to just call me an idiot. Just have a reason. So I have said, look, whether it was the draft last year where I wanted Wyatt Langford and they took Max Clark, by way, they got McGonigal, bonus structure, fine. Wyatt Langford's OPS is north of 1,000 over the last 4 or 5 weeks. And he is an impact bat. Imagine if you had a second Riley Green. That's basically what you would just be plopping into your lineup, a.k.a. an all-star level bat. I also, while I didn't lay on the train tracks about what name, I wanted a veteran bat. Rico wanted J.D. Martinez. A lot of guys here wanted Matt Chapman. I used Matt Chapman as the example. Chapman's on his way to being a 6-WAR player again. He's been fine. He's been a pro. He's been an above-average bat. He's got the power. If you had Chapman and Langford versus Canna and Urshela and then the hopes and dreams of Max and McGonigal, I think you'd be 6 games better. And the data bears it out if you trust wins above replacement or just this power stat by cookies. When the Tigers score 2 or more runs, you're 41-26. You're on a 99 win pace.
Even a more trickle-down theory for that, Mike, is maybe, just maybe, if you were scoring the runs, because I do think that Torkelson tried to do too much. Maybe he's still here. Maybe he learns that I don't have to hit a home run every time I go up to the plate. That he may be a part of your everyday lineup. But I think that he took too much upon himself, hearing you're going to be the savior of this team, and he wasn't. And he failed, and he hasn't been able to recover from that.
To the people. Let's go to Josh, 97.1. Josh, how you doing today?
Hey, guys, let's talk some baseball.
Let's do it. What do you got?
So I got 2 things. The first is, yes, I agree with you, and I think the concept of blocking players is a straw man. Like, Mike, your Yankees, they could trade Alex Verdugo tomorrow for some bullpen help and replace him with Jason Dominguez once he's healthy, right? Like, that's a good player being replaced with a good player tearing it up in the minors.
Right.
Just like if Jace Young's tearing it up, Matt Chapman becomes available for somebody else, right? And so my other thing, though, is that, like, because of the failings in this past offseason, this upcoming offseason, there's a third baseman that's going to be a free agent out of Houston, Alex Bregman, Hinch connection, leader. Don't we, like, have to demand that Harris and Illich make a move for Alex Bregman and bring him in and use the connections for Hinch and kind of have him fill in that Pudge or Maglio role that, you know, those guys are brought in for?
I get it. Here's what I would just say is, Josh, just say a Bregman type move. I never like demanding this specific player has to be. Get me a player like him. Whether it's him or something else, I'm with you. Yes, Josh, you can't have another offseason like this. You can't.
No, and it's just it doesn't make any sense, because if like this concept of blocking players, if a player is tearing it up and making it so that he is no longer blocked, you will move the thing blocking.
Exactly.
Like teams do it all the time. Like back in the Tigers playoff runs, Dombrowski flipped Austin Jackson and Drew Smyly, who was pitching really well for the Tigers, for David Price, right? Like, you know, are we worried about blocking Drew Smyly? Like, no, we're going to go get better. And so it's just this concept of not signing or trading players.
Josh, I think the other thing that I think that is flawed that many listeners don't is the idea of, well, we're trying to build a long-term consistent winner. I think that's a little bit of a straw man too. It's very, very hard to, we're building a dynasty, so we're going to suck for 10 years. And it's like, how about this? How about we just get to the playoffs?
If you feel like you can catch lightning in a bottle, like Dombrowski tried to do so many times, right? Sure. And like mortgage the future to ride the wave or whatever. Yeah, that's what you want your team to do. And so when
Josh,
you look at a team that's pitching as well.
We talked about it this year as well, which is if they had an offense, nobody would be excited to see them in the first round with, assuming Flaherty's healthy, Skubal, Flaherty, Olsen. And Josh, that's my problem with it. I don't know why there's been such a visceral pushback on it, or why people look to defend this franchise that really hasn't done anything for them in eons. But whatever, free country. We go to Nick, 97.1. Nick, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. Can I ask quick, and I apologize if you've said it recently, but has the Stoney and Wojo Invitational, is that coming up soon?
Yes, that is next week. I will text Stoney during the break. That is next week. I believe, David, is it Tuesday or Wednesday we're doing that?
We'll talk about it.
Whoa. Do you have breaking news? Did something go wrong?
No breaking news.
Okay.
We'll talk about it.
All right. I'll get with you, Nick.
Sorry, guys. I didn't mean to get you distracted there.
You're okay.
It's okay.
I half agree with you. The first half being the veteran bat. I think we needed at least two. Chapman, J.D. Mark, it doesn't really matter who it was, just somebody that can come in that isn't Mark Canha. I think that'd be great. On the Max Clark, Wyatt Langford thing, I'm going to give Scott Harris his ability to put his plan in action, and if he thinks it's high school bats, that's great. I honestly think if Langford would have came here, whoever our batting coach is, who I don't know who it is, I don't think it would have went over well. I just don't see younger guys in our system developing good batting habits other than Colt recently. And I think that if we would have brought Wyatt Langford right up, I think we would have maybe been telling him the wrong thing to do. And I don't know if that's fair. They're professionals. It's not like the coach goes up there and swings
Nick,
for them.
Nick, I'm not mad about it. I'm not mad about it. You've provided a reason. That's all. Nick, I got tired of me or Cookies or Jeff being called stupid or people just like, oh, well, it wouldn't have changed anything. And I'm like, well, how can you say that? The numbers don't bear that out.
Well, and I think a lot of fans act like Chris Ilitch's bank account is theirs. Like, what does it matter if like Canha already did basically flop? What did it matter if Chapman didn't bat well here? It's not like it's affecting the way you live your life, And I just think
Nick,
you're
right.
His pocketbook.
No, you're right. A lot of people think that it's their money, and it's not. It's to go out and spend it, and
you can make mistakes financially too and recover from, and opposed to the NFL where if you lock the guy up, you're salary cap and all that stuff. So go ahead and make a couple mistakes, Scott. You already did with we call him Uncle Ken, but Kenta Maeda already made a mistake there. A couple more, and
he's made several. No, Nick, he's made several, and that's the thing I don't like is like. We're sitting here, and it's funny because like you'll look at the newspaper, and it's like, oh, Max Clark hit a grand slam, and it's like, yeah, in Paducah County. I mean, if you're trying to offset negative dialogue, well, the guy I'm talking about's doing it now, and the other guy's doing it for a team in the NL. Mm-hmm. It's like I'm here now. Now, if you come in and you're straight up, and you're like, look, this is gonna be a long-term rebuild. This is going to take several years. Well, hold on. That hasn't been said either. So if you want the Max Clark McGonigal double dip, that's fine. I'm not mad about it. But it does fly in the face of the Scooble thing, which I'm not debating anymore. I don't care. Keep him, trade him, hug him, love him, hate him, do whatever you like. It's summer. I'm not going to be angry about it. And look, the team winning some games.
Let's see how long you can keep this up.
Well, it's because it's just not worth it. When you look at the big picture and realize they're 14 games out of first and 7 out of the wild card with 5 teams in between, what am I going to do? They're going to write their own story. If they catch fire in the next 3 weeks, and we're having a conversation when I leave for Saratoga, and they're 2 games out of the wild card, and they've won 11 of 13 or something, well, that's you got it. Go do it. Mm-hmm. But Rico, you know what I know. Winning games like last night, it's not sustainable.
No, it's not.
248-539.
You normally lose those 1-0 games.
Right, and again, I'll take a win any way I can get it. But I admit I've written the season off largely. I mean, I do expect Flaherty will get traded. I do expect, all jokes aside, whether it's an Urshela, a Kelly, a Canha, a depth piece for a good team, someone else will get traded. And by the fact we don't have anyone to bring up. Now, the catcher thing, you could platoon Rogers and Dingler. Fine. I don't think Young's coming up. No. Now, again, he's been hurt, but if he had 12 errors in like 41 games, holy mercy.
Unless you just want to say, you know what, F it, season's over. If you're going to make mistakes, I'd rather see you make mistakes on a major league level, and maybe we could fix it here.
Maybe. 248-539-9797. We'll get more of your phone calls as well. It's a simple question. I know the numbers can get a little nerdy. Is what I've presented, does it end at least that debate? And we can just move on and enjoy our summer. We'll get more of you guys next. Touch table on football as well. Summer's here. John Jansen Weight Loss Fiesta. There is still time. You could do some damage, lose some lbs, 10 pounds, 100 pounds, or any pounds in between. They'll get you on the same plan that helped John lose 63 pounds in total. Go to idealu.us right now. Ideal U, Michigan-based weight loss company, and they have helped thousands, like John Jansen, reach their weight loss goals. So start your summer right. Lose the weight. Get a $200 Visa gift card. 15, 20, 30 pounds in just 30 days. Go to idealu.us. John did it. So can you. It's idealu.us. All right, let's touch the table. Little football, shall we? David, dealer's choice. He's put on sexy glasses, by the way. We hold on a minute. It's a big blitz. Whoa,
You're
wait
right.
a minute.
It is a big blitz.
The Right Reverend has joined the show. Wow, David, those are beautiful.
Oh, thank you so much. We're going to talk about some ugly teams to start with here, though. We're going to do
Kenny is sitting right next to you, bro. Come on, man.
We're going to do the 2024 Power 4 tier list.
Okay, so these are the non-Rico Beard, aloof, arrogant, super elite teams.
This is what used to be the group of 5?
Yes, this is all the Power 4 schools here.
So this is like cash to ticket central, right?
Yeah.
Here. East Carolina.
So
Wait, you said these are the Power 4?
No, these are the Power 4.
Okay.
Oh.
These are the Michigans and the Michigan States.
Man, I
and
thought we were
these
going to the
these are not
discount
the
rack.
elite Power 4.
No, we're going to get to the elite.
Okay.
There are tiers here. So
Okay.
we can start with the bad teams in the bad tier that you're just not going to pay attention to this season.
Vanderbilt.
UCLA, Vanderbilt, Houston, Cincinnati, Stanford, Virginia, and Indiana.
Okay, of that group, what's the best job in that group?
A great question.
I'd
Wait,
argue
give
it's-
me them. Who are they again?
UCLA, Houston, Vanderbilt, Cincinnati, Stanford, Virginia, Indiana.
I would say probably UCLA.
No.
UCLA, because you have a clear advantage, Los Angeles. And you're the good school in Los Angeles. You're right there in the middle of Bel Air. So it doesn't look like, basically you're in Boys in the Hood as soon as you step off campus.
We never agree. It's a poverty school. The stadium's an hour from campus. No one cares.
No, but the thing is, they don't have to be a poverty school. If you get the right coach, you can sell California. You can sell LA.
I'd go to Houston because you can cheat. You can do whatever you want down there.
You can.
Houston, Cadillacs
And
for
you have
everybody.
Texas to recruit in, and
Yukons for everybody. I'll do whatever I want. It's Houston.
you can recruit in Louisiana. Houston's close enough.
And I get the sweet Houston Oiler reset uniforms that they got a cease and desist on.
Or you can just simply say, hey, kid, come to your official visit in LA.
Hey, that's the house OJ murdered those people.
Allegedly.
So the tier right above the bad tier says below mid. It's a lot more teams here.
Okay.
Purdue, Mississippi State. I don't have to name them all. BC, you got Duke, Pitt, Baylor. Colorado is in this one along with Northwestern and Illinois.
See, I honestly think some of these teams should be in that last grouping.
Like BYU, who I did name. Should it be?
No. BYU has its niche.
Yeah.
BC should be bad.
BC, when your head coach leaves to be a coordinator in the NFL like Jeff Hafley did, that's a bad job.
See, I would
Duke,
say
bad
Baylor.
job.
See, Baylor to me is probably the best team of that group because Baylor has shown me they can go out, they can get recruits in Texas.
Yep.
They kind of did it the Mark D'Antonio way. The best guys may go to Texas, but we're going to get the rest. And we're going to get those sleepers. And we're going to bring in, and they're not afraid to hit the portal and go after people. And they got the money down there. They could get it done and turn it around. They just got to get that right coach to bring them back. Because when they had the coach that overlooked a lot of things, they won, but he was a scumbag.
Very much so. So let's go to the bowl season tier.
All right, so these are teams that are what? Like Nick Saban, MSU 6-6?
Basically, yes.
All right,
So Michigan State is on this list as a team that would be in the bowl season. That's what they say. Florida, Minnesota, Washington, Rutgers, North Carolina and South Carolina, Auburn.
Interesting note here,
See,
by
I
the
would
way.
put Rutgers in the other one.
TCU.
You see Rutgers already has 30 commits? What is that about? How do you have 30 commits today?
You do, Mike.
Oh,
Here-
God.
no. Here's where you're going to get angry.
Why is he doing the DeVito?
Yeah,
Why is he
I
doing
was
this to
wondering
me?
that. He has something there for you.
Tommy
Because-
Cutlets over here.
Because I got a chicken cutlet waiting for you.
Okay.
They're not going to stay there.
Okay.
They basically in the summer, hey, Rutgers offered me, kid gets good, and then all of a sudden,
Gotta go to Texas A&M.
Miami,
Yeah.
or Ohio State, or some other school says, hey, kid, you really want to go to Rutgers? No, I do not.
Give me a team from this group, David. Read them. It's got to be Micro Machines fast.
Yes, it does.
I need you to read this. Give me a team from this group that will surprise and make the playoffs. Go.
Minnesota, Florida, Washington, Michigan State, South Carolina, North Carolina, Rutgers, Arkansas, Kentucky, SMU, Maryland, TCU, Auburn, Georgia Tech, Oregon State, Washington State, Cal, West Virginia. Whew.
Thank you for doing that. I'm sorry.
Ooh.
Give me a team
that
that
was
makes
fun.
A team that could actually do something.
Yep. Go 9-3 and make the playoff.
I'm going to say Florida. I'm going to say Florida because you're in the SEC, if you could somehow just win enough games, and even if you lose to the better schools in the SEC, you'll carry the swag, and that would be enough to catapult a 9-3 SEC Florida team. I think would be considered for the playoffs.
Well, right. The problem is, I don't think they're going to win 5 games. Rico, have you seen their schedule?
I have. You ask, and I'm saying,
okay, but I'm talking about actual viability. Who can do it? Now you're right. Hey, if Florida went 9-3 with that schedule, Napier's getting a 10-year deal. Go ahead.
I don't have anybody.
Okay,
it's probably no one, but you'll have a lot of teams in this one. This is the playoff hunt.
Well, maybe TCU.
List.
Maybe TCU.
Oh, okay. They've
TCU,
been named as a team that could possibly
Big 12
surprise.
Big 12. Your 2 biggest schools are gone, so somebody has to be the new lead dog.
David.
Yeah.
Something you know all about. What about the Disco D? Nope, not that one. What about SMU? Conference affiliation. They got Preston Stone. They got the Disco D helmets. Come on.
I don't think they could just walk into the ACC. Nobody just walked into the ACC.
All righty then. Let's get you to the end of the
Disco
playoff.
D.
In the playoff hunt teams, you got USC.
No.
Texas Tech. Oklahoma. You have NC State, Virginia Tech, Syracuse, Nebraska, Texas A&M, Arizona, Kansas, UCF, Wisconsin, Louisville, Iowa, Oklahoma State.
How did Syracuse make this list?
I don't know. I know they're killing it on the recruiting trail because of the guy they hired from Georgia, but I don't buy it. The team on there that intrigues me the most is UCF. Big 12 affiliation. You know who the quarterback is?
No.
Think about welfare Cam Newton in a Gus Malzahn offense. KJ Jefferson from Arkansas.
That's where he went?
Yep. That means Malzahn's going to run him into the dirt. But UCF, offensive mastermind, a sledgehammer at quarterback. I keep an eye on UCF.
No, Mike, the school is this. What if I told you your first 7 games are UTEP, Colorado, Northern Iowa, Illinois, Purdue, Rutgers, Indiana? You could start the year off 7-0, play Ohio State, and then you finish off with USC, UCLA, Wisconsin, and Iowa.
Nebraska.
That's Nebraska. That's
this is
the team.
The year the Cornhuskers get it right.
This may actually be the year. Nebraska could legitimately go 10-2, not the greatest of schedule, and make the playoffs.
Fair.
So then we have top contenders, and then I think we all know the title favorites. We know that already.
Who are the title favorites?
Title favorites would be Georgia, Oregon, Ohio State, Texas, Alabama.
Feels right.
Okay.
It feels right. Especially you're not replacing a lot of quarterbacks there. It feels right.
So the tier right under them, Michigan, Kansas State, LSU, Clemson, Utah, Iowa State, Notre Dame, Florida State, Tennessee, Miami.
Don't sleep on Kansas State. If that Avery Johnson kid's the quarterback, the kid who looks like Sunshine from Remember the Titans, that kid's he's a home run hitter. And Kleiman simply wins games. They are very old school MSU with how they go about stuff.
See, I would say this, David, it comes down to week 1. Notre Dame goes to Texas A&M and wins.
Yep.
I think Notre Dame's in the playoff.
Or vice versa.
Texas A&M?
A&M, if they get off to a hot start and Wegman is as good as I think he is, they could be a nightmare.
Yeah, but I guess I'm looking at Notre Dame's schedule. That's really
I
their toughest game. So even if they lose, but it's a close game and they finish 11-1, they're in the playoffs.
Well, plus UTV scumbags will put them in because that's all you care about.
And the final 3 teams on that list was Penn State, Missouri, Ole Miss.
Mizzou. Luther Burden. Lock it up. Top 5 pick NFL.
I mean, he threw you a softball.
I didn't want to get made fun of again.
Nobody's going to make fun
That's
of you.
That's exactly why I left it last, Rico.
For Ole Miss.
It's not, no, Mike. Unlike you, I'll allow you happiness.
Wow.
That's amazing. And that is your college football blitz.
Brought to you by Beninati Pools. Cade Cunningham's 5-year max rookie deal is official. Woj reporting a figure of $224 million. They could reach up to $269 million with incentives. Cunningham logged nearly 23 points per game last season, plus 7.5 assists. The Pistons are scheduled to formally introduce their next head coach, J.B. Bickerstaff, tomorrow at 12:30. You can hear the presser right here on 97.1 The Ticket. The Tigers lineup is in as they look for their 5th win in a row. Matt Vierling leads off in center field. Colt Keith will bat second at second. Riley Green bats third in left field. It's Kelly, Urshela, and Perez in the middle. Justin Henry Malloy hitting 7th and DHing today. Javi Baez back in the lineup for the 2nd straight day at shortstop. And Zach McKinstry will round it out at third base. Kenta Maeda starts on the mound. He'll look to bounce back from his last start, where he gave up 9 earned runs. That via his translator last game. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket. First pitch at 6:40. Oklahoma State running back Ollie Gordon will not miss any playing time following his DUI arrest, according to Coach Mike Gundy. Quote, "He's going to play. I'm going to do what we think is best for Oklahoma State football. And I think it's best for Ollie to play. If there's any punishment, it's making him carry the ball 50 times in the first game," end quote. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Best press conference ever. Thank you, Kawhi. Hey, one note before we get into Rico's topic. If you missed the top of the show, Odyssey.com rewind. I offered an olive branch. I just wondered if we could settle the debate peacefully regarding the Tigers. 4 in a row, 6 out of 8. All right, big picture, 14 out of first, 7 out of the wild card. Nothing changes for me unless it's a sustained run of unforeseen baseball. And last night's game, it just got us talking, and we had a stat for you. So you can go listen to that. I want to ask Rico a question, and I know where this is headed. It's headed to a bad place. I'm going to be mocked and made fun of and probably called a boomer, but here we go.
We seriously like horse racing, Mike.
No. That report about Ollie Gordon, who's maybe your presumptive favorite to win the Heisman, potentially. I mean, he's going to carry the ball 500 times this year, a zillion times. So he gets a DUI. Gundy comes out and brazenly is just like, no, you're not going to miss any games. And in fact, I'll give him the ball 50 times. And I was thinking about it. NIL, and now it's, wait a minute. Ollie got in trouble. Well, we're paying him $1 million.
Mm-hmm.
Literally, if you go to sit that kid because he got a DUI, the first phone call that comes in is from the booster who actually signed the check.
Mm-hmm.
Going, no, you're not.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we have lost any ability now. Maybe that I've just.
Mike, but that's in any world. It's not just an NIL thing. It's any line of business. If you're deemed the moneymaker, you can screw up. You can do things wrong, and people will find a reason to keep you around.
Yeah, you're missing it. You're missing my point.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. You're missing my point that like there was a structure of we are the adults, you're the kids.
Mm-hmm.
You're 100% right that now that the money's in, this is how it's handled. What I'm saying is you've always wondered what the hell's going on at Georgia. Georgia can't sit guys.
No.
Maybe that's why they're all Mario Andretti down there.
A lot of mistakes have been made.
Now you can't punish your players.
No,
can you?
No, Mike, no, you can't punish your players because it's not just the players, but it's the pressure because we're spending millions of dollars on these guys. I need you to win at all costs.
That's how Mozzie got on the plane.
We will deal with the
got it.
We'll deal with the repercussions later. If we got to give back a title, we'll give back a title. But you know what? We get to hoist the trophy right here, right now.
I mean, for me, my problem.
I'm not looking at you, David.
No, that was a cheap shot, Rico.
No, it's not. Mike.
Leaders and best.
The thing is, it's a copycat league.
Hail.
And the fact that they did that.
Victors.
The fact that Georgia won titles and then you see player after player after player get into trouble. It's
Go
like,
blue.
Why would we sit here and punish ourselves when we don't have to?
Because I come from a place where we're still in the act of you're giving your child to me, I am responsible for them. There's no world that a guy gets a DUI and doesn't sit the first game of the year against the college for
right, but
whatever.
Okay, you're looking at this, and it's cute.
Yep, there it is. I knew it. So see, Rico, or I called Kenny Rico. So Kenny,
We
you
look
see
the same.
You see what I'm saying?
What?
I knew he would do it.
No.
We've reached the bottom of the chili pot, Mike.
Right. Oh, that's cute. Like, we can't have an adult discussion about this.
We are, Mike, but it's just the naivete that you have.
It's not. I disagree.
No. Because you're looking at it as like if you were a responsible parent,
like a head coach making $8 million a year.
I'm actually agreeing with you. You're saying, hey, these guys, these young men are supposed to be going to college to become members of society and learn how to do the right thing. Except for if I'm a parent, coach, I just need my kid in the NFL. So make that go away. Do whatever you did whenever this kid did something. Sprinkle a little bit on my kid for that DUI he got. Make it go away because
my overriding point in all of it is just stripping another layer of even the illusion of this being college football. Like, it's not college football. Like, if you get in trouble in the NFL, there are consequences. There are.
See,
how in college now, what is this? Just Rough Rider you? We just get to do whatever the hell we want all the damn time?
No, Mike, I think what has happened is all NIL did was bring all the stuff we heard rumors about to the forefront and made it legal. And now you can see it. It's like weed stores. It was like you didn't have to go and call up your hookup. You could just drive down 8 Mile and get it on your own. We all knew money was being offered out there, and we all knew there was pressure to play certain kids no matter what. Now you see why. Because you see how much this kid is worth. Do you think I'm going to bench this guy?
Who's Oklahoma State playing the opener, David? Tell me. The whole point I'm making is even light punishment against a nobody doesn't impact the season.
Sit him a half.
You do what's right.
San Dakota?
South Dakota State.
Wales,
I'm sorry. South Dakota State. I'm sorry.
Philippians. No, but you at least, Mike, what you're saying is you at least want a Johnny Manziel half-ass punishment.
It's South Dakota State. You can sit him the whole game and win that game.
Right, but and it's the thing. Remember when Johnny Manziel got in trouble and he's like sat a quarter of a game, and it's like, okay, it was a joke, but you did something.
Look,
I understand where you're coming from.
I'm just to a point where I think the only way forward for college football remotely, there has to be, and I don't know how to do it. I'm not a lawyer, and I'm not interested in fighting. It's just there has to be contracts that have a personal conduct policy. Get caught doing 60 and a 20 with a gun and enough ammo that the A team can be there. You're not getting on the team plane. DUI? No, you don't get to not be suspended for a game. Like, what are we doing, man?
I can help you out with this. You know what the problem is the fact that you're allowing irresponsible people to make the punishment. You're allowing the coach or the AD of the school to make the punishment. So they're biased. What the sport needs, and we've talked about, is a commissioner, is an outside force to say, no, that's not what's good for the entire world of college football. So you got the DUI, son. You're sitting 2 games. You did this. You need that voice. Because then, and I think that the athletic directors and the coaches would like that because they're not the bad guy.
That's right.
You can't be the bad guy.
You get to be Goodell.
Right.
You can be the meat shield.
Yes.
To the logo, so to speak.
Yes. Because the Steelers probably didn't want to say, Cam, you're going to miss half a season, but Goodell could say that.
Is this where contracts might come into play?
Yes.
I mean, you just have it written down. If you do that X, Y, and Z, these are the punishments across the board unilaterally when it comes to NIL.
Look,
we're paying you to do this. You must act this way.
But see, I think you need an outside voice to sit there and be the fall guy, be the bad guy. So therefore, if you're the coach, you can look and be like, I would have played him, but Commissioner Valenti, he's a crazy nut job, and he suspended him.
That's what the contract's for. You just see, my hands are tied. I have to bench you.
Yeah, you could work around a contract because legally, you said if it was a DUI, but what if it was a DWI? Like you can get into that type of thing.
Or we could just go to common sense.
I was just about to say this. Rico, it sounds like you need to run a program because you would just let anybody do whatever they want.
No,
because
David.
all it is about right and wrong.
No,
this
David.
kid should not be playing in game 1.
David.
Period.
I agree with you 3. I'm saying you get an outside because no one's going to punish their own because I don't want to get fired.
If
I got a
Gundy
lot of
can't punish
pressure.
his own, then he shouldn't be the head coach of my program.
Like
he shouldn't be leading these young men.
Like I think about,
But I'm making $10 million a year. So you know what?
But I think locally, right? Like, look, I'm sorry, but if Sharon Moore or Jonathan Smith got up there, and one of pick your school, I'm not picking on anybody, but and Ollie Gordon is the best player at Oklahoma State by a mile. He's probably the best running back they've had since Thurman Thomas and Barry Sanders. So if it was, I don't even know who State's best player is, we blow, or if it was one of Michigan's D tackles. If a coach came out locally and went, nah, I ain't spending him, I'm playing him.
I don't even have to go there.
His punishment will be, I'm going to play him more. What would the discourse be?
But I don't even have to go there.
Mike, there is no discourse.
Sharon Moore is in year 1, had to get rid of 2 coaches. You don't think those 2 coaches could have helped him win in year 1 and start his program? But guess what he did? He put on his big boy pants and fired him.
No, David, he didn't. You know what happened? It got public. And the public found out, and he had no choice because when you blow at a .158 3 hours after getting pulled over.
But this DUI is public.
You can't.
This DUI is public for Ollie Gordon.
Right, but the thing, David, I understand what you're saying. You saw it was hardball. And it was. You let your guy get the gun charge, he played. There was no suspension at all. Your running back last year, there was no suspension at all for the anti-Semitic stuff. Nothing. Why? We're just going to act like it didn't happen. We're just going to win, and the fan base will back me because we're going to win games. It's the mentality.
And for me, I'm just done with it. It's stupid. Like, it really, if you take a step back from this, Rico, it's just dumb. The sport is dumb. Like the whole thing. Think about what we're talking about. A coach can get up there at a podium, openly and brazenly, and be like, no, his punishments, I'm going to give him the yeehaw, I'm going to give him the ball 50 times. That'll be his punishment. I mean, what is this, a bad movie?
No, but see, you said it best, and I don't even think you realize the words of wisdom that you said weeks ago.
Let's hear it.
No, and Mike, I'm not making fun of you. I'm actually giving you your props on this.
I'm back.
College football, everything is predicated on I have to do whatever I have to do to make sure this kid doesn't leave.
Right, that's where I've
because
lost
once
my...
again, when you said it, and it was like that light bulb moment. But if pro sports were college sports, the Lions would have had to wonder, was Sam Laporta going to hit the portal?
Right, it's why
was Jahmyr Gibbs going to hit the portal?
This is why I hate the sport.
J-Mo didn't get enough run. Is J-Mo going to hit the portal and go to the Packers?
Which is why I hate college football now. You know my viewpoint here? I don't care. I'll sound like old white guy. It is a privilege to play for programs like Georgia and Michigan or whatever. It's a privilege to play college football. Now, I'm not going to make the argument the kids don't deserve to get paid. I don't have an issue with it.
Right, but
what are we doing where we're pandering to kids?
Because you're so afraid that kid is going to walk out the door and literally go across the street to your rival school.
All right, so then the question is this. I'll ask the people. And if it goes nowhere, it goes nowhere. But this type of stuff, knowing your school is pandering to young men who in large part, most of them, well, according to NCAA, 98% of them will go pro in something other than sports. That takes away my ability to really care. I think it's gross. Mm-hmm. It's bad enough you got to kiss their ass to recruit them. Now, if this guy catches a bad meal at training table and has diarrhea, you got to worry he's going to hit the portal because Mississippi State offered a better burrito.
You literally got to have your on-staff concierge. Hey, how are you feeling today?
Yeah, right. How are your feelings today?
Right.
Man, F your feelings. You completed 48% of your passes last week. You suck.
I don't like how you talk.
And you're failing physics.
You know what?
Get in the classroom.
I'm hitting the portal. I'm calling up Georgia, and Georgia will take
America's favorite place to watch sports, Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. All the biggest games, best viewing experience built for you, the fan. One of 6 pools, 3 levels. Perfect view of the massive screen. Circa, you know where they are. Right in downtown Vegas on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim, book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. All right, David, give me a few of the ticket texts. The conversation continued during the break. I guess maybe, and it's hard because you start doing one thing and then it turns into something else. But I think the reality is part of the issue, I think, for a lot of people with college football, you feel like, what so now the players get to run the show? Mm-hmm. That's largely a reason people hate the NBA. Mm-hmm. And the fact that these aren't even people of legal drinking age makes it tougher to digest. Look, if Jimmy Butler wants to dictate where he plays as a 4-time All-Star, I don't really have a huge problem with it. Who the hell is Bob McGillicuddy to now what? I got to check on Bob's feelings?
Yeah, my players run the show in college sports. Yes, they do. And you don't care so long as you win. You care if they lose or you care if your team's not doing anything, then it's a problem. But if they're winning, that fan base will look the other way on any and everything that they do because they want that title. They want the trophy. That's what they want. David, you got to experience that. This isn't slander, but stuff happened at Michigan that normally wouldn't happen at Michigan. I'll give Michigan credit.
And I wasn't happy with all of it.
Michigan normally would take a stand on certain things and say, we don't do that here. Except all of a sudden they started doing that there. And they won. And now you go out and you get the T-shirts and you get the hats and you celebrate,
and everybody
because
makes
you
fun
got
of
it.
you. It's just an absurdity. Only hat they ought to be wearing is an asterisk. David, go ahead. I mean, seriously, I'll tell you this. I haven't seen any of it out publicly. I think Wolverines are too damn smart.
I haven't either, and I hang out with a lot of them.
I've seen it.
A lot of them in my family don't have it.
And you know, David, especially after they won, traveling, it was like every plane that I was on was just national champions. We got to head to toe. Like, you got it. You earned it. That's yours. Okay. Good luck. Enjoy it.
You aren't getting suspended in the NFL for a singular DUI. Punishments will be handed out by law enforcement. Come win some games, period. Okay. The real world version
Why do I feel like that dude was grabbing his balls while typing that? Like, sick flex, bro. I don't care.
He was so excited.
Honestly,
Michael Valente.
Yeah, it's just like, ooh. Like, really? All right, dude. It doesn't mean I have to like it. I think it's stupid when a bunch of grown-ass adults aren't able to do their jobs. I think it's ridiculous.
You wanted to pay them once you involved money. This is what happens. Congrats on ruining college sports because people wanted to pay the amateurs.
Well, you're leaving a big part out. Paying them with no structure, no oversight, no rules, and come on, you got to fill in the rest of the blank.
That's just it. They went from wow. They could have put some structure out there. They could have put rules. They could have put contracts. They could have done this. The NCAA was pouting because they lost and said, we don't care. Do whatever you want to do.
Like the idea, David, like case in point, and I don't know if Johnny McNutbag is still out there texting. The whole point is, how the hell am I even supposed to get excited about, like Rico loves the new quarterback at State, Aiden Childs. How can I get excited about it? Minute he's any good? What the hell's the point?
He could leave.
Why am I going to invest in it? The answer is I won't. It's just gotten ridiculous.
The sad reality is he doesn't even have to be good. He can just change his mind.
Sure.
And be gone.
Oh, a coach could yell at him.
Yes.
Didn't like the fact he checked out of a play. They benched his ass. He calls home, and now his agent can work behind the scenes. That kid could bail out for Thanksgiving dinner. Then don't ask me to care.
Rico's crime school and sports camp coming to a field near you.
Ain't that the truth?
Someone says, but can a conference commissioner step in and punish Ollie Gordon?
Michigan fans ought to know.
No, but the commissioner can, but it's only so much because then after it gets to the college football playoffs, they'll say, hey, that's local, we're federal,
right,
and we're going to go ahead and overturn this.
Right, like the playoff isn't run by the NCAA.
So that's why I say a commissioner who's unilaterally can say yes, no. That's what this sports needs.
So make it pro
badly.
sports is what you're saying. Give them a commissioner, and they'll run the entire thing.
David, it's already pro sports. It's just in your mind, you keep thinking it's not, but it is.
So then why are we doing the half measures then? If it's already pro sports, make it pro sports instead of doing this wild, wild west routine that we're running right now.
Kenny, I think you're going to start seeing now that the schools could actually pay players contracts where, okay, son, we're going to pay you $500,000 a year, but it's a 3-year deal. You can't even think about the portal.
You know what kills
But
me
here's
with
the
this?
thing: if you're bad, we're on the hook for this.
I think the other problem I have, you got guys making more money than dudes getting drafted into the NFL. Yeah, I have a problem with that. Go ahead, make fun of me. I don't care. I think it's absurd. Like this kid that just went to Oregon, number 3 overall recruit in America. North of $1 million for a kid who has never caught a pass in college.
Because what you're finding out is people love the college teams more than their pro teams.
Well, or Phil Knight. But
All right, but if you're an alum of the school or you even affiliate with the school and you got a ton of money, it's a pride thing. I want this kid to go to my school instead of my scumbag rivals.
Yeah, I don't have any of that pride, so you can miss me with that. Go ahead, David.
Yeah, someone's asking, who exactly is Johnny McNutbag?
No, it's just like I always
Ran a
laugh.
4.4. Texas Tech.
Right. He was awesome. Like you hop on the ticket text and you're just gripping hard. Like, dude, relax. Oh, you're taking pride in the fact that, like, in the NFL, you can get a DUI and wrap your car around a pole and nothing happened. That's not the point, Johnny. That's not what we're talking about.
That doesn't matter.
I just want college football back. That's the tenor of it. I just can't believe
college football lost its innocence a long time ago. David, it is pro. Now, the problem is you got a bunch of old heads who still think, no, it's college. No, it actually isn't. You need to put out some guardrails. You need to put out some rules, and you can salvage this thing. It's not that far gone that it can't be reeled back in and people would like it again. I think the reason why you've lost interest, Mike, and some other people is because you don't see the payoff. It's like a kaleidoscope where it just keeps changing and changing and changing. And it's just like, okay, I don't know what I'm supposed to feel. I don't know what to do with my hands. I don't know what my team is going to look like tomorrow, let alone today at 5:00, because my best player can say, I want out.
Well, it's the other thing is like, I don't know what Kenny's team or David's team, or there's no ability to have an association with programs, players, rivalries, and things that are familiar. It's like you're feeling around in the dark and you're just like, there's no point in this. There's no way out of this room. It's silly. It is just this thing. And again, I know we're in Detroit. We do Detroit radio, but we both at one point loved college football. The Ollie Gordon thing really angered me when I heard it in the update. Because the idea that he wouldn't sit a half in the opener and the coach now out of fear because the player could leave or we're paying him too much money.
No.
What?
I think you missed the point. That was a message sent out to other players. I'll back you no matter what if you come play for me.
Right, which, again, you lost me. It's ridiculous.
I'm not saying it's right. I'm not. I don't want anybody to think that I'm sitting here advocating this. But that was the message that he sent. Come here. No matter what you do, I will back you 100%. That's why he's going to play. That's why he won't sit.
All right. I know we took a detour. We can knock out a few phone calls, do some ticket texts. I know we got to check in on actual NFL football.
See, I like it. It was nothing Tiger related.
Uplifting. Hey, they won 4 in a row. Be positive.
Yeah.
Jerk.
Yeah. 2 All-Stars. All right. Well, you know what? That was judging. I'm going to give you something that is judgment-free, and that is Planet Fitness. It is the home of the judgment-free zone where anybody, even you sitting in the car listening to me, heck, even Mike as he storms out of the room, you won't be judged. You can feel comfortable and work on your fitness goals. Planet Fitness is where you can build a lasting and active lifestyle. And now through July 18th, you get everything at Planet Fitness. And I mean everything from free fitness training equipment for every workout. And it's never intimidating. $1 down. That's it. Now through July 8th, just $1 down, and you can join your Planet Fitness. Look, there are Planet Fitnesses located throughout Metro Detroit, 50 as a matter of fact, and thousands worldwide. Many have brand new equipment in there, whether it's cardio or strength training equipment. And if you say you don't have time, that's not true. 30-minute circuit, that's it. Put in 30 minutes and you can get a full body workout. And as I stated before, free fitness training if you need some assistance. But you got to go and you got to act now. $1 down now through July 18th. Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Tigers battle the Guardians in Game 2 of the series tonight at Comerica Park. Dan Dickerson and Andy Dirks have the call with the pregame beginning at 6:15. Kenta Maeda on the mound for the Tigers. Remember that name come MLB Draft Day Sunday. The Tigers are set to pick 11th in the first round, and Caminiti is being mocked by a lot of national prognosticators to Detroit. He's currently committed to LSU at a high school and played his ball in Arizona. He's a left-handed pitcher whose fastball can reach up to 98. The Phillies roster received a boost today as Kyle Schwarber and Bryce Harper both came off the injured list. Both missed the minimum amount of time after landing on the injured list overall. And after saying he was opting out of the college football 25 game, Arch Manning has reversed course, posting a promo on X with a cameo saying he's in with his brother Eli, or his uncle Eli. At the Coral Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 4 at 97.1 The Ticket. Com.
All right, we get to the people. Check in on a little NFL football. We got a lot left to do today. We will take you to Tiger baseball. 4 in a row, 6 out of 8 after being horrific. Guys, the inconsistencies, it's what you're going to get when you just don't have MLB ball players. You got great pitching. You have no lineup to speak of outside of 2 guys. We opened the show, though, with a peace offering. Odyssey.com rewind if you want to hear about it. Do your thing. Let's go to Austin, 97.1. Austin, how you doing, buddy?
Good. How are you guys doing?
Good, Austin.
Good.
Just wanted to say thank you for taking the time out of your show to talk to me. Long-time listener, first-time caller. I would just like to touch on the topic you guys were just talking about, which was the whole NIL in college thing in regards to how that could further impact the NFL and how those contracts look, since those kids are making that money in college.
Go ahead.
Hello? Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
I wanted to talk about the NIL in college.
Yes.
And how that could impact the NFL contracts going even higher and higher, since those kids are making that money in college already.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing. The NFL, that's not the NFL's problem. I think the whole thing is screwy when a kid can make more in college than when he gets drafted in the second round. Like, think about it. A second-round quarterback like Desmond Ridder makes less money than some guys in college right now. That's insane. Total insanity. The NFL's not going to change that, though, because they're collectively bargained. What's the players' union going to do? Oh, we want more. The NFL. No.
Very true. Thank you for taking the time out of your day.
Sure. Yeah, no, and I understand what you're saying, Austin. I do. But the problem resides collegiately if nobody takes the reins. I think college is like running a parallel path with the downfall of society. We're just losing all common sense. We're losing all measure. It's insane. And what did it stem from? Jeremy Otto's update. It angered me because Ollie Gordon, man, I'm not saying, look, made a mistake. I'm not telling you the kid should have his career ended. But the idea that a coach is coming out preemptively and not only saying, hey, it's a team matter. No, Mike Gundy's going a step further and going, no, you know what his punishment's going to be? I may make him run it 50 times in the opener as we win by 40. Mm-hmm. We've lost cabin pressure. That's stupid. You get a DUI, you're Ollie Gordon. You should be running steps, and you're not going to play in the opener. Mm-hmm. Here we go. Patronizing Rico with the Kenny saw it. He saw it. He saw it. Kenny saw it.
Are you that sensitive that you can't even accept when somebody says they agree with you?
No. Kenny saw it. I saw it. I felt it.
I did see it. That was very insulting, Rico.
It was.
It really wasn't. It's called deep introspective thought.
Oh, really?
Try it
Mike?
sometime.
Oh, really? All right, go ahead. I'm ready to be complimented.
Oh, you don't deserve it anymore. Talk to Kenny.
Okay, Kenneth.
You guys can talk Busch Light. Go ahead.
What is your favorite light beer?
No. David, tickets. Jesus. Tickets X.
College football is a mess, and I hate that it is, but it is a mess.
And that's where EA Sports will save us all. Kenny will be running a highly disciplined program at Georgia.
Now, there it's okay for the DUI to happen and you play your player because it's virtual, okay? Let it happen.
Right, but the thing is, even in that, you're the commissioner. It just needs somebody to be the adult in the room. You cannot allow coaches, you cannot allow the athletic directors to speak for the programs because they all have a financial vested interest. They can't be objective. They're all thinking about their job because the more the team wins, the more boosters and donors keep donating to the school, and we just keep getting richer. You start losing games because you take this high moral standard, well, congratulations. You're also fired.
Don't pay amateurs and stop with the pandering to these young adults with this portal crap. Problem goes away. Simple.
No, good luck putting the toothpaste back in the tube.
Hey, David, what could be done, and it wouldn't just be you, is for Michigan fans to call for their school to be punished, or any fan of any school that doesn't do this. Yeah, that's never going to happen.
Yeah, exactly.
They're not going to listen to us.
No, and it doesn't have to happen because we all know what happened. That's the greatest punishment of all.
Yeah, a championship.
I don't care. Yeah, exactly. That no one respects. Have a good time with it. I don't care.
I'll wear my fake shirt, my fake hat.
But you have your real memories. And that was the deal I made with people all last fall/winter. Go on the trip, party, do your thing. Don't ever ask anybody to respect it. You go your way, I go mine.
It's a reflection of society, a slap on the wrist culture. Basically, anything goes. After many years as a diehard college football fan, I've had it. Money, greed, manipulation of fan base. The magic is gone.
You know what's amazing is I go back, and I know this is probably on the edge of relevance, but if you go back to 2000, 2001, the idea, you remember Proposition 48?
Prop 48.
If a guy simply was stupid, he couldn't play his freshman year. Could you imagine, Charles Rogers?
I was about to say they tapped Charles Rogers and he was stretching right before the first game.
Yeah.
Hey, buddy. Off the field.
Right, literally, dude, you can't read. You can't play. Yeah. Can you imagine now the number one recruit in the country being told you can't play because you're Dexter Manley?
I'm trying to think, yeah.
Would never happen.
But yeah, I remember they did the same thing I thought for Jamal Crawford. It was right before the state game. They ushered him out the, nope.
I think you're right about that.
And he couldn't play. But now it's all about, and the reason why you hear Gundy making that statement, it's not just for the running back. It's for anybody out there. Hey, if your school bails on you, I will support you 100% if you come and play for me. There will be no repercussions. That's why he's making this brazen stand, because he's trying to show, I don't care. I want to win. Okay?
I'm gonna say back.
I'm going to say the quiet part out loud. Don't care about anything that you do. Just try not to murder anybody, and we'll make it go away.
Go ahead. Get a DUI. It's allowed. That's what message this is sending, by the way. Go ahead. It's allowed.
And I want to be clear. For him to get up on that podium and go, listen, bottom line, Ollie's summer is going to suck. Now, it's none of your business what the punishment is, but he ain't going to enjoy his mornings. Okay? I could live with that. If you don't want to punish him for the game. But for Gundy to say his punishment might be, I'm going to have him carry it 50 times. It just... We have totally lost cabin pressure, to me. But again, it's not naivete. I understand wholly what's going on. I don't like it. There's a difference. I'm not a babe in the woods here. I agree with you. It's just, geez Louise.
Well, I would say something, but I may be considered condescending.
It was the way you were going, It was the way.
That was my Ewell Perkins.
Pat, it was a very pat you on the head little move.
It was like, you know what, Mike? You're making some good points. If we were in church, I would say amen.
Sorry. Wrong one. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry.
Is this how you getting the offerings up now?
I am so sorry.
Is this how you getting the offerings up now?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I can't take it back either. I'm so sorry.
All right, 248-5399.
David, I will donate $500 this Sunday if you get up there and say that.
And David's uncle will excommunicate him from the church. A lot of you need to replace your roof this summer. Be forewarned, there are companies out there that skip the steps that are most important in the process, the attic ventilation. If your attic doesn't have the proper circulation, it's going to cause a ton of problems. Mold, wood rot, leaks in the winter, total disaster. Bottom line, Victor's Home Solutions doesn't skip those steps. They operate on the scale of perfection. So what you need to do, you go to Victor's, their process begins with a thorough inspection of that attic. They know that if the ventilation's not right, you're going to have a problem every step moving forward. Every Victor's roof comes with a well-thought-out attic ventilation plan. That's why they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. Not only do they have the best installation crews in the state, they make sure the roofs they install are going to last because the ventilation is going to be right. Call for that free inspection and estimate today, 734-773-1100, or online anytime at victors.com. All right. We have not scratched the NFL itch at all today. So I know many people are like Jim Costa. You are desperate. You're dying for football. Let's do a segment on it. David has put on his preacher glasses. Music, please.
So Sports Illustrated put out a list of 12 Super Bowl contenders for this season. What I want you to do, scale of 1 to 5, 5 meaning, yes, they're a contender. 1 meaning, you know what, I don't really see it happening for them this year.
Then what the hell's a 2? How about this? The better way to do this is scale of 1 to 5 is your confidence level that they have the ability to get to the Super Bowl. And you just go 5 to 1.
Just get to the Super Bowl or win the Super Bowl?
Just get there.
Just get there. Okay.
Just get there. Let's start with the Philadelphia Eagles.
1. You've lost a lot. not only from a coordinator standpoint, but you've also lost some of the stalwarts of the team. I mean, Jason Kelsey's a big loss. I don't buy it. I think it's a lot of sizzle and not a lot of steak.
I'm going to go 3 because I think your offensive coordinator may help get you back to where you were. It's not Matt Patricia.
Green Bay Packers.
4.
Yeah.
I think Jordan Love is a superstar. They've got an elite pass protect O-line. I think, obviously, Aaron Jones out, Josh Jacobs in, but look at the receivers. They got 7 million receivers, and they, again, stocked up on D. I think they are a major player in all of this.
I say 4 for the same reasons that Mike just said, David, and I think they're going to have to get their heart broken. Because they are so young, they're going to end up losing a playoff game, and then they're going to learn how to win from that.
Los Angeles Rams.
1.
I mean, Aaron Donald gone. Weren't able to greatly upgrade the team. It's Stafford another year down the line. And again, they're good. But I just don't think they're on the level of Rico's team or the Lions, or I just don't.
Yeah, I mean, with all the pieces going away, and this next team could be on the list, but they just kind of remind me of the NFC version of the Buffalo Bills. Used to be really good, now they're not.
The Detroit Lions.
5. No hesitation. Top 3 team in the NFL. For me.
No, I would say a 5 because I think that they had their heart broken. Going back to Green Bay, losing that game in San Francisco made them hungry. It gave them the drive and the edge. The only thing that I'm concerned with the Lions about, how do you handle people patting you on the back? How do you handle being the circle game? Meaning, last year, Lions fans, we all circled the Kansas City Chiefs game. Guess what? This year, when you see Detroit Lions, teams are circling you. That means you will never get a down game. You're going to get everybody's best shot. That's what the championship teams have to deal with. No one ever goes into Kansas City and says, we're just going to have an okay game plan. You're coming up with the best game plan that you can. Detroit's now going to feel that. How do you handle that?
San Francisco 49ers.
5.
4. Well, you go first. Your team.
5. I think that they have everything that it takes. Their problem is they can't get past Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes. Their coach can't get out there his own way, but I think they have the weapons there. I think this is that you're getting close to the last dance where they know eventually we're going to have to break this thing up. So let's just go in and do whatever we can this next year, get it done, and worry about next season.
3. I think the Packers surpassed them. Packers went out there, got their hearts broken, lost the lead. I think it's a revenge tour.
You're just being mean and evil.
Purdy's a rat.
There it is.
Houston Texans.
3. It's probably not. I think this is where it's probably not time. But man, if Stroud is what we saw last year or any better, and what they added to that team, I'll go 3. But the AFC's that's a gauntlet.
Yeah, I would say 3 as well because eventually you're going to have to go and you're going to have to play against the Chiefs, and I think that's where it's going to be all over for you. I don't think you have a team that could beat the Kansas City Chiefs in the playoffs.
So that's Dick's current team, Dick's former team, Buffalo Bills.
I mean, it ranks right up there with the Rams. For me, it's a 1. I think that they are on their downside. They're in a decline. This team is not what it used to be. We're only adding them to the list because they are the Buffalo Bills, and they were good for so many years. But if you just strip the name and put them in black and white jerseys, David, I don't think they would be on this list.
This is tough for me because, again, they have the difference maker in Josh Allen. And if it's good Josh Allen, he's great. If it's bad Josh Allen, he's doing that crap, and it's tough. I'm still going to say it, too. Their wide receiver room got gutted. I like Joe Brady there calling the plays, and I do like that they relied on the running game more, but I'll go 2. I think Rico's right. The Bills and Niners are kind of the Spider-Man thing where I feel like they're still relevant, but it's the end of the run, not the beginning.
See, I disagree wholeheartedly, but
no,
you hate Brock Purdy.
Oh, I do hate Purdy.
So I'm going to put these 3 teams together because they're in the same division.
He's out there dancing with McCaffrey's mom.
Talk about them a lot. Very talented division. Cleveland Browns, Cincinnati Bengals, Baltimore Ravens.
That's a 4 across the board for me.
Okay.
I think one of those 3 teams is absolutely going to be the team out of the AFC.
I have 3, 4, and 4. I don't think that Cleveland has a defense, but you still got to know what Deshaun Watson is, and I don't know. David, he hasn't shown me that he can bounce back. He didn't show me that it was just an anomaly and he was rusty. He really wasn't good. Take away the fact of how much money he's making, and I don't think he starts on that many teams in the NFL. Cincinnati, Baltimore, yeah. Baltimore, I mean, hopefully you got the chip on your shoulder. Hopefully, Derrick Henry is that piece that can get you over the hump of beating the Kansas City Chiefs, because last year you had Kansas City at home. You had everything that you wanted, and you still couldn't get it done.
We are down to the last 2 teams. I think we know one of them, Kansas City, probably a 5 for you guys.
That's the only 5 for me in the AFC.
And then we have the New York Jets.
Are you serious?
They're on this list, yes.
It's a 3. If Rodgers is healthy and right, they got the weapons. I just don't think he's healthy and right. And I don't think at 41, again, his focus is not totally on football. I'll say a 3, though.
Yeah, everything that Mike said is the reason why I'm saying a 1. I don't think that he's there. I think the second anything goes wrong, he's going to check out and do whatever. I'm shocked that they're on this list. So 1 for me.
And that is in Football Today.
Brought to you by CGC Water Treatment. After undergoing surgery in April to repair a knee injury, Michigan football's Rod Moore's return to the field is still up in the air, but according to position coach Lamar Morgan, it may not be until the second half of the season. Moore's surgery was performed by the same doctors that mended Kane McNamara's knee a year ago as well. Jaguars star defensive tackle Josh Allen is changing his last name. He'll now be Hines-Allen as he pays tribute to the maternal side of the family. The Jags are hosting a jersey exchange for fans. Hines-Allen had 17.5 sacks last season, setting a new team record. High School Football America released their list of the preseason top 100 high school football teams in the country. The state of Michigan had 5. Belleville, Southfield A&T Davison, Muskegon, and De La Salle were all listed on that list. Rumors were circling yesterday that Tiger Woods would captain the U.S. team in the 2025 Ryder Cup. He disputes that, saying, quote, "With my new responsibilities to the tour and time commitments involved, I feel like I would not be able to commit the time to Team USA and the players required as a captain. That does not mean I wouldn't captain the team in the future." The Tigers face the Guardians tonight for Game 2 of the series, looking for their 5th game in a row. Kenta Maeda to the mound. You can hear it right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Pre-game coverage begins at 6:15. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Four o'clock. If you're looking for Tiger talk, we opened the show with it. Winners of 4 in a row, 6 out of 8. There's still a million miles out of everything. But it was a stat. There was one stat, and it's shocking. And it just shows you if they had an offense, how good they could be. And we wanted to know if this stat settled the debate. Odyssey.com rewind. You can go get that if that's what you want to hear. David, I had a question for you. I was looking at this, and I know we did a little college football last hour, so we'll keep this brief. Have you seen the win totals for Michigan and Michigan State?
I have.
Okay. Am I crazy, or do both of those seem quite low? Michigan is at 8.5. Michigan State is at 4.5. Excuse me for a moment.
Yeah.
if MSU goes 4 and 8, I mean, honestly, just burn the stadium down. Like,
you could correct me if I'm wrong. I think Michigan has gone down. I thought it was at 9.5 when it first came out. So it's fallen a full game here. And yes, while it seems low, somebody's saying something here.
Yeah, for MSU, I think bringing in 43 different new players.
You just don't know.
You have no idea what they're going to do. So that's the safest route to go. For Michigan, you don't have a quarterback. So because you don't have that guy and you didn't go to the portal and you didn't bring in a top guy to lead your program, you're going to be relying heavily on the run, but you need somebody who can lead you through this. And I don't think that Vegas is a big fan of Alex Orji.
And that's the thing, because I was thinking when it was at 9.5, I was thinking, wow, if I take the 9, I'm being negative. Now I feel like I can't take the 9 because I feel like I'm being overly positive.
Because what they're saying is, we're going to go ahead and say you're going to lose Texas, you're going to lose Ohio State,
right,
and you're going to lose Oregon.
So then there's something else out there.
Will you lose another game?
Oh, man.
So that's the big thing. If you know what, if Michigan nailed it on the quarterback, it's going to be business as usual. Sharon Moore keeps this thing going. If it's not, if Orji becomes the next Joe Milton, and then you got to start searching for another one and another one and another one, could be a long season.
Yeah, my hope, of course, yes, later we realize 8.5 is laughable. Michigan won 10 games. They beat Texas. Yay. I don't know, man. They may be more real.
I think the Texas game is that's the barometer. You go out there and you beat Texas, you should feel very good about your team. You may go back to back. But if you get destroyed by Texas, it could be a long season.
I was still more focused on State going 4-8. Look,
I can't talk Michigan State with you because I know what you're going to say. So that's why I'm just not even going to try.
I think there's a range.
I think
Michigan
if they
State.
go 4-8, that's a joke.
Like, people actually want to know how you feel about the team, and I'm like, yep, you're never going to get that.
Well, first of all, I got to figure out who is on the team. And second of all, there's no excuse in the portal era and the NIL era for anyone to go 4-8 at any school, anywhere. Otherwise, what the hell did you hire Jonathan Smith for?
I think the 4-8 is because of the portal, because you brought in over 40 players. You don't know what you have right now. So if you're Vegas, you go safe, and you know what, 4.5. We see what you do.
I think Vegas is going safe. I always expected when you got your quarterback, even though I don't really know how. My idea of him, 6 games, you win. Of my idea of what Aiden Child should be.
My thing for, like, if you're a Michigan fan, do you even care? Like, really deep down, like, when you think about it, like, do you really care? I mean, you had this magical 3-year run. Cheated your balls off for about 2.5.
No,
but the point is, you've had a magical run. You won it. Do you really care what the hell they do?
You do. Because
you're not a Michigan fan. I'm asking a Michigan fan.
No.
You know, sorry, I'll be quiet.
I'm saying, like, this Michigan fan here. I want to know what this man, you rat, you.
I don't care this year about what they do. I just want Sherrone Moore to set his foundation this year on what he wants his program to be. It's about year 2 for me, for him. Year 1, we already won. He started a new program, already had to fire 2 coaches, don't know the quarterback situation right now. Year 2, all of those answers should be given.
So hold on. So what would be the point where you'd start to care, where you would get angry?
If he wins 6 games this year.
Oh, come on. That's not happening.
You're right. You're right. It shouldn't happen. So if it does, I'll be upset and say, we may have got this wrong.
I'm not a Michigan fan, David, but I think for Michigan fans, if I'm allowed to speak.
Oh, relax.
Yeah. I think you need, if you win, and especially if you can get back to the playoffs, it validates what you did last year. And it doesn't absolve.
Does it really?
Because it shows that
different roster, different quarterback, running back gone.
Yeah, because it shows you have a program and you just didn't cheat with that team. It shows that, you know what? Maybe you guys judged us wrongly, and maybe we are that good.
I don't think anything they do this year matters about validating last year.
I think
that's over.
No, it's over. But the fact, if you come out and you make the playoffs again, what are you going to say now? Tell me.
We got in at 9-3 because we're Michigan,
and
not because of anything we did. We lost all
David,
3 big games probably and still make it.
I think it's a validation for those who said, "Oh, you guys said we cheated. We didn't cheat this year, and we went back to the playoffs."
Okay, I'll speak for myself, not the entire fan base. I'm not trying to validate anything from last year. I enjoyed it. We won. I moved on. Coach is gone. Quarterback's gone. I've moved on. I'm not trying to validate anything. I want to validate the next coach by saying, you know what? I see what he's trying to do here.
Now, the thing that got me, I was shocked in the whole quarterback transfer thing that Michigan didn't go out and get a quarterback. Like, they got a bunch. It was almost like the Tigers' third base situation. You got a bunch of guys, but you didn't get a guy. You didn't get that person to come in here and lead your team. And you're Michigan. So I figure you should be able to get one of these guys, and you didn't. I don't know if Orgy's that guy.
The State thing, I don't know.
You don't know.
I'm sorry. If he goes 4-8, go back to Oregon. You got to be kidding me. That's embarrassing. Look at the schedule, for God's sakes. You play 3 nobodies. Would you go 1-8 in games against human beings?
Mike, I think you're looking at it wrong. I think it's, once again, Vegas, it's over 40 transfers. Vegas has no clue. So they're just saying, we're going to go safe with this 4.5
So what,
games.
you think they gave you easy money? Is that what that is?
No, I think they're just trying to find that point where they can get somebody to buy in and say, okay, you know what? I think they can win 5. Okay, well, there you go.
Ugh.
Now we can get people to make bets.
Like, what's the point where, like, I'm allowed to be angry about the record? Just like, is it 4-8? Is it 5-7? Like, anything below 6 to me is an embarrassment at a Power 5 school or Power 4 or Group of Fun or whatever it's called. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, you can.
That's crazy.
But Mike, you're going to be angry regardless. If they go 7-5, you're going to be like, we could have won 3 of those games.
Well, it depends. if it's coaching malpractice like I watched last year, yes. And not just his hotel room proclivities. I'm talking about clock management.
Right. So, I think, yes, if they win 4 games, then, yeah, it's a disaster of a year again. Good luck trying to get kids to come to the school because you're not going to happen. Because why would you go there? Because, yeah, this team is bad.
248-539-97. I don't know. It's just something I saw on our show sheet. And I'm like, look, let's do one segment. I said, oh, wait a second. Both of these look really low. Walt wants to chime in. Go ahead, Walter. What's going on, buddy?
Good afternoon, Jet. Let me get on my phone here and get
You're
this.
good.
Am I good?
You
All
are.
right.
You sound
I
loud
just wanted to. Good. Gentlemen, I'm wondering why we're not talking about Jack Tuttle at Michigan. The guy can throw the football. He knows the playbook. Every time he came in behind JJ, he looked great. Yeah, I know a lot of that's mop-up. You've pounded the defense down. But the guy could throw the ball. He knows the playbook front and back. He's a sixth-year man. And nobody's giving this guy any props at all. They're saying Orgy's a, C- as a passer? That's not going to get it. My prediction is this. Said by the second game of the year, Jack Tuttle's going to be leading the Michigan team. Period.
I'm not laughing
Walt,
at
I
you.
actually think you're correct. I think that Texas game could kind of just break the whole Orgy thing, and Orgy can go the way like when Joe Milton in 2020 was going to be the savior until he wasn't.
I agree. Now, one other thing I'd like to chime in, if I may. Thank you for the time.
Yeah.
Michigan State. I'm a Wolverine, but I'm going to tell you something. This guy up at Michigan State, I realize you guys being smart. Oh, you got to show me. That's all that guy's ever done is shown people. And I'm telling you, 40, is that what you said the count was? 40 different players coming in?
Yeah, 40 plus. Yeah.
Well, I'm going to tell you something. This guy has a way of doing things, putting things together, and winning. And I'm going to tell you, right, I'll come back, and I'll even come back, call you guys back during the course of the year so you have a chance to poke the bear if I'm wrong.
No.
But I think Michigan State is going to be the biggest surprise in the Big Ten. I got 2 teams I'm looking at. They're going to cause trouble that nobody's talking about. Michigan State and Nebraska. Those are the 2 teams I think are going to show up this year.
The Nebraska one I agree with. The state one, I hope you're right, but I got to see it. I don't know. It's a mess. All right. Well, glad we touched on that. All right, that's all. No more college football. We got something else to get into. It was an amazing video on MLB last night, and it got us talking pre-show. I mean, it's complete ridiculousness, but I will explain. Something in Major League Baseball happened last night. We have to talk about it. We'll do it next. 97.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren, 14 Mile and Mound to be exact. Rev up and drive with unbeatable deals at Hamilton. Andrew Pavlik and his sales staff, they want to be your Chevy dealer. It's time to hit the road in style. Hamilton is your go-to destination for top-notch vehicles and savings. Sleek, powerful cars ready to conquer the road. And Hamilton Chevy has them all from fuel-efficient compacts to rugged SUVs. Heck, even when the sun comes out, they'll have that drop-top convertible if you so want it. They've got the wheels to match your lifestyle. And with Hamilton, you know you're getting excellence. It's not just about selling cars. It's about delivering an unmatched driving experience and more than just a dealership. And right now, take advantage of the July Rico deal, a 2024 Chevy Equinox, $279 a month for 24 months. You walk in with $995 down, you drive off with 10,000 miles a year. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Go see my guys at Hamilton for details. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
Summer driving season is here. Combination of traffic, 18-wheelers, motorcycles, construction, you name it. The state of Michigan's got it. And there are more accidents than any other time of year. If you are injured in one of those accidents, injury attorney David Feminini and his team ready to help you right now. And David doesn't take a fee until he wins your case. You can speak to David personally right now. Call an 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, couple notes. You want Tiger baseball? We open the show with it. Odyssey.com rewind, and we will get back to that top of the hour. We touched on football a couple of times, a little bit from college football too. I just had to bring up something that happened in Major League Baseball last night because part of it is it's summer, and as much as we're hammering things, like you're not going to break down Cade's contract. But so we were talking pre-show about this. It dominated our meeting. And it was the video from the Twins game last night. I don't know if you guys saw this, but Carlos Correa, the player you didn't want to pay, Correa hits a bomb, and he's doing the dugout celebration, high-fiving and stuff like that. And then the camera catches something it's really not supposed to catch. And it was Twins pitcher Joe Ryan powdering his balls. And you don't see, there's no dong. You don't see the balls, but you see powder going down pants. He's powdering his balls. So we were just saying, well, it's, for an athlete or a pitcher, it's a 100-degree night out there. You're pitching, I guess. But I go, who the hell in real life is powdering their balls? And the next thing you know, Evan Jenkins with a drive-by. He goes, I do it every day. I'm like, wait, what? And so we had this conversation of is this the next move to become an elevated gentleman? Is this something that you do? If you I always assumed, if you're doing hard manual labor, you're in landscaping. Maybe you're dusting the plums. I just never thought about it for an office job. But then you come to the table and you're like, well, on my trips to the desert, and I'm like, what? This is far more pervasive than I realized.
Yeah. When it's hot out, Mike, yeah. Over 80 degrees, yes.
David, what have we been doing?
I have not this. I don't know who. I'm missing out on life, apparently.
It's game-changing.
Evan's got powder on his pants right now. David can confirm. He's got powder pouring out of his pants.
He does the LeBron James, just not up. He's going a different direction.
But I thought the video was hilarious. But the conversation that followed, I'm going, wait, so this is actually something in 2024 that is pervasive?
I think we might need to course correct here a little bit. We might need to get some new ideas.
Is this something am I bringing this to Saratoga? We're doing ball powdering for the track?
The words game changer has been used multiple times by various different people when this has been brought up.
Including him.
Including Rico.
Kenny, for you, think bidet. Game changer.
It's bidet level, because I stand by that. That's a 10 out of 10 game changer.
When it's hot outside, yes.
So Joe Ryan is the leader of this movement.
Brother, it's been going on for a long time.
I thought it was an old school thing that died out.
No.
But I assumed, hey, man, for the guys, they're working their ass off. You are outside. Yes. That's a base assumption for me. But for, we're in an
baby
office.
powder when it's hot, it's a game change. If you're going to the ball game and you're sitting in those hard plastic seats, yes.
Plenty of good seats available, by the way.
Makes life a lot better for you.
Fascinating.
So, the talcum powder, the absorption rate, it is a game changer.
I thought the video was hilarious. I'm just saying, Correa is celebrating a home run. Everyone's electric, and there's Joe Ryan staring down his pants, pouring powder. And the question would be, if you're Joe Ryan, why are you not in the clubhouse?
Probably didn't think that anybody was going to be, that camera was going to be right there. But you're right. You do it in the clubhouse. You do it when you get out the shower, not in the middle of a game.
Well, he needed a dust up. But you go into the clubhouse.
Yes.
I mean, can you imagine if we walk back behind the glass, Kenny's powdering his ball? No, you would go to the bathroom.
Yes.
Like Kenny needs that. It's like the turn on a golf course. Kenny needs the 4 p.m. dusting. Make sure he's fresh for the last 2 hours of the show.
Please go to the restroom and
But
do
I'm
that. Don't do it in here.
I'm surprised you three, none of you. have.
Just do it real quick and cavalier like Ryan did. Just
Yeah, Kenny's got like screening a call and he's doing the old duster.
I mean, when you're at Saratoga dressed to the nines.
I have never said, "Hey, we're about to leave for the track. Let me powder my ball."
No, it's like when you get out the shower and it's just like, okay, before you put on everything, you do this first.
No, not a consideration.
Especially if it's hot outside, you're going to be on the paddocks or whatever it is, you know, sipping your mojitos or whatever you drink there.
Or water, but okay, listen.
Okay,
Hold on. I can bring this to vacation. Now, I will have to counsel with Evan. I mean, you have to trust a guy that's doing it on a daily basis.
Yeah, but like summertime, yeah, it's a.
I got to talk to Evan. Like I assumed,
it's like putting on deodorant.
I made an assumption. Like if guys are going to go play golf, they're going to play around. That would make sense. You're going to be out there for 4 hours. You could have some serious issues here with the chandelier.
Just want to feel fresh and clean.
Fascinating. David, what are we getting from the... And again, my encouragement to you would be, watch the video. It's legitimately funny from the world of baseball. But, David, what do the ticket texts have to say?
A lot of things. Says, dude at work smells like a nursery. OMG. He does this, Eric, in Commerce.
Go ahead.
I powder my balls every single morning. I never go a day without it. Office job as well.
Right. And look, I'd rather have somebody smell like a nursery than just smell. Okay? If you know what I mean.
I do know what you mean. I'm a mailman in North Carolina. These trunks are like 120 degrees. I for sure do it because it's needed.
That's a man. I made an assumption you'd absolutely do.
Now, see, for that, not only will I put it there, but I'll also put it in my shoes as well, just for fresh feet.
Your balls or the powder?
I put the powder.
Someone says, yes, PTP all day, powder the plums.
Okay,
love
powder
that.
the plums. Hey, Kenny, maybe this is going to be a Saratoga debut. Get powder.
Someone says, every day I use stuff called Happy Nuts. It's great.
Stop.
That is a brand.
Wait,
that is a brand.
That is a brand.
Okay.
That is a brand.
You know what? I'm not typing that in my
I was just about to, and I was like, no, I'm on the work Wi-Fi. Bad
Kenny,
idea.
That's gotta be spelled with a Z. They have to know better. Nuts.
Right. No, it's a product. I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah, find out what Evan's using. We got to have a. And by the way, he's got to slow down on it.
I was about to say, yeah, I mean, you don't want to overdo it.
Right,
but
he's
yeah.
wearing
He's
black.
walking. You see powder.
He's wearing black joggers, and he touches his pants, and like it was like poof.
He's a bakery donut right now. That's
You don't have to overdo it, but yeah, just you're very Johnson & Johnson. You're fine.
Didn't it? Oh, you know what? I'll save that for off the air. Wasn't there a thing with Johnson & Johnson and baby powder?
It was.
Wasn't there like a problem?
Yeah.
Are we clear? Can you put that on
we're
your
good
plums?
now. Yeah, we're good now.
I don't trust it. I'll go somewhere else.
We're good.
Up next,
David, there's
Happy
something
Nuts.
wrong with everything.
You're right about that. You're right.
True. Let me go to Chris. He wants to chime in on this. Chris, go ahead.
Hey, fellas. Hey, guys, I've been an umpire for 30-plus years, and believe you me, when I'm doing tournaments, 7, 12, 14 games in a weekend, oh, yeah, before every game, you got to stay cool, man, because you're sweating to death out there.
Oh,
and you definitely don't want monkey butt, because if you don't do it, you'll get it.
Chris, you're an ump. Like an ump, a mailman, a landscaper. I absolutely.
Brother, if you're sitting at a Tigers game, by the time you're done sitting in a 90-degree game, you got a swamp down there.
Fascinating.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, Chris, I appreciate it. Listen, I watched the video. There was no issue. Obviously, you're a pitcher. You are going to lose 5 to 7 pounds of water weight. You are going to sweat your ass off. That I understood. But when Evan, who is the least active human in the world, just in a blow-by, walks by, goes, oh, I do it every day, and then waddles his way to the... I'm like, wait, what? Exactly.
It's like deodorant. You just do.
I'm going to talk to Evan during the break. I want to get a better understanding of the brand line up here and see what we're working with. Because what I can't have...
Now, you don't want the powder to coming out like Evan. That's just too much.
That's
at
a problem.
Point.
It really makes me question what's going on there. That's a lot of powder.
Just a little sprinkle, you're fine.
Okay. Kenny, it might be the move. I don't know.
Kenny?
I'm willing to try.
Bidet level.
If you say bidet level, Rico.
Bidet, especially, when it's over 80 degrees, it is bidet level.
And it is over 80 degrees very frequently nowadays.
Yes.
I'm in. I'll give it a shot.
All right, well, listen. Minnesota Twins game last night, funny video. Go watch it, check it out. And apparently it's a revolution. And Joe Ryan really likes his powder. That's all we'll say. 248-539-9797. Why settle for any concrete floor anywhere that looks bad? Crack, stain, bad epoxy job. Look, maybe it's your garage concrete or basement or patio. At work, maybe it's the warehouse or retail space concrete. In one day, Comer and Cross will transform that concrete floor, and you will love it. It is that simple. Call them now. Comer and Cross operators standing by to answer any questions you have and schedule a free concrete floor inspection. Their new number is easy, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. And I appreciate the new number. Much better for live reads. 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Comer and Cross concrete floor. It's the gold standard. Look at the verified 5-star reviews. And again, in one day, that job is done. Repair, prep, all of it. They'll move your stuff out. They'll put your stuff back. It's Comer and Cross. 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to comerandcross.com.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. The Pistons are not letting their star player Cade Cunningham go anywhere. He officially inked his new 5-year max deal worth $226 million today. James Edwards of The Athletic reporting that Asar Thompson has recovered very well following his blood clots diagnosis. Thompson is not on the Summer League roster, which Edwards thinks is more of a precaution. The Tigers riding a 4-game winning streak into Game 2 with Cleveland tonight. First pitch at 6:40. Right here on 97.1 The Ticket, Kenta Maeda will face Ben Lively of Cleveland. Lively boasts a 3.14 ERA in 14 starts this season after coming over from Cincinnati. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 5 or at 97.1theticket.com.
You've heard us talk about Northville Lumber for a long time. Oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more, nobody sells more than Northville Lumber. Contractors, homeowners, they bought enough Trex from Northville to cover 26 football fields, and there's a reason they can move that much product. It's all in stock. It's all in the warehouse. You buy it, you get it, you build it, and you save while you're doing it. Some of it as low as $1.59 a foot. Whether you're a builder or do-it-yourselfer, Northville's got you covered. They will intro you to a Trex certified pro. You can get that outdoor living space done and enjoy the summer. Today notwithstanding, it'll be a little rainy, but call Northville Lumber today or just go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. See, David, that's salacious. You're being provocative by playing that. Opening day Thursday. I can't wait. So
you know what? I got a question.
Yes.
Is that just for TV, or do you hear that when you're at the race as well? Is that like over the loudspeaker?
Oh, you hear it.
Okay.
You hear it. But no, I mean, it's the cool part when you're at, like, again. And
I didn't know if it was like if you're at a game, you don't hear the announcers.
No, you hear it. No, you hear it. And again, certain parts of the track, it's not as loud or it's not at all. But like the cool, I guess that's the thing. And that's the sad part with the sport I really do love. You have to go to a track like Keeneland or Saratoga or a big day at a place like Gulfstream Park, etc. The crowd is the energy. That changes your perspective on the sport. Like, I'll give you an example. Last night I was watching the Tigers, and this is not I'm not attacking them. It made me sad. Look, first of all, they won 1-0, but watching that game was very sad to me. Why? You could hear people's cell phone conversations. Barb, I'll be home at 7.
You can hear them texting.
It just bums me out because Comerica's a wonderful place when it's full. And it's been so long since we've had that. And last night, look, you know what I'm not going to do? I'm not going to play a game. I'm not going to say a number, and then people are going to go, well, actually, it was this. Look, bottom line, the place was a morgue. It was empty. National TV on an idyllic summer night. Horse racing's the same thing.
I thought maybe it was a traffic jam.
Right.
Just a late arriving crowd.
On the 9-4. Right. But it just, horse racing's the same thing. When a crowd is there and it's a big day, it's electric. It's fun.
And what's the track was it San Diego?
That's Del Mar.
That's
the bucket list one. I want to go to the Breeders' Cup this fall. I got to see if I can do it. Football season it's impossible. But that one,
screw the Lions. Go.
One quick note.
Cash the ticket live.
I would, in a heartbeat, do that. Can you imagine cookies? See, I think part of the reason he makes fun of the horse racing thing is because that degenerate, I wouldn't be able to get him to stop betting. Jim would be a problem. Jim would be what we call a multi-screen bettor.
I just talked to the
He'd
trainer.
be living in his catio.
Right. He's like, I just talked to the stable boy, and I got a great tip, Mike.
All right. I have one note that I thought was unbelievable. Evan just passed this along to me. So Paul Skeens, he's been one of the stories of Major League Baseball this year. He got taken 1-1 by the Pirates last year. He gets called up. Paul Skeens has been named to the All-Star team. Now, look, he's must-see TV. He's electric to watch. Do you know Paul Skeens? This is the first time in baseball history a player drafted 1-1 has been named to the All-Star team the year after.
Really?
I was blown away by that. In the history of the sport.
1-1. Okay. Because I'm thinking, like, of all the rookies that have made it, but you're like 1-1.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I was shocked. And I know you have to account for a lot of years it's a high school player and they're not even eligible, but he was taken, he was called up. I think they slow rolled him. They could have called him up sooner.
Right, because I'm thinking, like, wait, was that Griffey? Didn't he make it? But I don't think he was 1-1. So.
1-1 the next year. Wild. But see, that's also too, and leading into your topic, top of the hour, that's part of the problem with the Tigers. There's no draw. Riley Green's a really good baseball player. He's not a draw. They lack not just star, they lack interest. So you've got a question you're going to ask people.
Brother, you just described all the major teams here.
Uh-oh. All right.
If you think about it,
the Lions are loaded with stars.
It's so funny you say that. And I know we've had conversations about this player. Maybe not the greatest player out there, but a young guy that's exciting is Ellie De La Cruz. Last night, he was so exciting, like hitting a double, stealing third, then stealing home. Like, I want stuff like that for my team.
It becomes much must-watch TV where, like, he's out there. It's like he's schoolboy. Like, you got to see what's going to happen. It's one of those things that you may see history. It's Barry Sanders every run. Like, okay, is he going to do something? They go, oh, my goodness. So,
like, the idea of Ellie De La Cruz, it's almost like a mortal lock. He's going to have 50 steals by the All-Star break. He's at 45 or 46 right now. I mean, think about that. Yeah. To go with, can we assume he'll end up at 30 home runs? Is that a fair play?
That's fair, yeah.
And it makes up for his strikeouts. So,
oh boy,
no,
he's going to have about 200 of those.
That is a problem.
No, David, it's a problem, but I think it's a trade-off because, yeah, he could go out there and strike out 4 times that night, or he could do something like what he just did.
Oh, dear. Oh, my God. I didn't realize he's already – okay, so last year, he is at 121 strikeouts. Is he – it is not an exaggeration. He could strike out 250 times.
And I hear you, but that's what makes it crazy. Because if he figures that part out,
just a little,
he
David,
already gets on base,
right,
and does what he does.
And it's not like Javi Baez strikes out. So
well, and he does it effectively too. Because when he is on base, 126 OPS plus, OPS is 813.
Yeah.
I mean, he's productive.
The second he makes it to first, he's a run.
Big time. Big time.
Especially that you can only throw the ball over to first. He knows, like,
See, you know what kills me is like it's the opposite of Ellie De La Cruz. It's like you'll forgive the bad stuff. Like watching Javi last night, and he comes up in a critical situation, 2 men on. I mean, at that point, nobody had a runner pass first, and the broadcast is going, like Javi, and I'm like, oh my God, he just swung at the first pitch, double play, and my view of it didn't exactly look like he was blazing down the line. I hate this man. I can't do this. And it's like I can't forgive anything
because
there.
You
but
don't
like,
get anything special out of him. It's like if he were hitting home runs in key spots, you could forgive him. But you're not getting that. So it makes you angry.
De La Cruz only 6 triples. Wyatt Langford's got 4. Oh. Sorry. I'm sorry. Just come on, let me live my.
Because by the time, because if he makes it to second base, he's just going to hit inside the park. That's just 3 more steps for him,
and it's wild for a player of his size.
That's what I'm saying.
He moves, man.
Right, he's and he scores. Yeah.
Well, we don't have that. We have Zach McKinstry. David, if you take your text, and then Rico with the 5 o'clock lead.
Somebody says my little cousin is a Tigers fan. I brought him an Ellie jersey. He loves it. Loves green. But David is right though. More exciting player, Austin in a 2. Someone else regarding the powder. Powder is like the air conditioning for your pants. Not uncommon.
All right, the powder's going to make its Saratoga debut, okay? Is that what happens when you powder your balls? Do the Angels just sing Saratoga? What happens?
Yeah, pretty much.
Maybe. I don't know. You got to tell us how it is.
You got a pep in your step. You're like, Mike, you just lost. I don't care.
I don't care. Air conditioner pants. David.
Someone says, hang on now. I thought Harvey hit a double. He's playing elite shortstop this year.
Okay.
All right.
I was talking about the critical situation.
Thank you.
Where you might want to take a pitch. You might want to work a count, work an at bat. The pressure is on the pitcher.
Right, in a 0-0 game.
Look, if Riley decides to swing, or like last night, there was a 3-0 count, Jose Ramirez, green light, he swings. I don't even love when Jose Ramirez does it on a 3-0 count. When you're up with multiple guys on, the pressure resides on the mound, not on you at the plate. Wait
for the mistake.
Javi playing upsets me. There are 2 things I have to let go of. I know. I have to let go of Wyatt Langford, and I have to let go of my disdain for Javi. I know this, and I just can't.
Because Javi brings you 0 joy, and that's the problem. Whereas De La Cruz will strike out.
I admit
often.
This. I spite Javi.
But
when Javi gets a hit, I get mad.
But yeah.
Like, I want the Tigers to win. Javi hitting helps them win, but Javi hitting makes me mad.
Yeah, no, I got you. But yeah, to me, like De La Cruz, to me, he's almost like Lamar Jackson, where when he's on, it's spectacular. When he's off, he's awful.
Yeah.
Did you know based on OPS Plus, Ellie De La Cruz is almost 100% better than Javi Baez? And he strikes out about as much.
And that right there, cherry on the sundae. Well done by Kenneth Cott. Rico with the lead at 5. Next.
Brought to you by Miller Landscape. This just in, the Pistons are claiming Paul Reed from Philadelphia. He's in the second year of a 3-year, $24 million deal. He averaged 7 points and 6 rebounds for Philly last season. Pistons' first summer league game is Saturday. Ahead of that, the team released their roster today. Local product Cam Hankerson made the list. Hankerson graduated from Novi and last played in the G League for the Nets. Brett Siegel of Clutch Sports reporting that the Pelicans are shopping Brandon Ingram, who's in his final year of the deal. He says the Pistons could be a good landing spot for him. Quote, Langdon knows what Ingram is capable of on the court, and the 26-year-old will be another experienced veteran they could add to the offseason, join the likes of Harris and Tim Hardaway Jr. The Pistons need scorers next to Cade Cunningham, and they may be willing to sacrifice players like Jalen Duren or Isaiah Stewart for a player of Ingram's caliber, end quote. USA Basketball plays an exhibition with Canada tomorrow. Kevin Durant will be on the bench. However, with the left calf strain, his injury is not believed to be serious. The Tigers and Guardians hope to avoid the rain tonight at Comerica Park. First pitch at 6:40, right here on 97.1 The Ticket. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
5 o'clock. Great to have you. Odyssey.com rewind if you want anything from powdered nuts to me settling a debate, I think, in a fun fashion. No vitriol. We open the show with it. A power stat from the cosmos. But Rico with something on the Tigers, please.
Well, here's the thing, Mike. Tigers have now won 4 in a row. Last night they win a game 1-0, a game they normally lose. They swept a series over the weekend. They beat the Guardians, a team at the top of the American League. They got 2 people going to the All-Star game. Things looking positive for the Tigers right now. I just got a simple question. When you see this, knowing how this season has gone, does this bring you joy? Do you have spite and you're angry that they're now starting to play well? Or have you just hit the apathy stage where I just don't even care anymore? Because this is what you're hoping. There's 7 games out of a wild card spot. You know, you're, like I said, last night was what? You won a 1-0 game? You found a way to, the cardiac cats came back in the 8th inning and got the game for you, sending 2 people to the All-Star game. Looks like things may be turning in the corner for the Tigers. Are you happy? Are you ecstatic and like, yes, this is what we've been waiting for all season long? Are you in spite mode where, you know what? Why are you doing this to me now? I left you alone. Don't drag me back into this. I want to leave you and I want to be done with you. Or if you just hit apathy stage and you're just like, you know what? I don't care. I can't watch you on Bally's. Even though last night's game wasn't, I just don't care anymore. You've reached that point where they've taken all emotion away from you. And even when they do good, you're dead inside. 248-539-9797.
Oh, it's complicated. It's definitely not joy because I don't believe it to be real or substantive or it's not going to result in anything. I think having the specter over your head of knowing you're going to trade whoever you can trade. Now, again, if the next 3 weeks they're the hottest team in baseball and they put together some 14-2 run, it's a different conversation. I don't think that's happening. It's hard because, Rico, I'm not going to switch the topic. I'm sticking with this. I feel like what we opened with today, it does play into this. The idea of identifying what I deem to be just my personal opinion a faulty way of entering the season, not adding any bats, bypassing Wyatt Langford for a high schooler. And then, again, now I'm looking at Mark Hanna be a $12 million sinkhole. It's hard because that is the spite of it.
Right, because you swept a series for the first time since the beginning of the year against the White Sox.
I want them to win because I don't understand how anybody wouldn't want them to win. It doesn't prove a point like the NBA. Not winning actually can help you. Shout out Cooper Flagg. We'd love you here in Detroit next year. But it's hard.
But does it bring you joy because they are winning, or are you angry like, don't do this to me?
It's not joy because they don't win the right way. They don't win in a way that I can support, that I can feel like is real. And it's also, look, no disrespect. Okay, they won 4 games in a row, and they've won 6 out of 8. What did they do the 8 games prior? They're still 6 games under 500.
Erroneous. 4-game winning streak.
But baseball is about 10 game samples.
I know.
12 game samples. Rico, it's very difficult for me to buy into it.
But here's a little known fact. You can't get to a 10-game winning streak until you hit a 4-game winning streak.
All right, I'm leaving. I have to leave.
No, but does it are you like, yes, this is the team that I thought that you always could be? Or is it just apathy where I don't care? Or is it spite where you're actually angry because you wanted to see this earlier in the year and now you're giving it to me when you're so far out of the wild card spot that even if you went on, a 7-game winning streak, you're still going to be like 4 or 5 games out of the final wild card spot. So 248-539-9797. What were you about to say, David?
It's spite for me. I'm angry at it. They're doing things, and yes, it may not be the greatest victory in the world, but it's still a victory. And I'm like, why couldn't you get these type of victories earlier in the year when we needed you to beat the Astros? We needed you to win games against the Blue Jays. We needed you to do this, and you didn't. Even if it's an ugly win, give me the ugly wins earlier so I can, get on board with this team. I don't need it now.
So too
You're
late.
So far behind. I don't want it now. Keep losing.
So you're saying it's too late. The love is gone.
It's gone.
Well, it's hard, too, is like, all right, so you win the 4 in a row. I just got done watching you get hit with a garbage can by the Angels, who are terrible. You've lost series to the Oakland A's. The Marlins series was nuts. It's spite, and overnight it could turn to joy. It's spite up until the point I feel like I can believe in it. I want them to win. I want to have a pennant chase desperately, both as a radio host and a human being who likes baseball. Look, I think for a lot of fans, apathy is what's going to be the order of the day. Look at the ballpark last night. Yeah. That was a sportsgasm summer night, a beautiful summer night. The kids are out of school. They're doing these ridiculous 6:40 start times. Rico, I'd love to give you a number. And Rieger sent photos from the stadium. I don't want to play that game because then the organization's going to get all upset. But you get my point.
We all saw it. Okay, it looked like about 7,000 people there.
Okay, so it looked like, not to be rude, an A's game. That was sad. Yeah. It's sad because that ballpark full is awesome and it's a hard place to play, and it's like national TV, and we're like, wow, this is what we're showing everybody. And it's still, you know what? You know why it's spite? Because it's still a lineup of Baez and McKinstry and Rogers and Baddoo and just, I don't know, man. It's been one of the most frustrating seasons of Tiger baseball of my career in Detroit. It's just when they're bad, and I know they're going to be bad, and I've accepted it. I can somehow work my way around it. They're not all bad. Like, their pitching is playoff good. They should. And again, if Odyssey.com rewind, if you want to hear what we were talking about, had Scott Harris, in my opinion, done his job, we're not having this conversation. They're in the thick of it.
Right.
And that is, I don't do well with stuff like that. So I admit that's a weakness. It's a personality flaw. So for me, I will go spite, but I'm warning you, it could turn into joy very quickly for me if I got to see certain things. Last night's game had me considering a weed gummy and going to sleep at 7:30. I can't watch baseball like that.
I think that's what the Guardians did last night. It must have took them before the
And
game.
look, here's the deal. In baseball, Dave, this ain't like the NFL, where, by the way, like the Carolina Panthers will beat someone good. Baseball's 162 games. The Guardians are, like 30 games over 500. They ain't going to give you full tilt.
And I get
I
it.
thought they were very lazy at the plate last night.
I'm just used to that being a getaway game. When a team says, all right, you know what? We did our job.
Yeah.
It's time to leave.
Yeah, we already
Not
took
the first
3
game
games.
of the series.
Yeah. And again, I think apathy can play a role in this too, because Rico's right. Look, the team's not on TV for most people. Last night, notwithstanding FS1, the park, I think people are speaking. And I'm interested. I like the question when we met about it before the show. I'd love to hear from the people on it. Just where are you at with this team? I mean, they've won 4 in a row, 6 of 8. You're seeing Colt Keats start to hit the ball again, thank God. You know what Riley Green is. He is
Right.
your all-star. The pitching's the pitching, but like,
he and Scooble make the all-star team. It looked as if, wow, the team turned the corner over the weekend. They got the sweep. And
okay,
then
you're saying that. I'm not.
No.
That's
But I'm
ridiculous.
saying, and then they carried it, and then now you go out and you beat the Guardians. Okay, can you keep this thing going? Like, this is the feel good that we've been wanting to see for a long time, where it seemed like everything just kind of fell into place. You won a game 1-0. You know what that a 1-0 means? It normally means you lost.
And it don't take much for you to feel good, does it?
No,
4 games makes you feel good? Rico.
No, Mike, I'm asking the question for the people because we don't get to see the 4-game winning streak that often.
Yes, that much is true.
Okay.
248-539-9797.
So that's not me. As a matter of fact, I was trying to go back into the receipts to see what was the over-under. I think it was 5.5. That was the winning streak.
Yeah.
How long of a winning streak they would have.
Look, I'm the idiot who picked him to win 84, 85 games, I think. I actually thought they would be better than this, and that's why I was so upset about not signing offense. Now you look, and the difference between them being good and me being able to be joyous, it is the fact that Scott Harris thumbed his nose at free agency. And oh, by the way, blew $25 million on Mark Hanna and Maeda. I mean, come on. Same thing. Like, even if they didn't draft Wyatt Langford, they stuck with Clark, used the extra money to get McGonigal. Fine. If they had brought in Chapman, are we a couple games better? The difference between spite and joy for me, or apathy and joy for fans, be 3 out of the wild card right now versus 7.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I do think Matt Chapman would have made that difference, and I do think arguments to the contrary are becoming increasingly silly.
Joy, spite, apathy.
I'm all in. I love topics like this. I don't care if the people don't. I like this. 248-539-9797. Companies out there advertising BOGO offers on AC and furnaces. Nothing is for free. You want a fair deal. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, Electrical. They got you covered 24/7. Locally owned, over 40 years. They back their work with a 5-year warranty. And Mastercraft, your one-stop shop. Heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. They'll beat any price. Now you bundle a new high-efficiency AC and furnace. You save yourself up to $2,000. Great installation and fast same-day service. Just visit mastercraftheating.com. All right, David, a couple of ticket texts. We'll get to the people. Also, a report on your Detroit Pistons and a possible acquisition. And I'm telling you, I don't think it's a good idea. I will explain. You can then call me a horse bleep. David, what do you got?
Apathy for the Tigers. Last night's run wasn't even earned. That is from Johnny.
Yeah, but hold on. Listen, I'm with you. I don't care how the runs are scored. Honestly, if they had an 8-run night and only 3 were earned, you think I care? I'm with you, Johnny. I'm fine if you're apathetic. The fact that it's a 1-0 game earned or not, that's really the problem.
See, what about the Tigers? They're not even on TV, so apathy is my choice.
Yeah, that's fair.
Guys, what's even more sad about last night's crowd was there were a lot of Cleveland fans last night. So think if they didn't come to the game, what it would be.
Okay, but to be fair, whether your team's good or bad, that's going to happen. I agree with you. Look, guys, if I own the team, it wouldn't work this way, okay? You got to spend money to make money. My job is to entice you to come to my park and watch our team. I ain't doing that with Zach McKinstry. I can't change it. I know. I don't know how this works for anybody. When they're good and they're relevant, you'll put 3 million people through the turnstiles. And when you're this and you're not relevant, I don't know. I mean, they can.
Seems like you put 300,000.
Okay.
I just said it seems.
That's why you made me sad earlier in the show when you talked about the crowd and what it used to be like.
Yeah.
And I remember the days leaving a post-game show from Ford Field, walking over. Once you open that door to Ford Field and it was a playoff game at Comerica Park, you immediately heard and felt the energy.
Yeah.
I want those days
back. We're all dying for it.
I need
Who
it
the hell
back,
doesn't want
man?
the team to win? But you're right. I mean, I know it's a flaw in how I treat teams. I do get spiteful. Because it's like, if I'm an idiot and I can see what your offseason plan should have been and you didn't, come on, man. We could really be in this thing.
Mm-hmm. When they win 15 out of 20, then we can really start paying attention and feel some joy.
It's like I wrote it. That's what would turn the switch. Remember the old school, like with the trains, and the guy would have to pull the lever so the train goes left and not right?
Switch the track, yeah.
That's me. If they do something like that, it goes all joy. But they won't. They're not capable
15 out of 20. They're the hottest team in baseball.
Yeah, they're not capable of it.
You know what that means? That means that Javi became Javi. Like guys who you've written off, all of a sudden, Akil Baddoo is on a 12-game hitting streak.
Oh, Akil Baddoo. Okay, let me go to the people. We'll go to Marty, 97.1. Marty, how you doing, buddy?
Good, Mike. I don't care anymore. I don't listen for news about them. I don't listen to the radio. I don't watch the TV.
So you hit the apathy stage.
I am. If the owner doesn't care, the GM doesn't care, I don't care. I won't even go if I get free tickets to see a ball game.
See, I will tell you, and I know this is what gets me in trouble. I agree with you. See, I think there's only one way to show how much you care as an owner and a GM, and it's by what you do and what you don't do. And it is very hard for me to get on the air and make a case that there is this deep, urgent passion. I just, that's a hard thing for me to present to my audience. So, Marty, I am with you. If you're not all in to do this, then why should we be? That I agree with you.
Fair.
All right, good talk. 248-539-9797. David, go ahead.
Someone says it feels like 1994 all over again, and the team isn't trying. That is depressing.
No, here's what's depressing. Okay, wait. What's more depressing? Look, if you're the White Sox, who are horrific, they are starting a long-term rebuild. They are selling all assets. Like, that's why they're going to get rid of Crochet. That's why they'll get rid of Feedy. The whole thing, right? That's one thing. You can just accept we are morbid. We're going to be bad. We're going to sell. We're nowhere close. When you looked at this Tiger team, and we all talked preseason, right? Oh, the negative show at the ticket. Really? I had them winning 85 games. The point I'm making is we're not those teams. We're not the Angels. We're not the White Sox. We're not the Marlins. Mm-hmm. So you're in this space where you know you're not terrible. You're not. but you're not good. And you know the reasons why you're not good. And I personally trace it to owner and president of baseball ops. That's more depressing than if this team was just gum on the bottom of a shoe. For me.
No, because you saw the potential. Everybody saw the potential. And then your pitching staff was everything you thought they were going to be. They came out there and they were dealing. They got it done. And you're like, you know what? If you played in a playoff series, you would have the advantage. But you just don't have the bats. You're not getting the runs. You have players up here who, let's face it, just not good. And you had a player that you really thought was going to be one of your key pieces, one of your core. He's in AAA, and he's lost. I don't know if he can find his way back to Detroit.
The problem, look, I'm not going to defend Spencer Torkelson. All I'll say is this. The idea that it is your get-out-of-jail-free card to just go, well, what'd you want Harris to do? If Torkelson hit, it would all be fine. If your plan was based around one player, I don't care if the player's Julio Rodriguez. I don't care if the player's Ellie De La Cruz. It's baseball. It doesn't work that way. Now, NBA, it actually does. Hey, LeBron's leg fell off. Season over. That's different. So you look at it as a Braves fan. All your eggs aren't in one basket with Ronald Acuna, and he died.
He did.
Spencer Strider, dead. I mean, look, the equivalent for the Tigers would be Riley Green, dead. Skubal, dead. That's what losing those two players looks like. The difference is you have some depth. You make acquisitions. And again, the Braves are not where they want to be. It's been a messed up year. I can't believe this is what their plan was. And that's a bummer because
your plan was nobody gets hurt and everybody's going to develop and everything's going to be okay.
And I'm going to get to waste $25 million on Mark Hanna and Kent Maeda.
That only works in Disney movies. So sorry.
That's the other. How has there not been more criticism to Scott Harris for $25 million lit on fire? If you look at the payroll of $97 million, $25 million of it is a nothing burger. Then I add Javi's salary. You're really operating with a $45 million team if you tally the numbers.
Wow. Good call on your part.
Thank you. I mean, it's depressing, but
it is.
Please listen. It's free, and we will take you to that free baseball at 10 after 6 as they go for 5 in a row. All right, lemonade, beverage of summer. It's delightful, right? What's better? Add beer to it. That's Old Nation Brewing Company. That's the Shandy, and that's what you guys, the members of this show, you the people, you sell out anything Old Nation puts on the shelves in the summertime. The Shandy, it's hard to find. The good part in talking to the guys over there and talking to Travis, finally investing in a real can. I don't know what was going on with the Duff beer routine they were doing. They finally got a can. We got lemons on it. We have actual graphics. Go buy it while you can. Stock up. Saratoga opening week. Shandy. Delight. It's Old Nation Brewing Company. They remind you to drink responsibly. 21 and up. Old Nation Brewing Company.
Brought to you by Applied Innovation. After the news surfaced that Cade Cunningham has inked his new 5-year max deal with the Pistons, they have made another move, claiming Paul Reed off waivers. Reed coming over from Philadelphia, where he averaged 7 points and 6 rebounds last season. This takes Detroit to the salary floor. Chris McCoskey reporting that the tarp is on the field at Comerica Park. The grounds crew briefly took it off to prep the field before rolling it back out. He says they're making every effort to start the game on time due to tomorrow's bleaker forecast. Scheduled start time at 6:40 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Rafael Devers is no longer heading to Texas next week as an all-star. The Red Sox third baseman has been dealing with an AC joint injury for a while. Devers has 21 home runs this year, paired with a .293 average. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 6 or at 971theticket.com.
It's just tremendous. All right, opening week, Thursday. So a tarp on the field at Comerica, just FYI. I want to just touch on the Brandon Ingram thing. You heard Jeremy Otto's update. I've been talking about this for a few weeks. And the reports from around the league, there is no market for Brandon Ingram because nobody, including his current team, the New Orleans Pelicans, wants to pay his 4-year, $200 million extension that he's eligible for. Mm-hmm. Now, Ingram on surface, is he a good player? Yes. He's not a great player. He's a good player. He's a puzzling player. First of all, he never plays. I mean, if you pull up Brandon Ingram right now and just blurt out random numbers about how many games he plays, the idea of him coming to the Pistons is troubling on a number of fronts because, A, I don't want to pay that extension. I cannot. If the two best players on your team are Brandon Ingram and Cade Cunningham, the best you'll ever see is the play-in. And
so he's playing like 50 games a year?
Between
last couple of years?
Between 48 and 55. Pull it up. The point I'm making is it's not an ad hominem attack on Brandon Ingram. He's not a bad player. He's not a great player. So if the Pistons are going to acquire him, you're going to be dealing assets like Jaden Ivey, like Jalen Duren. Certainly, you're not dealing a Sir Thompson. You're not dealing Ron Holland. You are acquiring wings. The problem I would have in this, guys, is the following. And I know the first thing people are going to say, but losing hasn't netted us the top pick anyways. Fair. Noted. What I don't want to do is get on the treadmill of mediocrity. So signing Tobias Harris, that takes Brandon Ingram out for me. Because if I add Brandon Ingram, if my starting 5 turns into, let's say it's Cade, it's Beasley, it's Ingram, it's Tobias, and I don't know, say it's Duren, say it's not, who cares? The point is, let's say you win 30 games. All right, well, A, you're not going to be one of the worst 4 teams in the league. So your lottery odds will be greatly reduced. And you're not going to be good enough to get in the playoffs. You will exist in the space between. And if you pay Ingram, a player whose current team does not want to pay him, you will be stuck with a contract that I don't want to be dramatic and say it's unmovable, but I don't think people are going to line up for it. No. If people won't line up to pay this guy now, what happens when he comes here? And what are his games played? Do you have that?
There you go. Yep, I do. Last year, 64 games. He started games. The year before that, 45. The year before that, 55. The year before that, 61, 62, 52, 59, and
okay.
40.
So you're going to put that guy with another guy in Cade Cunningham who can't stay healthy. Guys, look, I won't firebomb it if they do it, but I'm warning you. Not what I would do. Trajan Langdon told you, I will take on big contracts with assets attached. He has not done that. And what I don't want to do here, I mean, Rico, you're your own man. Do whatever the hell you like. You want Brandon Ingram, that's fine. He ain't coming here with first-round picks attached. And then you're on the hook to pay him. Factually speaking, the Hawks have passed on Brandon Ingram.
Yeah.
Several teams have passed on him here.
See, I told you, for me, I'm waiting to see what happens with Trajan Langdon when it comes to the trade deadline, because you still have the money. And could you be that third team when somebody's desperate and I need that one star player where somebody may say, I want Brandon Ingram, I want this person. And now you become the dumping ground for picks and all the other things just to make the contracts level out. Yes, I would like to see it happen right now. I'm not trying to be a Trajan Langdon bot, but yes, when you get the job 72 hours for the draft, I got to give you a little bit of leeway. It's not like he had the entire offseason. He just got here and officially got the job minutes before the draft started.
Here's the other angle. If Langdon views beef stew like I do, useless, that money needs to come off your books. That lessens the blow a little bit. It creates the money needed. He's making, I believe, $36 million on the last year of his deal right now. You can do this deal, but my question, it's a lot like
million. Wow.
It's a lot like the Cade thing. Why? What's the why behind it? Now, if you tell me, Mike, we've lost long enough, we got to try to win, fine. But the NBA is not MLB. It's not the NHL, and it's not the NFL. I say that because it's like the poker tournament thing of a chip and a chair. If you get into a poker tournament and you have a seat, you have a chance to go the whole way if things break right. We look at Arizona and Texas in baseball. They get in, they get hot, they win. We go to football. You see a wild card. Get in, get hot, win it. Giants. Hockey. Happens all the time. Basketball has no evidence of that. It doesn't work that way. So I get scared if
you don't get the 8th seed winning it all. Right. No, you won the play-in and then you win the whole thing. No.
Cutsy. You're in the trunk of Joe Pesci's car. So I would be concerned. Now, if you want a positive, okay, wing, bit of a spacer. His shooting is wildly inconsistent, but New Orleans, familiarity, Fred Vinson, connection, maybe we can put him back together. I get nervous. If they could bring him here and somehow not have to pay a massive extension, it's a different conversation. But Rico, the Pelicans don't want to be in the Brandon Ingram business. What does that tell you?
Yeah, the only time he played he was in 79 games was his rookie season.
You know what's fun? It's not fun. It's maddening. Look at his 3-point percentage by year. Tell me what you see here, David. Ready?
29 rookie year, 39, 33, 39, 38, 32, 39, 35.
Up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down.
Which means that this year,
he due for an up.
39% this year.
It's up,
yeah.
Man. All right, David, a couple of ticket texts. We'll touch the table with football. We'll keep an eye on what's going on at Comerica. I believe the tarp is on the field. David, what do you got?
Ingram is the Kawhi Leonard model. Forget that. Don't want him here in Detroit. Ingram literally plays 55 games a year. LOL. Why would anyone want him?
Okay, but
no one does factually.
But here's the thing. This is where you don't really get to be that arrogant as a Pistons fan. You won 14 games. So you don't get to sit here and tell me, no, I don't want this blanket. I'm homeless because it has polka dots on it.
I can in fact say that. I don't want Zach LaVine. The only reason I
you
would
won 14
the
games.
only way I would want him is if you give me picks.
How are you
I don't
arrogant?
want Zach
How are
LaVine.
you arrogant and you
It's not
won?
arrogance.
It is. This
no,
player
I don't want
not
the player
good
because the
enough for
player
us.
isn't good. Zach LaVine isn't
Your
good.
team's not good.
My goal, why Mike says you would be in the play-in constantly if you get a player like this, my goal is to make the play-in right now. Maybe not with Brandon Ingram, but to make it. Making it, you won't have that with Zach LaVine. He's not good.
Okay.
David, he's not.
But it's one when you look at your roster, you have a whole bunch of not good.
Look, I just think you can say I don't want the player because he doesn't come with assets. I don't think that that's being snobby.
No. With that's different. But just to
that's
say,
what I just said.
No, you're making he's no good.
I said I don't want him. Only if he comes with picks, I want him.
Oh, okay. You made it.
I apologize. It is summertime. I'm supposed to be nice and not yelling.
Okay, you want to know why you're yelling? You need baby powder.
Big takeaway today, huh? Go ahead, Devin.
I would love to see them deal beef stew somewhere I don't want him here. They are trying to make him a player he is not cut out to be.
Yeah, and again, everything's about role. Like Beef Stew on a really good team as one of the last guys off the bench to give you some energy, to be physical, to maybe occasionally take and make a three. I ain't no problem. Signing him to a 4-year, $60 million deal was a masterclass in losing your job. It's insanity. Total insanity. But look, New Orleans is never going to get out from underneath Brandon Ingram without taking something back. So you could do it, but I really don't want to be the team that pays him $4 at 206.
You're right about that, because while he's $36 million this year, wants an extension as a 15% trade kicker. So now you also have to pay him that if you trade for him.
Yeah, I can't do that.
Okay, David, you win. Please stop yelling at me.
I'm so sorry. It's summertime. I'll stop.
Shout out Jazzy Cat.
All right. Okay, we're good. All right, it is summertime, and this is going to be Kenny's menu for the Thursday day game. It's been 2 weeks in a row he's done this. It's the Kenny Cott menu. Hungry Howie's, limited time only, the flavors of summer, and these are outer space, so buckle up. Pickle Bacon Ranch Pizza. Kenny gave that a 9.5 out of 10. And also the Backyard Burger, which apparently is going to be the selection this Thursday for Tigers and Guardians. You can pick up either of these pizzas. Your choice of flavored crust, $14.99 each for a limited time only, but you got to hurry because just like summer, these pizzas won't be around for long. Go to hungryhowies.com or download the Howie's app to start your order now. Limited time only.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Doors of Southeast Michigan. The tarp is off the field now at Comerica Park, according to Chris McCoskey. Word is they really want to start this game on time, given a worse forecast tomorrow. They did line the field before putting the tarp back on, so that's all set. Coverage begins on 97.1 The Ticket right here in just 15 minutes at 6:15. The Tigers lineup is in as they look for their 5th win in a row. Javier Baez is hitting 8th for the 2nd straight game after returning from the IL. Baez went 1 for 3 last night with a double in the Tigers' 1-0 victory. Kenta Maeda starts at the mound. He'll look to bounce back from his last start where he gave up 9 earned runs. Just 3 days after Trey Wingenter was dealt to the Red Sox, he's heading to the big leagues. Wingenter spent the entire season with Toledo this year, serving as the Mud Hens' top reliever. Just 16 years old as the Spain team defeated France, propelling them into the Euro final. Paul Reed is the newest Detroit Piston. The 2020 second-round pick of the Sixers spent 4 seasons in Philly. Last year, he averaged the most minutes of his career with 19, scoring 7 points per game. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at... I really don't know. We're at the end of the line here. More at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
And one of the best 11-1 bets I've ever made. All right. It is time. The tarp is coming off the field, Rico. You're going to have baseball tonight. Tomorrow is sketchy as hell. If you have tickets, this weather is about to get wild. Decent shot of a double dip Thursday if you're looking for advanced planning. Decent shot.
According to some. According to others.
What do you mean? No, I'm
Our
saying
own weatherman saying.
No, I'm saying that like tomorrow
no, I'm talking about the double dip. I'm talking about the double dip on Thursday.
Well, that's David puts on his fashion glasses. He gets it's provocative.
Well, him and Doppler 7 Gov Milliken, you know.
Don't put me in the same boat as him.
Okay, move it along. David, big finish, please. Yes, David.
We'll start with a few college football issues we got to. First, Michigan and Michigan State win totals. Mike, you asked if their totals seem low. Right now in Vegas, Michigan is 8.5, Michigan State 4.5.
Look, 8.5 for Michigan felt low to me. It just did. The state one, all I'll tell you is if that's accurate, burn the stadium. Like if you go 4-8 in the NIL and portal era, you know what? Just end it. Get the bulldozer.
Yeah, I'm simply going to say, as far as MSU.
Texas?
No, I'm that meme. I don't know what they are because they're bringing in over 40 different transfers and new players. Vegas doesn't know. No one knows, Mike, what they're going to be. For Michigan, number actually came down. It started off at 9.5. Now it's down to 8.5. So, little concerning.
It just feels low. I don't know. Then again, you won't know the other team's plays. It could be more difficult. Go ahead, David.
What we do know in college football is that Ollie Gordon is going to play, according to his coach, Mike Gundy. He won't miss any playing time after the DUI.
I only took issue with the fact if you get up at the podium and you say, look, it's a team matter. We'll handle discipline within. Ollie's not going to enjoy his mornings. He's going to be running the steps. Cool. If you tell me, straight up, spend the first half of the opener. That's your punishment for being a ding-a-ling. But for Gundy to go out and go, nope, not missing any time. I'm doing what's best for the school. And by the way, his punishment might be 50 carries in the opener. you get to a point where you go, are the adults even running the sport anymore? It just bothered me, but I'm bothered about a lot with college football. I admit that.
So it's punishment in a game that they should probably win. You're not going to sit out in the second half like everybody else. You're going to be in there.
Which will lead to his Heisman campaign.
Here's the thing. If you're Gundy, you have to show support for your player. Why? Because he could leave at any moment. You got to make sure that he's happy. And Gundy is also telling anybody else, I will back you no matter what. If you want to transfer to my school, you never have to worry about any type of punishment. So long as you don't kill anybody, we could work around it.
I think he can work around that.
Oh, that's
he can work
nothing.
around that. That is nothing. So Gundy supports his players. What Mike doesn't support is the idea of getting Brandon Ingram into town for the Pistons. Not a good idea.
I just think, there is no market for him. New Orleans has been shut down at every turn. You will have to pay him 4 years at $205. I don't want to do that. And again, what's the end gain? Yes, we need to get Cade help. Noted. But if I do this, I'm now capped out. I am on the hook with a deal that if I can't trade him now, how would you ever trade him on the new contract with a 15% trade kicker? And there's a lot of duality to Cade and Ingram. It's not for me. I wanted to take in picks, assets.
It's now how you want to see the team get built and get improved by bringing in somebody who doesn't.
It feels Villanueva.
Ooh, wow.
It feels Ben Gordon.
Move just to make a move.
But I got the money.
So I got to do something. I got to buy something. So,
right. Yeah. Now, is he a better player than them?
Like, sir, that's a submarine with a screen door. Don't care.
Jesus.
Well, what we
I
found,
gotta use that. That's pretty good.
That is pretty good. What we found out today is that something else that is pretty good. And Rico compared it to the feeling of a bidet, and that is powdering your balls.
Well,
it is a game changer.
The context is the Minnesota Twins, Joe Ryan, caught on video during a home run celebration.
So it wasn't just powdering your balls?
Openly powdering his plums. It was a shocking thing to see on live television, and even more surprising when our own Evan Jenkins says he does it every day. Apparently, that's going to be a new feature of Saratoga. Powder.
It's game changing.
We'll find out. Go ahead.
Yeah, we will find out.
I'm just shocked that you guys haven't done it before.
Never done it. Never done it. But we do have a game changer that you can watch in Major League Baseball right now. And there's a stat. He's done something that no one's ever done. Paul Skeens, first player to go be drafted first, and then go to the All-Star game the next year.
It was shocking.
That's crazy.
Yeah, for a sport as old as baseball. And I know, like if a high schooler gets taken number one, they're not going to be up the next year. But you would think someone would have done it. But see, this is where Skeens is must-see TV. Skeens is what will get people to your ballpark. The Tigers desperately need that type of difference maker. Man, I wonder if they could have drafted that last year.
Don't go there.
All right.
Well,
I'll never let go, Jack.
What they could have done is maybe.
You know what? Then again, you can. I've never let go of Tyrese Halliburton. So you know what? Good for you.
We need to do a topic on this tomorrow. I have to let go. I have to let it go.
You know
No,
what?
tomorrow you're going to let it go too.
No, I'm not.
You're going to put a rose in the ocean and watch it float away, and it's going to have Halliburton's face on it.
I'm not. No, I'm not. As a matter of fact, I may buy everybody French fries in honor of Killian Hayes.
July. It's healing season.
Kenny, you want French fries? All right.
Listen.
Couldn't even make his own Olympic team.
Okay. Tiger baseball's coming up next. We will talk to you tomorrow at 2:00.